Awards where I think Taylor had a movie, or, there were certain things like, well, for example, my scenes that I had with Lando Calrissian, at the time, he was doing Dancing with the Stars. So he was not able to, we weren't able to do it at the same time. He came in the morning. So I never got to actually see him. I've met him at Celebration, but yeah. So, and also I've never met the actor who plays Thrawn. Thrawn, I believe he's in the UK is where he recorded from. So I had no idea. So you can only imagine, like, that's the cool thing being a Star Wars fan. I was able to, I would read the script by myself and go, oh, and then I would go into the record and I would take direction and I would, hopefully do a good job, whatever. I have no idea. But then when I would see it, I mean, combined with the amazing music and all the colors of animation, it was amazing to see how truly terrifying Thrawn was. And also it was as if, I was in the same room with both actors. It was incredible. Their ability to edit stuff together is just magical.
And it seems like you guys have such a great rapport. Have you been able to keep in contact? Has Zoom meeting
definitely
during all this?
Well, we haven't done a Zoom meeting yet. I did actually, I did do one with D. Bradley Baker.
Yay.
Rex. Yeah. And a couple other people, but we haven't gotten the core Rebels group together yet, but there's still time. So, leave it to me. They call me the graduate school, or what do they say? I'm the chairperson of the alumni, the Lucasfilm Alumni Committee. That's what Dave Filoni said after Celebration, because the most recent one in Chicago, I put together a dinner with Ashley Eckstein at this incredible steakhouse, Gibson's, and we all had this whole room, and oh my gosh, it was incredible.
Oh, I love it.
So yeah, I'm known for trying to rally the troops and get everyone to kind of hang out. So hopefully, I think I'll have to send out an email. That's a great idea, just to get a Zoom dinner in. Yeah.
And I mean, I feel like we've gotten to connect with some people through Rebelthon as well. So it's been really, really nice. And I totally told Brian Herring, I would say that he says hello and pass up and say he hopes that you're doing well. But it's just
right back at him. I love him dearly. Give him my best.
It really is so nice to see how much all of you connect across whatever property you guys have worked on, within the Star Wars galaxy. And it's so nice to see what big fans you guys are as well.
Oh yeah.
How did you come into Star Wars? Have you been a fan since the beginning, or how did you kind of come into all of this?
I have been a fan since the first film. I remember I was in Colorado visiting my family there. My parents met at Boulder High School, and when my mom went to Yale Drama School, my dad went into the Air Force over in Germany. My mom left Yale Drama School in her first year to do a play on Piccadilly. My dad asked her to marry her. They ended up moving back to Los Angeles so my mom could pursue a career in acting. Her name's Joan Van Ark, and she was on Knots Landing in Dallas. And
my parents love your mom, just so you know.
Good stuff. Yeah. I'm telling you, every Thursday night, CBS, it was on like Donkey Kong for like 13 years, I believe. And so at any rate, my parents sometimes would just deposit me with my cousins in Colorado. And I remember my aunt saying, oh, we're going to go see this movie. And we were like, what is this, a space thing? You know how kids are. And from the moment the film began, we were all enthralled. And to this day, I email my aunt randomly just to thank her for taking me to see the first movie. I mean, at that age, for me, Princess Leia was everything. I wanted her moxie. I wanted her hairdo. She was such a wonderful female icon, the first of which I'd ever seen really at that age, to know that I could sort of want to emulate, so she sort of grabbed me at that point. As I got older and I went to college at Princeton and I wanted to write, I was enthralled with the story that Lucas told. And for me, it was so inspiring as a sort of a measuring stick for how well to sort of reveal things as you go along, etc. And it just grew to be more of a spiritual thing with each subsequent film, understanding the Force and seeking it and having respect for my friends who are Sith, good stuff. But there's a lot of wisdom in the Force, and I studied Lao Tzu, and I've got a lot out of it, more sort of in a more sacred, private way. And then when I got the role in Rebels, it was sort of like a coming out party where I suddenly had and I'm an only child, so I've spent a great deal of time alone in my lifetime. In fact, I'm probably doing better than most in the pandemic because I'm kind of used to this. Um, but I mean, I have friends today that I've made that I live for hanging out with them. I mean, New York Comic Con is something that I think it was there 2014, and we started this tradition of Vader tots. So we go to, I think it's 34th Street Station. There's some restaurant there, and forgive me, I can't remember the name of it. I just go wherever they say. We hit the comic book store, then we go there, and we eat these Vader tots that are basically, tater tots, and just laugh and laugh and laugh until the end of the night. And I will know those people hopefully forever and ever. And I look forward to it. I really hope that we get to do that this year at New York Comic Con. So if New York Comic Con happens, people look for the tweets regarding the Vader tots so we can all hang and eat food, and hearts everywhere.
So where you grew up predominantly in LA. I actually grew up in Jersey. So when you were like Princeton, I was like, yeah, Jersey.
Yeah. Which exit? We're in Jersey. I love Jersey.
Okay, so I have a lot of feelings about this because we were 117A, and then they switched it to 118 because they didn't want the A's anymore. And I was like, and how I feel about this. 117A, that was my exit.
Yeah, I had most of my friends are in Cherry Hill.
Yeah.
That area, and because most of my friends were off campus. I didn't really. I mean, I had some friends that were in school with me, but mostly I hung out with. They called them townies.
Yeah.
But I love Jersey, man. I would give anything to go back. Anything to go back. Any time of day.
Yeah.
100. Love New Jersey.
And were you in New York for a bit, or?
Yes, I graduated Princeton, and then I went to NYU graduate school for acting. I got a master's in acting, which is an interesting choice, considering you could go to law school or dental school and then be sort of guaranteed work. Going to a graduate school for acting, it's sort of a gamble. And the other thing I would say, and anyone who does ask me, should I go to graduate acting school? As a woman, when I graduated, they were like, well, now you're old, so good luck to you. Especially in the on-camera, or at least back then, they would, and I would say, but I played Masha, and I did, Shakespeare, and, Commedia dell'arte, and all these wonderful things. They were like, yeah, we don't care. The business of acting is very different than sort of the art of it, and not denigrating the entertainment business, but it comes down to sort of more brass tacks things that we didn't really discuss in drama school as we were, acting. It has come in handy for me, given that we sat there from, I think, 10 in the morning until 6 o'clock at night doing different dialects. So that has served me as a voiceover actress. So I lived in New York for about 5 years after that. So I think it was a total of 9 years on the East Coast for me, and then came back to LA.
And just strictly speaking, as a New York, New Jerseyer, what is one place when you get back to the Northeast, what are the places you have to go to?
Oh, well, there used to be a place in the West Village called Shopson's, and Kenny Shopson, his menu is like 1,000 pages long. He's reminiscent of the soup Nazi in that if you ask for something, he'll tell you to go die, or he just couldn't give to, he's like, whatever, man. But his food was everything. I love Peter Luger in Brooklyn. Go get a steak. Sorry, vegetarians out there, but Peter Luger steak is bananas. And then conversely, for many years, I was macrobiotic. There's a restaurant, I don't even know if it's still there, University Place in 13th, called Suen. Suen, it's the best food. So delicious.
I go there all the time too, and now I have to look up this place and see if they're still there.
Yeah. So, and in New Jersey, I would just drive down Route 1 and go to every diner one at a time and eat everything.
It's amazing what you start to crave. It's like being in quarantine and not having access to all of your usual restaurants.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I support my local restaurants, and I have ordered food in. There's a restaurant here in Silver Lake called Wood, and they make this spaghetti squash. I put it on my Instagram. It is mind-boggling. They have a fire roasting kiln. I don't know what it is, but that's where they make their pizzas. Awesome. But they also put the spaghetti squash in there with cheese on top, and it's unreal. Yeah. So I kind of ordered some of that. But I'd much rather go out with friends and you know, support the restaurants in person. But for being, it's great that we, you know, there are different ways to get food delivered.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
but, yeah.
I
You know,
could go down the food route all day long.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Uh, I do want to go back. I know that you had talked about, I think in Princeton, were you an English major?
I
Or
was, yeah. Huh?
have,
Yeah. It's so funny. I was going to major first. I was going to major in religion because I thought those are like
that's fascinating.
those are the most dynamic stories, right? I mean,
Yeah.
everything starts from there. If you want to get into Hinduism or you know, the Bible, any of these stories, these are archetypes that one must know and understand. And for me, I remember I did a paper. I then decided, no, I'm going to major in anthropology. And I wrote a paper in anthropology about Haitian Voodoo ritual, which is at once theatrical and sacred, right? Because it's pretty campy, but it's very based in religion. And my whole point was that I felt that storytelling and theater was a kind of church and a kind of healing thing that I think we all need. And you know, that into every area. You've got comic books, you've got graphic novels, you've got films, you've got television shows, animated series. All of these things to me are really important stories that need to be told. And I mean, I don't know about you, but for me, the Clone Wars right now is everything. It is giving me the strength to go on in the pandemic. And you know, I've texted. I remember when they announced that the Clone Wars was coming back, I wrote a text to Dave Filoni saying, "Thank you. Our country needed this right now."
Oh my
You know,
God. Oh,
I mean, truly, right?
yeah.
I mean, here snips again. It's like, okay, everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. And and that the Clone Wars just does not disappoint.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, first was religion, then was anthropology, and then I said, you know what? Why don't I just do every story and try to read every book I can get my hands on and major in English?
Yep.
Did that with a certificate or a minor in theater. So
interesting.
that's the most long-winded answer.
Yeah, but it's so true because everything meshes together. Because what I was honestly going to ask you is, have you tried your hand at like did you help with writing any of the Rebels episodes? Is that something that you would be interested in doing? Because
No,
I think that's great.
well, here's the thing. For me, everything that comes out of Lucasfilm is like the holy grail. I mean, I have written. I've written a novel. I've written poetry. I wrote plays at Princeton. I produced them. I directed them. You know, I've done
it
stand-up
smells
comedy. I've
amazing.
written my own material.
Of course, I'm gonna like lob extra cheese on
performed
it because that's
in
what
like
I do.
they have shows here that are like The Moth, like storytelling.
I
things
probably
like
would.
that.
That's what I do.
But
I was disturbed that
people
Sputnik
ask
base didn't get
me
any
if
time,
I
and I
would
thought
want to
okay,
write
that's
for
fair
Star
enough.
Wars. I feel like that is better left to those in Northern California. I just, as much as I really worship everything that's come from them, and I feel like anything that I could come up with would be so far less than what I mean. Whenever people ask me, well, what about Jason? What's Hera's son like? You know, why la la la? I can't even answer you because there's nothing that can come from here that would equal whatever the actual truth is, because I have just had my mind blown over and over and over again. I mean, I just watched the most recent episode of the Clone Wars, and I mean, my neighbors must think I'm nuts because I was like, yes, no, you know, crying, screaming at my iPad, you know, it gets, but it's just beyond anything I could have imagined. And they're sewing together so many story details. I mean, as far as like, I mean, we don't have to get into it, but with like Maul and Obi-Wan and, you know, Duchess Satine and all of that history, and like to see Mandalore again, and, you know, it's just, there's a lot going on. But anyway, suffice it to say, I really like sticking more to comedy writing, and you know, most of my essays are very satirical and very deeply personal, and I write from my point of view, and sort of less from, oh, you know, write an episode of this or that. Although I have recently been asked if I'd want to write something, I think for a young adult audience. Yeah, well, so anyway, maybe, but I just like, again, I just sort of bow down to Lucasfilm on every level, that I don't know. It's like, I mean, if I've been worshiping just as a metaphor, worshiping the Bible, would you like to write something in Leviticus? Like, no, I actually don't want to do that.
Well,
You know what I mean? Anyway,
I was gonna say but I do love, well, so I totally like stalked your IMDb, because I know what you've done recently, and you know, Hera and Wonder Woman, and which I love that also you've done Harley Quinn, which is also an amazing.
oh my God,
series.
very adult, very dark.
Adult. Yeah,
Yes.
I'll preface that.
Yeah.
But just absolutely love that series. But I do love that, and even mind blowing for me was the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Which, because like even listening to your promo reel and being like, God, like you have such an amazing range, but I love that Hera is so close to your voice, and I loved hearing.
Yeah.
Like, then I of course stalked all the YouTube videos of all previous interviews, because I'm like, God, I don't want to be like asking these questions that she gets all the time. But I loved the story that you gave about it might have been the blind reading of when you were auditioning for Rebels, but Hera talking about why she became a pilot.
Yes.
And how you really embodied that, knowing, you know, how much your father loved flying, and like,
yes,
it's so great, because I do feel like with your writing, as you're saying, you know, that's so personal to you, and I love Hera, knowing that it's closer to your voice, just seems like such a good personal like mix of like who you are, and your embodiment of your love for Star Wars, and just I love that.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, that's very insightful of you to notice that. It's interesting because I think growing up here in LA, and my mom was on television, a lot of people only wanted to be friends with me because they wanted to know who shot JR. Right, on Dallas, that was like a huge thing. And, you know, I would try and trade like Twinkies and ding dongs for intel. And I was always sort of the overweight, funny girl, right? And so I would tell stories and use voices to tell them. And I just didn't understand how you would know what I was talking about if I didn't exactly do a voice to express like just how whatever this human being was. And so I think I became sort of this clown, if you will. And I mean, at the core of it, I've always been questing and trying to seek something that is more real than, you know, whatever is meant to be perfection in Los Angeles. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Or I mean, I know like the New York.
I know it's pervasive. It's pervasive. I think I didn't apply to any West Coast schools because I really felt that the people back east were more real. You know, I wanted to be around people who really could chop it up and get down and like really break through some conversations. And I don't know that I really felt that happening here in Los Angeles. So, you know, when I went back east and I ended up going to drama school and was able to learn all these dialects, I think it was a perfect way to bring together my innate sense of storytelling through using voices, and you know, then being able to sort of apply the discipline of, you know, different dialects and accents and stuff like that to sort of put on as maybe costumes in the invisible world of voiceover. But I do think that of all the roles that I've ever played, because I have so much passion for Star Wars, it didn't take much for me to just let that be in front of the microphone. And maybe that's what you're responding to, is that I was willing to be visible and sort of stand up for that passion. And it was definitely an honor to learn about Hera as she grew, and you know, how she sort of came together with Kanan, and how that was all revealed. And you know, she came to have a son. It's crazy. Yeah. So it was just literally a dream come true. I'll never forget when I was at Star Wars weekends down in Florida, the first one. Peter Mayhew was there. It was his birthday, and yeah, and they had a Millennium Falcon cake for him. Chewie was my first action figure, so Chewie's like my dude. And I held it together all weekend, and every time I would look in his eyes, you could see, you know, it was Chewie. It was Chewie. I mean, yeah, there was this dude around it, but those eyes, that was Chewie. I couldn't even talk to him. I probably was rude, but I wanted to give him his space. I don't know if people bother him all the time. And I probably was cold, but I was just trying not to be fangirl.com. But after it was the final day, he was able to walk, to blow out the candles on his cake. He had just had surgery to be able to do the first, the Force Awakens. And he blew out his candles. Mickey Mouse gave me a set of Mickey ears. And James Arnold Taylor was hosting this sort of, this big procession thing that we did for his birthday. I went in the bathroom and fell apart. I mean, I just sobbing, because, you know, when you're in college, I mean, I'll speak for myself. When I was in college, I didn't understand any of this, like adulting, any of it, right? And, you know, there are moments where you wonder, like, why am I even here? Like, what is the point of any of this? Especially maybe in the middle of a pandemic. Maybe people are having issues of depression or anxiety or anything like that. When I looked at myself in the mirror that day, it was an affirmation that you never know. You never know what life is going to bring. And your dreams can 100% come true. Ashley Eckstein is one of my greatest heroes. I don't know if you've read her book yet.
I haven't, but I finally got to meet her at The Rise of Skywalker, and she, I mean, I worked for Walt Disney World. I was a cast member for years, and I was there for, and I was so sad that they stopped doing that, because I loved Star Wars weekends. And I mean, for James Arnold Taylor, his daughter is oh my God, what am I trying to say now? His daughter is adopted, and I'm adopted. And that's what actually drew me to Star Wars, because, and I cry at this all the time, Luke and Leia were adopted. And Leia was the first female, you know, heroine, and my mom had gotten me the Kenner doll, and it had in her bio that she was adopted by Bail Organa, and like blew my mind. And I got to meet Carrie Fisher, and I told her at New York Comic Con. And I was like, you know, this is my doll from 1996. And I loved Leia because she was adopted, and I was adopted. And it was the first time I saw that portrayed in media. And she was like, you know, in all the years that I've been doing this, no one has ever mentioned that. And that's very special. And it's just like, man, it just brings you in. And just, I mean, even to be talking to you like right now, it's like, what is my life sometimes?
Oh my gosh. Well, because I would be nerding out alone. I would be nerding out alone right now.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I've watched the Clone Wars like over and over and over again. The fact that I can share that with you and talk to you about it. I mean, I think that really speaks to how remarkable, when I say I don't want to write for Lucasfilm, that's what I mean, is that little did they know that there was someone feeling alone, or whatever you may have been feeling, that particular detail united you with so many people and a whole movement of sorts, that you will never be alone, ever. You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, that's the feeling that I had that day at Star Wars weekends, and I held it together the whole time, but I finally lost it at that point. And I really want to reach out to people, anyone who's out there who is experiencing any kind of depression or anything like that. You are not alone. You know, they say don't quit before the miracle happens. Please reach out. You are loved. You are valued. This will pass. We are going to get through this together. And, you know, I am living proof that it's worth it to hang in there, because you literally never know how great life can get. I promise you. I promise you.
I truly think you're such an inspiration, not only to Star Wars fans, but to women and those looking to go into VO and this crazy world of theater and voiceover and acting. And I just love that you have such a giving spirit. And I also loved in one of the interviews you talked about the fact that, oh God, and I'm totally forgetting, the fact that you have like the spirit of a rookie with the background of like, I love that, because you're constantly, you know, learning and reinventing yourself, and you have this wide range, and you're just so inspirational. And also I love the fact that you grew up loving Bette Midler, because she was also like,
oh my God,
literally I yelled when I heard that, because I was born in 1986. I like grew up, like my parents loved Bette Midler. My brother and I used to watch Beaches over and over and over again, which probably is not a video that you should have your like 6-year-old children watching. But
that is so funny.
Love Bette Midler, and I missed her doing Hello Dolly, and I will always regret that for the rest of my life. But I was like, oh, kindred spirits with Bette Midler.
I mean, that is so crazy. Because I remember I used to sort of put on plays with I grew up on a block with like 27 kids, and we would put together, I mean, for a time when Grease came out, Olivia Newton-John was like the thing. And so we would all, you know, do sort of these dances, singing to Grease. But I would always bring out the Bette Midler album. My analyst told me, I think it's called Twisted or something like that. And I don't think that's anything that a 7-year-old should be singing. You know what I mean? Like, totally inappropriate, and yet so on the nose. Like, it just made so much sense. I love her. She's awesome.
Oh my God. I personally love her Twitter. Like, she's such a Twitter. She just tells it like it is. I just love her. And I was like, forget that connection.
So amazing. My God, thanks for the deep dive. Wow. I'm really impressed. That's amazing.
At the same time, I don't want to be like fangirl when I'm like, I don't want her to think I'm stalking her.
Oh no.
But I just think you're fascinating, and I love like the stories that you've shared before, and it's so much fun talking to you.
Yay!
I guess really quick rundown of like, what have you been doing to kind of like keep sane in all of this? Have you been reading any books? Have you been baking bread like everyone and their mom on Instagram and Facebook? Anything that you're binge watching besides the obvious of Clone Wars?
You know, it's interesting. I have been recording a lot. There have been a lot of companies want to sort of put their stamp on how they want us all to do this together. And I'm sure you've noticed in all the commercials, you know, you're not alone, blah, blah, blah. Cartoons are still in production. So, you know, I've done sessions here from home. So it had, and I work from home normally, so it's not that different. So I haven't had a ton of free time to, you know, like completely go into Netflix the way I'm sure I will the minute things slow down. But I open an app called Duolingo, and when I'm losing my mind, I just start walking around the house and I'm learning to speak Spanish. Or I should say, I speak Spanish from having heard my friends speak Spanish. I have been making so many errors. My friends have been very kind and compassionate. I studied French in school, and so I sort of like went with it. I didn't well enough to get by, but in honor of them, I'm actually learning how to speak proper Spanish. Yeah, as far as, you know, I had to dye my own hair last week. That was fascinating. Not a noble task, but fascinating. I'm reading a book by Judd Apatow called Things I Found Funny. I'm trying to laugh as much as possible because it's such a dark time with so many unknown variables. I found a show on FX called Breeders that's hilarious. I'm a huge Anglophile, so anything from the UK, I'm gonna, love on that. Yeah, it's hilarious. It takes place in England, and it's about a couple and sort of how they deal with their children. It is so darkly funny. I love it. And Homeland has been fantastic. Every Sunday night, HBO is good times always. Yeah, so yeah, I feel like I haven't quite had my baking slash binge watching experience quite yet. So I think we still have time. I will update you as that happens.
I know. I feel like so many people are like, oh, we're making all these different recipes. I'm like, I made muffins today. Woo!
Wow.
Yeah. Big thing. But yeah, it's funny how much life does continue.
Yeah.
But it's the one, I mean, obviously the good and bad coming from this, but I feel like the one really good thing is I feel like I have been able to connect with a lot of friends, and it's amazing.
Yes.
Technology, where I was playing Switch with my best friend in Philly.
Yeah.
And we were like, hey, let's play video games like we did in like 5th grade.
Do you know the Rogue Rebels? That's a family that cosplays as Hera, Kanan, Sabine. Yes, Liz and Sal and Lizzie and Axel. We've been on most Saturday nights. We've been getting together. Last Saturday night, we played a game called Fun Employed on Zoom. And yeah, I like having themed, we call them Zinners. They're Zoom dinners. And yeah, it's really great. And I noticed that there are people I end up calling that I think it's not that when I end up calling them to say, hey, how are you doing? Just check on them. We realize we haven't seen each other since 2014. I mean, these are just different people, and we have been trying to have lunch forever and ever. But I never called them because we kept thinking, well, when we finally have lunch, we'll have so much to catch up on. Why waste it on the phone? But now the phone is kind of all we have. So I too have ended up connecting with so many more people than I would normally, and I'm trying to clock that it's really important to keep calling them even when this is over, to stay as connected as I feel now with people. So I think that's really the gift of the isolation, is the creative ways that I think we end up connecting. I mean, this is terrific that we can do this interview, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And I love what you guys are doing. Thank you so much. I mean, raising money for PPE for all the people on the front lines, it's just couldn't be more important. So thank you for doing this, and thank you for asking me to be a part of it. I'm literally so honored. So thank you.
No, and thank you so much. We know you're busy, and it's just, one, so great to connect with you, and two, so great to have you supporting this cause with us as well. And yeah, it's really great. I'm glad that the fans have been able to, band together, and just seeing how many different cosplayers have been, even sewing masks for those on the front line as well. And, something like this, being able to do this, it's amazing what you find your talents being able to carry you so far to support all of these great causes. So
yeah. Well, I if it's not New York Comic-Con in October, whenever that happens, we are Vader totting.
Yes.
And hanging, and anyone and everyone is welcome to join. So let's do this, you guys. We have to have things to look forward to, and we will do them. So stay safe, and let's just keep looking to the future for when we can actually give each other big hugs and all be together again.
Yay! Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you. Yay!
Yeah. Oh my God, I love that so much.
Look closely. Really closely. Deep into the eyes of a child. see their hope. And ours too. Whoever she is, wherever he lives, every child deserves a childhood. That's why UNICEF is there, for each and every child. Working day in, day out, in 190 countries and territories, reaching the hardest to reach, the furthest from help. It's why we stay to the end and never give up. Will you stand with us?
Stand with us. Stand with us. Stand with us.
For every child.
Hello there. We are Chris and
Dina
Curtis from Castle Base.
Base.
Thank you guys so much for joining us today and hopefully donating to UNICEF. We hope you have a very wonderful day and may the 4th be with you all.
Hi, this is Eric from Terrapin Base. I want to thank everyone who's watching and donating. Stay safe and may the force be with you.
What is it they've sent us?
Hope. Esperanza.
Torres. Hope.
Pag-asa.
Hope.
Hope. Hope.
Paglaom.
Hoffnung. Hope. Hope. Hoffnung. Hope. Speranza.
Espoir.
Hope. Esperanza. Hope. Hope. Hope.
Hope.
Hope. Hope. Esperanza.
Espoir.
Hope.
Hope. Hope. Надежда. Hope. Nadzieja.
Here, have hope and share it. May the Force be with you.
What is it they've sent us?
Kitten?
Hope. Hope.
Hi, this is Giselle. I'm from
Use
Bagong
models
Pag-asa
a
based in the
lot
Philippines.
in films.
Just want to say
And
thank you
so,
for watching.
Tennessee.
Thank you for
And
donating.
JJ is
And let's keep doing this. Let's keep giving each other hope, because that's definitely what we're built on. May the force be with you.
Welcome back to Rebelthon 2020. It's been a good day where we just went past our 7,000 mark, and keep those donations coming in. Remember to keep sharing the stream in that. We've got a lot more content. That money is going directly to UNICEF, which does countless work with children in 190 countries and territories across the globe. And specifically was going to do the COVID relief fund. In this segment, we've actually got a kind of cool look back at fond years of yesteryear with Rebel Legion. Or we got two of the gentlemen that was actually involved with the creation and the leadership of Rebel Legion over the years. First of all, we have Tony Troxel. Wave there, Tony. Tony is the founding LCO for the Rebel Legion. And we have Matt the Hoffman, all known. He has done an amazing job the last few years as our events coordinator. He's been active. I mean, how many years in base command? I'm afraid to ask.
I'll let Tony will start by talking about the good old days, and then I'll talk about how many years I've been doing
stuff,
random stuff for this Legion.
Yeah, I mean,
I got it started. You dealt with the growing pains.
Exactly. There you go. And then when I hear Bill, you can handle it.
And this is kind of a cool end because Matt right now does our events coordination, works with Lucasfilms, and put a lot of hours in the coordination for the premiere and then stuff like that. I mean, just tons of stuff that goes through there. And now you were the longest serving LCO. So
it was close. Yeah. 3 years.
That's pretty awesome. So let's
talk.
I know. Let's keep going. Just keep going.
No one else wanted to do it.
so how did this organization come about? I mean, that's one of the things, And I mean, I've heard the stories. It's like it kind of spun out of the 501st.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. With the prequels, we were getting Rebel style costumes that were getting better in quality. It was no longer the bathrobe Jedi, if you will. Mm-hmm. And they were wanting to do more and more events. And the 501st was just, where are we going to put them? We haven't labeled ourselves as a Star Wars costuming group. It's been the Empire costuming group. Mm-hmm. My partner at the time, she was a member of the 501st. She pulled me into the conversation on their old Yahoo groups. And I was doing some other fandom stuff at the time. So it's just like, well, I'm Eagle Scout, past history and leadership roles in different scouting organizations. This can't be too different, right? And so just started getting together with some people from the 501st and friends that I knew were doing Star Wars costumes, and just started getting the band together.
Wow. So but that's getting that wheel in motion, it's big. I mean, how many people were you talking at the time? I mean,
at the time, it was no more than like half dozen at best, and most of us really didn't have Rebel costumes yet. I mean, our first photograph was from our friend Greg Nowling here in Indianapolis, because he had just put together an X-Wing costume, and he was the only person I knew that had a decent Rebel costume. So he was one of our first costume photo members. So
yeah, like for CRL standards in the Rebel Legion, these costume standards. You're like, look at you, aren't you cute?
That's funny. That's funny.
Is your suit orange? Do you have silver things on your arm? You're a pilot.
Welcome to the group.
It has changed a lot over the years, obviously, and that organization and getting what was the struggle of getting started with that? I mean,
what?
No, go ahead. I was just reading something up on there. Apparently something went on StarWars.com. I got tons of things flashing across the screen.
See, I
You
can't
might
do
be
that. I got
famous.
ADHD, so I'd be watching that all the time. You see, and the problem is I have slept a lot and been smacked in the head a few times in the last 20 years. So a lot of the stuff, it's just, in all honesty, it was just like starting any group. You know, you have to find the people, and then you make the announcement, and then people start coming in, and you just have to figure everything out. But because it was a spinoff from the 501st at the time, it was fairly easy to get everything set up. The message boards were a clone of the 501st boards. The website was a clone of the 501st site. So that's how everything really got started.
Yeah. The funny thing is that when you were talking to Tom a little while ago, you know, I had the same kind of feeling about the way that Rebel Legion was. You know, I started, it would have 16 years ago at this point. You know, when I got there, you know, a couple of years after Tony and everyone had started the group, we were very much the redheaded stepchild. That it was like, oh, who are those guys? You know, Tom was talking about the trash can Mandos and stuff, and we were the bathrobe Jedi at that point. You know, and that's just the way that people looked at us and thought, well, that's why they're in that group, you know, because they can't get armor or they can't do this or that, and so they have to do a rebel costume. And
which really chapped me at the time because we were formed at the request of the 501st. So that whenever I hear that, it just makes me rip my hair out if I had hair. You know?
That's what happened. That's what happened. He had a full head of hair when he started this thing.
Yeah.
It's true facts.
I think I did too, so it must be something kind of.
Trust me, I've got pictures of me in an X-Wing pilot costume that in no way would pass muster these days at the San Diego Comic-Con in 2001. And I had a ponytail, for crying out loud. I was in California. I was working in the effects industry. That's just kind of what happened.
Awesome.
So
yeah, and then I was LCO at the time when we started talking about standards and LCJs and having, you know, like a dedicated. We had LMOs. You know, like I was LMO for a while because I knew how to use Photoshop. And that was what the criteria was. It was like, oh, Matt can cut people out of a background and put them in a frame. So Matt's in charge of memberships right now. And it's like, okay. And how do I know if this person's like okay to be in the group or not? And it was just like, oh, well, just if they look all right, you know, if it looks pretty close, if they're not carrying a Hasbro saber, you know, it's probably okay. And when I got on as LCO, I was like, you know, we need to have some sort of list of things, you know, to figure out how are we going to know who's an approvable X-Wing pilot or a Jedi or whatever. And we got a lot of kickback from members at that point too, from like our own members, that it was like, now you're just becoming the 501st because of now we're going to have all these rules and stuff. And it's like, no,
elitism and
yeah, all that stuff. And it's like, no, we just need to make sure that we have a set of guidelines to figure out why this person can be in and this person can't and whatever else. So yeah.
No, absolutely. You got to have guidelines to set a standard for whatever it is. Any group, defines itself that way. Absolutely. But no, it's part of the learning curves because, you know, I think a lot of groups try to just, you know, it's like first it's about numbers, then it becomes more about quality as time goes on.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Like we said just before we started, I remember when we hit 500. And I remember when we hit 750 and then 1,000, and we were like, "Oh, we made 1,000. We made it now. You know, we got it. We're good. This is awesome. Now we're like a thing. It's great." Yeah, I remember it was such a huge deal when we hit 1,000.
Wow, and it's like, you know, and it's just a different world because the amount of costumes we've gotten in the last 3 to 4 years, we went from like about 3,500, 3,000 members in a few years to almost 8,000 and continue growing. We got costume applications daily coming in, and it's, you know, again, it's a different animal. But, and I think it says a lot to the success of the organization that you guys helped build. I mean, you know, again, there's that thing, and it's like everything has to start somewhere.
Yeah.
I think it's fun to listen to Alvin talk about the days. He's building armor in his garage.
And it was very much, I mean, and it was the same thing.
The same way. It was the same way.
Because it was like, I mean, and especially because that was still like, I can remember, like when like episode 2 and episode 3, like people were taking camera shots, like from the set from like miles away, and oh look, I can see Ewan McGregor's inner tunic, so now we know what that looks like, and that's like the only thing you had, for reference photos, where it was stuff like that, because it was still very early internet kind of time. And you didn't have the resources that you have now, and the 3D printers and all the folks that can help you with embroidery and knowing what fabrics you're supposed to get and all that other stuff. It's just back in my day, kids. We didn't have that.
Even that was an improvement from going from VHS pauses where you had the lines across the screen.
Oh my God!
Action figures were almost accurate.
Yeah.
And then when we finally got the DVDs, they were overly color corrected, and they weren't much help. So,
and then you finally ended up with Blu-ray. You could stop and like you could just see like the nth detail of everything. I mean, I remember every time everybody dreaded a new release of high definition something or Blu-ray, because you could see the duct tape holding the costumes together to do much better.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too, is that's the line that as costume judges, or as people writing the standards or whatever else, and that's the line you have to live on at this point, where it's like, well, is this true of all of the X-Wing pilots in the new trilogy, or is it just 1 or 2 pilots or whatever else? And so it's kind of a blessing and a curse to be able to have those.
It's a
perfect
research
screen caps and
project
stuff. Yeah.
And I think that's definitely the a huge thing for us, and then trying to figure out it's like that, how the detachments help us and develop. And I mean it's like, I mean, the increasing in the use of the detachments had to obviously improve the thing. Each detachment worked harder on the projects, and you basically had a community formed that supported each costume.
Yeah. And that was the fun thing when we started doing all those detachments, when John Paulson out there in Sunrider was like, oh, we need to have a thing for the pilots, and I'm like, okay, let's do it, man.
Back in that day, you just said make it happen,
so like John made like a charter for the detachment, and then we just sort of made up some rules, that it was like, oh, well, you can't, it has to be like this, and not have real world things in it and whatever else. And we had at that point, I'm sure you remember, Tony, that back in Midwest Base, way back in the day, our X-Wing squadron was Phantom Squadron.
Yeah.
And ironically, and all X-Wing pilots know this, their logo was a Ghostbusters logo. instead of the ghost, it was a TK bucket.
Yeah,
and it's like, I ain't afraid of no imp. And I didn't at that point, even though I had my X-Wing costume, I didn't know that was a thing that all X-Wing know now is a thing. And I was like, oh, we can't have. I don't want to have squadron be the.
So when I'm writing, like when friends of mine were writing back for Dragon Con on the Marta, and we were in our X-Wing pilots, I can blame you guys for saying, hey, take a picture with the Ghostbusters. It's all your fault.
I was at Where Science Meets Imagination in Minnesota in the exhibit, standing next to the X-Wing model that they had. And this woman comes up to me and she goes, oh, my grandson, he's a Ghostbuster too.
No, I love that. I was going to say it's fun. So, I think it's really cool that, we're now, this is our 20th anniversary, if our dates are right. There's one thing Tony and I were talking about.
It was
give or take.
2000. It's just I don't think it was January. It was later in the
Yeah.
year, but it's definitely
Yeah.
2000.
So we're at our 20th anniversary, really, of the creation of the Rebel Legion.
There are people in this group, Tony, that weren't alive yet when you started it.
Quiet you.
I know. No, that's true story.
Disbelieve.
No,
I felt good saying that.
Are you happy? Are you happy with the vision the Rebel Legion has become? I mean, that's the thing. You guys started this train, and Tony started it. Matt kind of guided it on in the middle course. Are you happy with the way the train's moving overall?
I was in my early 20s. Do you think I was thinking that far ahead?
Probably not.
It's just like,
But
this
you
sounds like a cool
came
thing
back
to do.
and joined us. You obviously came back and joined us. We can't be that bad.
I think for me, the funniest thing is that it was like, all right, well, the prequels are over. That's it for Star Wars.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I
There's
remember
nothing-
that.
Yeah, that it was it.
I remember that
we're
feeling.
done. Like they'll re-release the old movies now every few years, but this is it. There's not going to be anything new, so we're just guess we'll just make stuff from the old movies or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I thought that was it. I thought we were done. But I mean, it's amazing what this group has become. It's just so cool,
My baby's all grown up and raising money for UNICEF.
I know, right? Well, and we just popped 7,200. We're at
That's
7,200 guys. I mean, from the support of all the bases out there and viewers and everything. It's amazing.
I said this before, and I'll say it again: is that Bill, you've done awesome today, and Ruben's been fantastic, and Michelle, and I love Amy's fangirling. Like just coming off of the Vanessa Marshall segment, I feel like the police hunting monkeys after the Beatles. So it's fine, but I mean, you guys have just knocked it out of the park today.
Oh, thank you, but it's a village, man. It really is our community. I think I got pushed in the seat because everybody looked at each other. Who could talk for 15 hours straight, not pass out?
That's great. Yeah.
I mean that's my comment. I'm just a prolific talker.
An important skill.
But again, thank you guys for your service. Obviously, the Legion. It's nice to see. I mean, it's nice to see 20 years later you're both still here. That should be a testament to our organization and the thing that you can sit here and come back and laugh. You can laugh about things. It's like we were laughing earlier when things weren't working or the mic's not going off. Right? Well, we are the rebellion after all. Right. I mean, come on.
As long as somebody hears our signal, we're fine. That's just how this works.
That's how it works. And I think a lot of people have grown up into this. And I mean, my gosh, we had so many new movies that really flushed out the rebellion too.
Yeah.
I mean,
I can't wait for the Cassian show though, man.
That's my gosh, yeah.
So excited.
That's another one.
All rebels all the time.
All rebels all the time. Us wascally webbles.
That's us.
Well, gentlemen, thanks for joining us. I know it's late in Indy.
No worries, man.
But no, stay safe out there. Thanks for joining us in the pandemic. And another May 4th. And oh my gosh, it's getting close to being May 4th near you.
It is. Everybody remember, put your wallets out by the fireplace so you can get all your May the 4th gifts in the morning.
I know it's going to happen, right? All right. Thanks, Tony. Thanks,
Good luck, everybody.
for all your service, guys.
Stay safe,
Take
everyone.
care.
Exactly.
You too. May the 4th be with you.
And also with you.
Hi guys, Amy again from Echo Base over in New York, and I am here with the lovely and beautiful Tia Sakar. Thank you so much for joining us for Rebelthon.
Thank you for having me. Yay. I'm so excited to be here.
So how are you doing? How is your family doing through all of this? What have you and your pupper been doing?
I'm fine. Like, relatively speaking, I'm great. I mean, I think maybe this is probably happening to not just me, but I feel like some days I'm so lucky. I live in Los Angeles. It's beautiful outside, and I, live in a nice space, and I have, knock on wood, my health and my family's healthy. And so I feel lucky. And then there are some days that I'm like, I'm gonna lose it. Like I'm losing my mind. And so I feel like it kind of goes in waves. But anytime I'm feeling frustrated or stir crazy, I keep trying to just sort of like remind myself that, sorry, this is a dog that I'm trying to get, come here. That I am so fortunate, and like people are dealing with things that are, you know, it's hard for me to even wrap my brain around what people are experiencing right now. And so that makes me feel grateful for what's happening in my life, and it makes my problems feel trivial. So I don't want to like discount people's frustration at, you know, the current situation, but I just keep trying to like, when I feel like really down or blue, I feel like I'm like, wait, what is really wrong in your life right now? Like it could be so much worse.
Yeah, and it's so, and just speaking, living in a city setting too, it is, I'm sure it's definitely a different situation than living in like the suburbs. I sometimes miss being in like New Jersey and having a house and a yard. At least give our dog to walk.
Totally, yeah. I keep, you're in New York. I mean, I keep thinking about all my friends in New York and how strange, I mean, as strange as it is for all of the rest of us in this country, like particularly for you guys in New York, like life must feel just, I mean, to be sequestered in, because, you know, many people live in like small spaces and not a lot of like, not everybody has a balcony that they can go out on or whatever, you know what I mean? And so I feel for you guys, hang in there.
I know sometimes it feels like you're in kind of like a movie, just seeing the streets empty. But I feel like, you know, more life is getting out there, and curbs are going down, so that's good.
Yes, not the one.
Good part.
Ruby says, hang in there. She's hanging in there. Ruby's having the best quarantine. She's, you know, never had more walks in her life.
I was gonna say dogs are definitely winning, as we were talking about before.
Winning. Totally. Yeah, they're gonna be so sad when this is all over, and cats are gonna be like, get out of my house. Just go.
Yep, I'm ready for you to leave.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. But what I want to take it back. So you actually got bitten by like the acting and performance bug fairly early, because you started taking dance at like 2.5, which is actually when I started taking dance. So I totally understand that.
Awesome.
What did you love about dance that kind of drew you to start looking into other forms of acting and musical theater and performance?
I think dance is just in my DNA. My mom was a dancer and a choreographer for much of her life. My sister is a dancer. My aunts were dancers. So like, it's just part of who I am genetically. And so my mom was my first dance teacher and choreographer. So my very first dance performance was at like a South Asian function where I have pictures of it. It's just ridiculous. I'm like, my mom tells this story. So the first type of dance I started doing when I was growing up was like, my parents are from India, so like Indian folk dance and Indian classical dance. And if, as you may have seen, Indian female dancers are like laden down with jewelry when they dance. So like gold, lots of necklaces, earrings, and lots of bangles. And so my very first dance performance, my mother put these like very, very heavy, very incredible gold, like dangly earrings on me. And apparently did my dance performance, which I'm like, how good is a 2.5-year-old at dancing, really?
Like, was I wrong then?
Yeah, like when I have a 3-year-old niece, and I'm like, I don't know. And my mom, who is not, she's not like the kind of mom that's like, you were the best bumblebee on the stage. She's like pretty critical, and which I appreciate. Makes me want to be better, you know, as a performer. But she's like, no, you're pretty good. I'm like, all right, if you say so. But anyway, apparently I did my performance. I walked to the side of the stage. I took off these heavy earrings and I put them down, and I just walked off. And my mom came to get me, and she was like, where are your earrings? I was like, I don't know. They were really heavy. So anyway, luckily they were found, and I have worn them as an adult because they're really amazing. But yeah, I don't know if you should let I don't think you should entrust a 2.5-year-old with 24 karat gold earrings.
Probably not.
Probably not. So yeah, I just, it's like dance is a part of me. It's my first love as a performing art. And so then, my sister and I grew up dancing together. And then I started, we went to a creative arts theater in school in Arlington, Texas, where I was born and raised, and started doing different types of dance, started doing modern dance and lyrical and jazz and ballet. And then I decided, my sister and I both did sort of all the same things. Like we took dance classes, we took piano classes, we did all the we took figure skating classes, we took all the classes.
Whoa.
And then at one point I decided, I think I want to try musical theater. Like this seems like it could be my jam. And so, this is what I was afraid of. Oh dear. This is what I call Ruby watching TV, because she sees everything happening on the street below, and sometimes it's delightful, and most of the time she gets like really aggro. So if she gets really crazy, I might have to like go put her upstairs. Anyway, so then I tried musical theater, and I was like, oh, I can dance and act and sing, and I can do all of these in sort of one art form. And I just fell in love with it. And from that, I started taking acting classes and doing theater in school. And so like dance will always be my first love. But I think once I started acting and performing on stage, acting on stage, I should say, I was like, I don't know, I kind of want to do this forever and ever.
What was your favorite show that you performed in, like?
Great question. Gosh. Okay, well, I was in a production of Damn Yankees, and I love Damn Yankees. And I just, like, sometimes, people have asked me, like, what's your dream role? And I don't know if I have like a dream role. I have lots of dream roles, but like, I didn't get to play Lola, but Lola from Damn Yankees is like a dream role. Like, I don't know if anyone would ever let me play Lola from Damn Yankees, but I would 100% love to do that.
And the wardrobe for her too.
Yeah, totally. I don't know if I could pull off Lola from Damn Yankees,
I totally think
in my mind, it's like it would be a dream.
The other thing I really love about you is because you are a Star Wars fan, but we've talked to so many actors and other behind the scenes artists from the Star Wars galaxy who grew up in the 70s and 80s and have lived and breathed Star Wars.
Oh yeah.
But I love that you kind of came to it a little bit later in life, and your mom got really into Star Wars too.
Totally, yeah.
There's such a train of thought now of, if you're introducing someone to the Star Wars galaxy, especially like new generations, do you start with the original released movies? Do you start at the beginning of the timeline? Where did you start?
It's a real conversation, right? Like, it's a real place of I think some dissent there. But so I've said, I don't think there's any reason to pretend. Like, I appreciate that you appreciate that I came to it at a later time. I feel like not everybody feels that way, but hey, what are you gonna do? Like, I grew up in a family that watched AMC and like movies from the 40s and 50s, and my dad was like born in the wrong era, and so he doesn't like any movies made after like 1960 basically, and like his idols are like Errol Flynn and Gregory Peck. I don't know. So I grew up watching like sort of, I don't think when I was really young, Star Wars was even on my radar. Yeah. And I was too young to have watched, I was too young to have watched it in the theaters or anything with friends. So I know like Steve Bloom watched the first movie on the first day in the theater, stood in line. Like, that's amazing, right? Yeah. Like, that's incredible. I don't have that story. So, so I knew, like I'd probably watched A New Hope, and gosh, I don't remember what I watched and when I watched it. But I did watch episode 1 in the theater, and that was kind of like my first Star Wars when I was old enough to understand what Star Wars was. And I don't think I understood what was happening. I didn't have any kind of context for it. And so I think, so that was that for me. And then I got this job and I was like, oh my gosh, well, I want to learn everything there is to know about Star Wars, which I don't think I knew at the time what a daunting task that was going to be. Not daunting, but there's a lot to know, So I went back and watched the original trilogy in order and was like instantly like, oh yeah, okay. Now I know why this is a worldwide phenomenon and I'm completely on board. But it was also sort of serendipitous that right when I got this job, got the job of Rebels and playing Sabine, Clone Wars started streaming on Netflix. So I just started, like, I jumped right into Clone Wars, which was fascinating because it's so, in my opinion, I'm sure people will disagree with me. I think it's so different from the original trilogy in like tone and aesthetic, and it was like a kind of this dark, moody Star Wars that I wasn't familiar with. So it was really interesting to sort of like get different perspectives. So yeah, I guess that's the long way of saying, like, I wasn't raised as a Star Wars fan, but as soon as I sort of kind of dove in, like, I was an immediate convert. And the thing I love, you mentioned my mom, which I just love this because, you know, my mom is like, well, I won't say how old my mom is, but, you know, she's been around a while, and, you know, she's not necessarily this, like, a fan of this genre. And when I started, you know, when Rebels started airing, she's my mom, so she of course like watched every Rebels episode, and was like, I was so surprised that she wasn't just like, oh, that it's great, you know, great job. She was like in it, like just fully committed, in the chat rooms, on the forums. She would call me and be like, okay, so word on the street is that season 3 Sabine dies, and I'm like, okay, hold on.
Oh, Mom. Thanks, Mom.
I feel like if that were to happen, I hope that I would know before you or anyone on the internet. So anyway, I love that, like, and now, you know, she's just fully on board. Like, it doesn't matter that Rebels is no longer a show. She, you know, we every feature that has come out since, we're there on the first day as a family, which is awesome. And I just think that's such a testament to Star Wars, and that you don't have to have grown up in a Star Wars family. You can come to it at any time. That is the beauty of Star Wars. And it's sort of this inclusive community, that you've got this, like, something old Indian professor lady that is like in the chat rooms, like, you know, talking about what's going to happen in episode 9 or whatever. So that's awesome.
I mean, and my parents, I think the only reason why we started watching Star Wars is because we were big fans of Harrison Ford. So my brother and I watched all of the Indiana Jones movies, and I think it got to the point where we just watched it over and over and over again. And my parents were like, "We just have to give you another movie with Harrison Ford.
We can't let you watch this anymore. You've seen it enough." Yeah. I kind of do wish. I mean, I do kind of wish I had grown up watching it, because I do, you know, I interact with a lot of Star Wars fans, as you might imagine, and it is really cool to, like, for these people that I get to talk to in person or on online, where, like, they grew up watching it, and then they got to introduce their kids, and then maybe their kids have kids, and now they maybe got introduced to Star Wars via Rebels, which is so incredible. And, like, I love seeing, you know, like, generations of a family at Star Wars Celebration. That is really, really amazing to me, and it's what makes, it's part of what I love about Star Wars so much. That just, you know, wasn't my introduction to Star Wars, but you know, I think you can come to it at any time.
And what I particularly loved about Rebels, and, you know, speaking as an Asian woman who just really loved the series. I mean, and to be completely honest, like, I grew up liking Star Wars, but it wasn't always the cool thing to be a fan as a girl. So I kind of came back to Star Wars. I worked for Walt Disney World, and they had Star Wars weekends. So that kind of introduced me to Star Wars, and I got to New York, and I joined some of the fan groups, and that kind of just reignited this spark, to be completely honest. But what I loved about Rebels was the, not that there isn't diversity all across the Star Wars universe, but the strong women on Rebels that were part of the Ghost crew, and the diversity of those characters. How much of a background did you have on Sabine? Obviously, a lot happened throughout the seasons and story arcs. But how much did you know? How much of a say, did you have a say in any of her personality? Just curious about that, because to be completely honest, like, the representation of that show mattered a lot to me. and a lot to my friends.
To me too. To me, yeah, to me as well, because you and I are in the same boat, right? Like growing up, I didn't see anybody that looked like me in movies or television. And so, and probably for you as well, like if there was someone, it was like a stereotype that wasn't necessarily a flattering one, you know what I mean? Yeah. And so to me, getting to see people that look like everything on Rebels, and for it to be part of Star Wars, and then sorry, I'm gonna just like
totally
tangent real quick. Rogue One is one of my, I mean, I don't want to get crazy and say like it's the best Star Wars. There's a lot of really, I mean, I have like a tie of, anyway, we won't talk about what's the best Star Wars, but Rogue One to me, watching it as a person who grew up without, sort of in a vacuum of like not seeing anyone that I could really relate to. Like I could take this person's personality and this from this person, but never to watch a movie, a Star Wars movie, a badass, Star Wars movie full and the entire, all of the protagonists are minorities, or you know, a woman and a South Asian, and I mean it was such a fulfilling feeling, and I was like, yes, Star Wars, yes. Anyway, that was my tangent. So she had already, when I first, I'm sure plenty of Rebels fans know this, but like we didn't know what we were doing, we didn't know what we were auditioning for, and except for Freddie Prinze Jr., he says that he knew. And I kind of believe him because he knows everything about Star Wars, so fine. But I had no idea. And so I got to see what she looked like, which actually did, I wonder if that was, it's been a long time, but I did get to see what she looked like, and she had a different name at the time.
Oh, wow.
And Wolf was, yeah, she had a fake name. I wonder, I'm sure Dave Filoni remembers her name. It was, I should probably, I don't remember exactly what it was, but I'm sure Dave does.
It was a fake name, or was it
It was a fake name. Okay. No, it was a fake name. Yeah, like it was like a dummy name, like Wolf, and all the characters had dummy names.
But I'm sure and some secret code with that, knowing Dave Filoni.
I'm sure. You know what? Until right at this very moment, I've never thought to ask like why that name.
Yeah.
And what were the other characters' dummy names? That is a great question, and we should look into that. But so Dave has said to me, or not to me, but in interviews, which is where I learned that, that Sabine was the most sort of the least fleshed out character initially. And so that was kind of, in fact, it was an interview that we were all doing together, and I didn't know that before that until he said it, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And he said that sort of together we kind of like fleshed her out as we got further and further into the series, which is neat. And then I think, you know, I didn't really have much say in aesthetic things, but I think I've said this many times, but like after season 2, Dave was like, hey, so we're, you know, if we change her hair again, what would you want it to look like? And I remember being like so touched that like Dave's asking me what I want Sabine's hair to look like. Oh my God. So I told him, I gave him a description. I was like, it would be awesome if it was this.
Love that.
And then the season 3 mock-up came out when we started recording season 3, and it was not the hair. I was like, oh, okay, all right. Well, at least he asked me. That was nice. But then season 4, that was her hair. It was exactly what I had like envisioned and like described. Not necessarily saying that he had listened to me, but I'd like to think that was, and it was my favorite hair, season 4 hair. But I will say that each of us, I feel like, you know, Dave and the writers, it was such a collaborative experience. You know, all of our recording sessions we were together. It wasn't just these like one-on-ones. Yeah, me too. What a like kind of ruined every other voiceover experience because nobody else does that. So it's such a like you know, such a gift, and also like has ruined, no, not really, but like it is really a special experience and a really incredible way to do it. But you know, I think the more the creators, the writers, producers knew us, they infused our personalities and our, I don't know if you know this, but each of us, so when we recorded, in the studio, we'd each have like a setup and a mic and a video camera videoing the entire session. And so they would send those to the animators. So really, like what you're watching, like, facial expressions and like kind of grins or grimaces or whatever are really kind of from us doing that in real life during the recording sessions.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, it's neat. And it's neat for me to watch, to watch Ezra and just fully, he is so connected in my mind to Taylor, because and that's not just because of his performance. It's actually because like he himself has, the animators incorporated his personality and his like features and stuff in the animation. So yeah.
I feel like these characters are so close to you guys, and you guys are so much these characters, and we wouldn't have these same exact characters without this cast.
I think you're right. I wonder if it's like art imitating life or vice versa, or like, I mean, yeah, maybe it was just that Dave, like, how could anyone else play Ezra? Like, it's just impossible, right? Or like, how could, for that matter, like, Vanessa is Hera, and so many of our personality traits like are so, I don't know which one it is. If it was just like casting the right person, or if it just kind of evolved into like, yeah, this person kind of is this character. Who knows? But it is kind of amazing. Like Freddie is Kanan.
Yeah.
Minus the lightsaber and the Jedi powers. You know what I mean?
Or that we know.
Or that, yeah, sure. That guy's full of surprises.
Have you been watching The Mandalorian? Because I don't want to spoil, but I feel like I'm gonna end up spoiling.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So obviously, the end of that final episode, we saw something familiar from Rebels, which I don't want to name in case people haven't watched it.
Oh my God. If you guys haven't watched it, you need to stop what you're push pause and go watch The Mandalorian.
It's so good.
It's so good.
But then there's also talk about maybe Ahsoka coming into the season. We've been talking to so many people about like, is it official? Is it not official? My mind automatically went to, oh my God, what does this mean for Sabine? And what is the possibility of the Rebels coming back in real life rather than an animated version? Which maybe putting that out to who knows what Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau have in mind for this. But there's been a lot of debate of, should someone else play these characters that you guys have that Ashley has voiced with Ahsoka, because there's been so much discussion of, Ashley is Ahsoka and Ahsoka wouldn't be Ahsoka without Ashley. So it's an interesting debate of, hopefully we get to see Sabine soon. But I would love to see you playing Sabine.
Thank you.
Because I do really feel like there's a push and pull with these characters, and I really feel like you guys have put your stamp in, and they wouldn't be who they were without you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. I mean, I've made no secret about like wanting to, I would just love to play Sabine again in whatever capacity that may be, whether it's, live action or animation or whatever. I love that character so dearly, and she's like, she's like a part of me, and I also I love, separate from my playing her, I really love that character, that this character exists in the world, and the fact that I get to voice her is like an added bonus. I would be so sad if, I'm being totally honest, and I would be super sad if someone else were to play Sabine, but I love the character, and if that's the way she gets to live on and continue telling her story, continuing on, then so be it. But if I had the choice, it would be me.
Is there something that you miss from Rebels? Like, I was telling Vanessa, I was like, have you guys Zoom hung out?
We haven't Zoomed, which we should, but we until quarantine times, we go to dinner quite regularly.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, we do big group dinners, and which is so nice because it for so long, for years, you know, we would see each other every 2 weeks, and like I was just saying earlier, like the really, yes, I miss everything about Rebels, but I especially miss like getting to see my friends, you know, every couple of weeks, and we would just have these like ridiculous, you know, we would work, and then most of it would be like just like goofing around and being, you know, Steve Bloom making noises, and then D. Bradley Baker would come and join us and then make like even more ridiculous. It was just like constant, you know, gut busting laughter, and like Dave trying to be like, all right, okay, settle down, everybody, just you know, like let's keep it on track. Like it was just such an, and also it hard, you know, it's like such a, this job, I can't even really call it a job. It's such a gift and so much fun and so rewarding. And the fact that we all got to do it together, it was sort of like this trajectory. Our relationship as a group sort of followed the trajectory of the Ghost crew in this beautiful, surprising way. And if we didn't record as a group, that could never have happened in the way that it did. And so our relationships so closely mirror our characters' relationships on the show, which is kind of amazing, right? Like, you know, Taylor and I are kind of, well, I have to speak in past tense now, which is sad, but you know, while we were, you know, recording the show, like Taylor and I would sort of always kind of like razz each other, and like Steve would constantly be kind of making us all laugh, and you know, Hera was always like, are you hungry, do you need a snack, are you cold, I have a cardigan, you know, it's just like it's so and like sort of Freddie would kind of be the big, you know, big bro kind of like authoritative figure. It was kind of incredible that it all sort of worked out so it, you know, that our, not just our characters are so closely related to who we are as people, but that our interpersonal relationships so closely mirror those of our characters. It's really special, and I thank Dave and all the you know, like the people who created the show, you know, who like made the show, for making that possible. So yeah, I miss my friends, and I miss the fun that we had recording, and I also really miss like doing things like Star Wars weekends, and because getting to interact with Star Wars fans in real life is amazing. Like it's just, it's one thing, yes, we get to like interact on Twitter and on Instagram, and that's nice, and I love it and I appreciate it, but getting to actually then put faces to like a screen name is really incredible and really fun, and getting to see like entire families that love Rebels and cosplayers that, you know, love these characters is really special. And I miss getting to do that and to interact with fans as much as we used to.
Well, that's why it's so, like, thank God for technology. It's so nice to be able to do something like this. Because I mean that literally it's so weird that we can't go out and troop and do that in support of different organizations, and that's why it was just so nice to be able to use the brilliance of technology to be able to connect with, honestly, so many of you guys as well. And what's been great is so many people, they've been so willing to help out, and it's nice to actually see everyone connecting too. Like we talked to Vanessa, and I think she reached out to you and spoke with Brian Herring.
We talk all the time. That's the nice thing about it, is that we, even though we don't work together anymore, we still do make time and effort to see each other, and I think that is sort of a testament to like how important that time was for all of us. You know, and Dave comes down to work on The Mandalorian, and so when he's in town, we work around like his schedule so we can all do like a big group dinner. It's great. I hope we get to do that again soon.
Well, but you definitely have been keeping busy since Rebels. I mean, you have done The Good Place, which makes me so sad that is over. And I will say, I totally watched it on Netflix, so I've not seen the last season. I know, it's killing me. It's killing me that I haven't seen the last season.
All right, well then I'll make sure I am careful about my answers then.
But I was gonna say, so you were working on that, you were working on Alex Inc., you're working on Good Sam, now you're working on The Fugitive, which is amazing. Can you talk a little bit about that? Like, you guys were able to finish the first season before
Yes.
everything started, right?
Yes, we wrapped at the end of last year, actually. So yeah, I don't know what I mean. I don't know what I'm so used to doing press for Rebels and also for The Good Place and not being able to say anything about anything. So I'm like, oh, what can I say? Is it a secret? So people keep asking me, is The Fugitive the same Fugitive as like Harrison Ford Fugitive? And it's not the same. It's not like a sequel. It's not the same. It's not a reimagine. It's like sort of a reimagining of the story. So it's like new characters.
Up to speed with technology too, which is really interesting.
Yeah. It's really cool. I really am so excited to see it. I haven't seen it yet. I've only seen what I've seen what I have ADR, like when we go in and do looping over, you know, like, so I've only seen that. I haven't seen the finished product. But it's on Quibi, so it'll be short 7 to 10 minute episodes. So there'll be, I think there are 14 episodes, and very you know, it's like the most we shot like all over LA, like big downtown, like we'd like block off like blocks and blocks of downtown and do big explosion scenes, and I've never really shot anything like that, like sort of on that kind of a scale, and like action sequences and bombs going off and like the aftermath of an explosion, and you know, just like ambulances and car chases, like just it's quite spectacular. And so I'm very excited about it. And I kind of play not, well, I don't want to give anything away, but she's not exactly like the most likable character. She's sort of let's call her unscrupulous. So so that was pretty fun to play as well.
I'm really excited for it. I read the synopsis and I was like, oh, that's how they're doing it. This is really interesting.
Yeah. And it's Kiefer Sutherland and Boyd Holbrook. It's awesome. Yeah. I'm really excited. I hope everyone checks it out on Quibi.
Yeah. Cool. I know we have taken up so much of your time. And
that's okay. I'm happy to chat with you.
But this was amazing. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm really glad that you and your family are safe and doing well.
Likewise, yeah.
And hopefully we get to see you soon, hopefully in New York.
Yes, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. And I know like this is a kind of a strange May the 4th for everyone, and people want to be with their friends and celebrating with their loved ones. And we're all in the same boat. So I just wanted to say, like, hang in there. Keep social distancing, keep washing your hands like crazy, keep covering your mouth in public, and we'll get through this. And, you know, I think there is light at the end of the tunnel. We just gotta stick to it. And we'll be alone together this May the 4th, but then next year it's gonna be crazy.
Party it up. Yeah.
Exactly. Mwah. Thanks for having me, you guys.
Unreasonable. It's how you have to be if you want to change things. Relentless. Tenacious. The world's children need people like that. People who see impossible as incentive to try harder. Who find one good reason to keep going in the face of 1,000 reasons to stop. So, shout out to the hardcore. Because big problems need big solutions from big game players. You know the type. The determined. The persistent. The unreasonable. UNICEF, in more than 190 countries and territories. We never give up until the rights of every child are protected. Are you with us? UNICEF, for every child.
Hi, I'm Allison from Sunrider Base in California. Thank you so much to everyone out there sending your support. May the 4th be with you.
Hi, this is Kathy from the Corellian Base. Thank you to everyone who's watching and donating. Stay safe and may the Force be with you.
Hi, Rising Moons. This is James Garcia. I am in Legion Council and with Rebel Base. I just want to say we've been doing a phenomenal job tonight. So good job. Fantastic work. I'm so very proud of us. And Rebels, y'all have been doing amazing. We're currently at 7,500. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to watch and take a look at some Rebel Legion member content. So may the 4th be with you and safe journeys.
This is Diogo from the Lusitanian Outpost. Thank you to everyone that is watching and donating. Stay safe and may the Force be with you.
Hello, Red Shepherd and Commander of Dantooine Base here. Just wanted to say thank you for watching and thank you for your donations. May the Force be with you. Always.
It's over, Mannequin. I have the high ground. Don't try it.
Hi, this is Scott from All Around Base. Thank you to everyone for watching and donating. Be well, and may the Force be with you.
Hey, welcome back. Those are some great videos. Up next, we've got an interview with Brian Herring. Keep those donations coming in.
Hi guys, Amy again from Echo Base. I am here with the lovely, wonderful Brian Herring.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you so much for all of your help with Rebelthon. You have been so instrumental. You know literally everyone in the Star Wars galaxy. I feel like. So you've been such a big help in connecting so many people. Vanessa totally gives you a shout out in her interview. So thank you so much for being here and for all of your help. We really
It's my pleasure. I always like to get involved with the Rebel Legion and all that, on all of you guys, 501st and all the droid builders and everything. It's brilliant to meet a fandom that's that passionate. And also this is for a great cause as well. So I'm really glad that you can do something when we're not being able to come to conventions. It's nice that people can get involved and do something like that. So it's very cool.
Yeah. So I want to start at the beginning. I know that you are a huge Star Wars fan, and we'll get to that in a second. But out of curiosity, what influenced you to go into puppetry and kind of really look into that art?
I'm afraid it's not anywhere near as much of a spiritual tale as you'd want it to. I lied at an audition for a TV show in 1992, and 6 weeks later I was on television as a puppeteer.
That's fantastic.
I was working as I was an actor from about 1989, and I had been working as an actor and a stand-up, and I'd been kind of creeping around doing backstage stuff as well. And then I met somebody whose son worked on a TV show in the UK called Spitting Image, which was a political satire show through the 80s and 90s. And I wound up at what I thought was a workshop, turned out to be an audition. They were hiring apprentice puppeteers, assistants. And so they took me on, they trained me up, and I wound up doing it. And that's what I've been doing ever since. I mean, I still occasionally creep into acting if I absolutely have to, but I've been playing with puppets ever since. So that's since 1992. So I've been sort of at it a while now.
And what's great is I feel like you've done everything in terms of puppetry. You've done the rod puppets, you've done now creature performance with Star Wars, and of course the droid work with BB-8, which is
I mean, I've covered a fair amount of sort of ground. I've done a lot of sort of hand-up Muppet style stuff with Henson's and a few other places. I've done some Bunraku. I've done motion capture and performance capture. I wouldn't say I've mastered any of those things, because there are people that go and train and just do years and years and years, and they're really, really. And the BB-8 is, because he's every different tool in the box. He's animatronic. He's remote control. There's the hand puppet version, and of course the digital versions as well. So he covers a lot of different ground, and there's a lot of different guys that work on BB-8. So there's a whole team of us that bring him to life.
It's so interesting. So I'm going to take a step back. You've been a Star Wars fan since the absolute beginning.
Yep.
What was your first experience, and what was your favorite Star Wars toy growing up?
My dad took my brother and myself to see it in what I would probably be the Christmas of 77 or early 78. I can't remember, and I do know I slept for the last 10 minutes because I was 7 years old. But it blew my mind. So it would just, I always wanted to kind of go into the theatre, but Star Wars was just a big, huge thing for me. And I thought, I'd like to be able to do that. I'd like to go and make films. And then it wasn't too much later I found out that was something people could do as a job. But I remember getting my first Star Wars figures, and I got Chewbacca and Darth Vader. they were the first two I had, and I still have them. I still have all my Star Wars toys from the 70s. And from there, I just kind of went crazy for it. I remember my grandfather buying me the cardboard Palatoy Death Star when that came out. And again, something I still have, as I said, I still have it all. And it just, I think it was built until I was about, sat in my room for years and years. I mean, I was well into my teens before I finally packed it. And I was that kid that wouldn't let their parents throw the boxes away. So all the boxes sat in my parents' loft, and all the toys just went back in them. And then later on, those boxes were then cleaned up and bubble wrapped, and have since been stored, sealed up, and they're still around. I've still got all of it. But yeah, it was such a big deal for me.
What was it like as a fan? I mean, you just listed your first two figures as Chewbacca and Peter, and I mean, you've done movies with these characters.
Yeah.
What was it like to be on the Falcon, to meet Chewbacca, to see Darth Vader in a movie that you worked on?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It doesn't cover it. The term "living the dream" is a very overused term. But I remember saying to Dave Chapman, who's my co-puppeteer with BB-8, that if I wake up and this has been about 6 weeks into the shoot, I said, if I wake up and this has been a dream, I'm going to be angry for months. And we got to go. I started on The Force Awakens, I think in July of 2013. I was on the film for 16 months because Neil Scanlon hired me as a puppeteer coordinator, a puppeteer consultant. So I went in very, very early. I think when I joined the Creature Shop, there were 7 of us. And by the time the movie had gone through production, there had been 122 people, I think, in that one department. And so I was there for a lot of the R&D and a lot of the early stages. And when Dave Chapman came and joined us when BB-8 was all kind of cast and we were starting to really rehearsals, we went on to M stage and we got onto the Falcon before the film crew had got on. So when we went on it, the props department, the art department had just finished dressing it, and we went up the ramp, and it's a set that will make grown men cry. Ask Kevin Smith. Yeah. So we went up the ramp. You go, you go up there, you turn right, you go past the gun ladders, and you look down the corridor to the cockpit, and we walked into the living area. Mm-hmm. And there's the chess table, and there were 3 guys who just dressed it, and they're just sitting on the floor, and they just finished their job. And and once a film crew moves into a film set, they just destroy it because it's full of equipment, and they take walls out, and it's never the same again. Yeah. But we walked into it, and it was just there, and these 3 guys were sitting on the step, and we just kind of were composing ourselves, and we went, "Did you do this?" And they went, "Yeah, it's great." And we got really, and you suddenly become 9 years old, and then you run out of there and you run up the corridor and you sit in the cockpit and you push and then you're not really supposed to be on there in the first place, because if everybody did that, they destroy the set. But it is an amazing thing. And when people would just come and do like dailies on the film, or they do a couple of days and they weren't shooting on the Falcon, we try and get them onto the set. Just to say, so that even if we were shooting like Maz's Castle or something else like that, we go, come down to M stage, we've got to show you this. And we wouldn't tell them what they were going on to. And they wouldn't really twig it until they hit the bottom of the ramp. Because the outside doesn't bear any relationship to the inside. And of course, the outside of the set doesn't look like the Millennium Falcon. The only recognizable bit is that ramp. And the cockpit as well. So if you come in from the wrong side, you just immediately see the cockpit and the ramp and you go, "Oh, I know what this is." But if you come in approach from the back, go take them around the back way and up the thing. It just and people just lose their minds. It's fantastic.
Oh, that's so great. I mean, I've seen and I've been to Disney World and Disneyland since they built the Falcon there, and just in a site like that, I can't imagine to actually be on the set and just have that experience.
Well, one of the
cool.
Really most fun parts for me, one of my fondest memories is we went down to Greenham Common where they shot the Rebel base. And in the first movie, so I used to get to work very, very early because I just hate traffic. So it was an outdoor set, and I was on, and I just thought, before breakfast, I'll just go and have a quick look at the set. So I went round the corner, and there were 6 X-wings in a row, just facing. So it's 2 rows of 3 X-wings, and then through the mist, you could just see the Millennium Falcon. And there was nobody there. And it was a thing of beauty. And I ran down the middle of the set. And of course, once you hit the middle of the X-wings, you realize that the second 2 are made of wood. they're flat.
No.
Yep. And then you get to the ramp of the Falcon, and I ran up the ramp of the Falcon and just got to the scaffolding in the middle because they only built half of it. And there's nothing on the inside, so it does ruin the illusion. But the shot, just the memory of looking down the sort of the middle runway of the place and seeing those ships and all that equipment, the kind of crazy rebel generators and all the stuff that the art department build that do nothing but look like they're completely functional. And to see half of the Falcon there was just stunning. And then, of course, they built the whole Falcon for The Last Jedi. And that was great as well, because that was in an outdoor set and you could walk right around it and go up into the thing. It's, very cool.
How much of this project did you know going into it? Did you know it was Star Wars? Because we've talked to some of the other puppeteers. I keep referencing Nick just because.
Yeah, because you just spoke to Nick. Yeah, well, I knew because I got the gig from Neil Scanlon directly. Because I had phoned Nick actually looking for Maria Cork's phone number. Sorry, I'd phoned Neil looking for Maria Cork's phone number for something else I was working on. And I was kind of complaining about the lack of work that was around at the time. And then because I knew Star Wars was coming in, and I said to Neil, now I have to find out who's got the Star Wars gig and kick his door in. And Neil said, well, don't do that. I like the door where it is. And I'm like, I didn't realize it was you, Neil. I'm really sorry. He said, don't worry, I'll find you something. And then he called me back about 20 minutes later and he asked me a couple of questions. And he clearly liked my answers. And he said, well, will you come and will you come and run the puppeteers for this? Will you find me the puppeteers and the guys? Can you put a list together of a bunch of people? So that was my job, was to kind of find performers. And so I got to go back through people I'd worked with. I'd worked for Paul Casey on 28 Weeks Later. And Paul had to leave to go off to do Torchwood because the film ran over slightly, and he asked me to come in and take over from him as the movement coordinator on 28 Weeks Later, which I did I did about 2 or 3 days. So I just covered Paul at the end, and so I remembered Paul, and so I kind of dipped into Paul's brain. And when I was saying I need some people, I was on the phone to him and he went, oh, what is it? I said, oh, it's a kind of a commercial and it's sort of a space pub. So I want people that can wear alien heads and do that sort of thing. And then I came back to him a couple of days later. I said, I need some more people. And he went, this isn't a commercial, is it? And I went, no.
No.
And he said, is this what I think it is? And I went, it might be. But because I couldn't tell anybody, and you couldn't tell anybody what it was.
Yeah.
You couldn't actually say those 2 4-letter words next to each other because it was so secret. So then I just had to go along and find just people, I had to get in touch with legacy people. So I had to contact Mike Quinn and Tim Rose. And then I was just bringing in people with different skill sets to put together a big list of people that then became our core puppetry and performance group.
Right before The Force Awakens opened in New York, they had BB-8 come in the big wooden box and set up this red carpet, and just wanted him to roll down. The poor thing was just not rolling down the red carpet.
Oh, bless it. I mean, that is an amazing piece of kit. I mean, there's a bunch of us that are involved with BB-8, and there's 2 guys, Matt Denton and Josh Lee, and also Giles Hennigan. I could keep expanding this team because there's so many people at it. But while we were making the first movie, we had 7 versions of BB-8. 7 versions. We had the Wiggler, which is an animatronic one, which just sits on a plate and it doesn't roll, but it moves. The head and the body move 359 degrees either way, and it kind of you can rock him backwards and forwards and turn the head. And I have control of the head and the body on that, and Dave works with me on everything on all of these. And so Dave runs the lights for that, and I'll do the head and the body. Then there's a puppet version, which is a rod version. So have you ever seen me running around the green suit?
Which I love.
Yeah, I've got gross body movement on that, and I've also got the head forwards and backwards and over this way and this way. And Dave has got left and right on the head, so we work together there. And so if you want to make it look up and to the left, I have to pitch it back, roll it over, and Dave has to turn it. And if he misses, it looks drunk, and he's got a really tough job because he's normally way away from me. So, and he also corrects my eye lines because I've not got direct line of sight because I'm behind it. So Dave will, sneak it, just cheat it sometimes if I've missed my marks. Then there are trike versions which have got wheels on the back, and that's done with. So Dave will do the head. He's got the full head on that, and Matt Denton drives them because he's better at it than I am. So he designed the drive system, and he does a lot of he does all the animatronics programming, and so he's very smart. So he knows how that one works, and he gets on and does that. And I'll do dialogue for all of them. So when they're talking to BB-8, I'm giving vocal responses to give them something to react to. So she'll say, you know, where did you come from? And I'll go, and she'll go, classified. And then the guys at ILM or Skywalker Sound, Matthew Wood and his lads, will take that out, and they created the electronic language, and they'll put that over the top. And while we were filming the movie, we had all these different versions of the droid.
Yeah.
And Matt and Josh were going, Josh Lee was definitely going, I think we can make this work. And then he was designing one that would just work as the red carpet one that you saw come out at Celebration. And then that you saw in the flesh at Good Morning America. Yeah. And Dave and I had never seen that. The first time we saw that, we were in South Africa doing a commercial, and we were watching the live stream, and out comes this droid, and we're like, they've done it. And about 10 minutes later, I get a text from Josh Lee that just said, don't worry, lads, it can't do what you do. And it was such a sweet thing to do, because they just had this major unveiling.
Yeah.
And Dave and I are like, we're out of a job, Dave. And because it's a brilliant thing. I mean, because it goes to all, you know, no one wants to see me in a green suit pushing this thing up the red carpet. But we still use
great. Your Lego figure of that is fantastic.
It's fun, isn't it? It's really good. A guy made that for me. It's absolutely brilliant. So BB-8 is every tool in the box, and it's a massive team effort. So all these guys get involved and bring their own stuff to it, and so he's a big team effort, and it's lots of different techniques, and that's what I kind of like about it, is you can't tell the difference.
How much of a say did you have in the personality, or how much of a background did you have on the character leading in?
So Dave and I got 2 weeks to go and find what it did, what it didn't do. You know, so you look at when so like there's stuff where you just go, we're going to use the puppet version of this because the trike doesn't like the terrain, or we use the wiggler for this because you can get certain types of movement out of it, or they don't want to paint anybody out. So you just put the wiggler down, you cover the base in sand, you walk away from it. But if that then has to leave shot, you have to cut and do something else with it. So we've done a bunch of tests, and then we did a demonstration for JJ and Kathleen. And that was a hugely stressful day, because it could have gone digital like that. And JJ had left Neil and the team to kind of get on with it. He never really hassled him about it, because he just trusted Neil to be able to marshal the guys through this. And the day we demoed it, I remember I was doing the puppet version, and JJ, what we'd done is we found we found an entire vocabulary of movement for it. So we worked out how he boots up, how he shuts down. We tried him going downstairs, and they said, you'll never have to go downstairs. And then of course we go downstairs. But so we demoed these droids, and JJ said to me, I love this. I love the way you're puppeteering it. Go read the scripture in the movie. And that was the point that we actually were given BB-8 to perform. And so Dave and I went along, and we sat in a room, and they took our mobile phones away from us, and they gave us these 2 black books with red pages, and we sat in a room with somebody at the end of the table, and we opened the book, and it said Star Wars Episode 7, written by, you know, J.J. Abrams, Michael Arndt, and Lawrence Kasdan, and that in itself was exciting. And then we turned the next page, and it just said Starfield, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And then you read the opening crawl. And then we read it in 2 sittings. But the more we read it, we suddenly realized that this thing wasn't just in this movie, it was in the whole movie.
Yeah.
And then the fear set in. Because we suddenly realized that we were now going to do something that everybody was going to see.
Yeah.
And everybody was going to have an opinion on it. And as Star Wars fans, we felt duty bound to have something that could sit next to Yoda and R2 and Chewbacca and be from the same galaxy and the same story. Whereas maybe you look at some of the characters that perhaps were in the prequels, and you line them up, and they don't necessarily look like they're from the same universe, even though the designs were all beautiful. But I think just because BB-8 was a real thing that was there on the day, you can take a photograph of it and just go, that's what you can stand it next to R2-D2, and you can knock him into him. And so we had a real responsibility, we felt, to make something that the fans were going to like. And I think it worked out. So because Dave and I work together as well to talk about the personality, our timing is very similar. So Dave will take my physical cues, and he'll know when I'm going to go, and we'll have quick concepts. We don't get very much rehearsal on set, so we have to come in knowing what we're doing.
Yeah.
So, and also we're the one they shoot last, because a lot of the time we make our film with the second unit, because they're filming everybody from the waist up. so they don't need BB-8 there. There'll sometimes be one on the floor for them to reference, or we'll have a remote control one. But if he's not on camera and the animatronics ones are on, they don't want you to be moving him because it messes the sound up.
Yeah.
So a lot of the time they then go back with a second unit, or they'll come in late, or they'll come in at the end of that. So they'll shoot Daisy and they'll shoot Harrison or whoever, and then BB-8's down the bottom. So then they'll punch him very quickly, or they'll stick another camera on it. I mean, there was one instance with that where when they first get onto Han's freighter in The Force Awakens, and there's a shot so you've got we did the rehearsals and they did a whole camera rehearsal with it, and there was the first they did a first take on it, and it was Han, Ray, I think BB-8, Finn, and Chewie walking along, and they panned across them, and the shot was of Harrison Ford, Daisy Ridley, idiot in a green suit, John Boyega, and Jonas. So you just like, so I get told to get out. So they just take BB-8 out, and then they'll do another shot, a low shot on a dolly with BB-8. So we don't get a lot of rehearsal. We don't get to do the scene over and over and over again. We just have to come in. I mean, it's not like we have lines to remember. I mean, we do have marks to hit, and we do have angles and places we have to hit, do our action, but it's a little easier for us. But equally, we have a whole different set of challenges. So we just have to know what we're doing when we go in. So Dave and I learnt the character, and the same with Matt with the remote control ones as well. We have to try and make them all match up.
Yeah.
So we learnt the personality of the character, and then that all gets replicated, by the CG team and by the red carpet ones. And so we did get to have a bit of a an influence on its personality.
Yeah.
And it's because it's Dave and I's timing. So that's we kind of say we share a comedy brain, so it works pretty easily. Sort of a little bit of trivia. Some people will know this, some people don't. Is that, do you know what BB-8's first line in The Last Jedi is?
Isn't I have a bad feeling about this?
It is I have a bad feeling about this, yeah. So it was I was quite pleased to be the character that was, was quite pleased.
Did you guys know that? Or was that
Yes.
true you found out ahead?
Yes, I did know that, yeah. Yes.
It's like you guys were the character that got to say that
I
iconic.
say that because everyone said to Ryan, "Oh, you didn't put the line in it's lines and everything," but it was in there.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so great. Did you guys realize, or could you have foreseen the reception that BB-8 would get from the fans?
We didn't know, actually. We thought it was going to be okay because the crew liked it. And the crews at Pinewood, the British film crews, if they don't like what you're doing, that they don't like what you're doing. And our guys have done Batman, Bourne, and Bond. So if it begins with a B, they'll do it. And if it begins with a C, they can't do it. But so they've done all those big movies, and they were like, "Yeah, what you got there then? We like your little robot, Brian. It makes us laugh." So when the trailer dropped and you saw BB-8 booking through the desert, for about 12 hours, we thought, "Oh dear," because as we know, the internet is a really forgiving and generous place, and they very rarely tell you their opinion. So, there was the whole, Disney have made a CG toy movie. And then luckily Mark got on Twitter and said, that thing's real, right? And then suddenly that Ralph McQuarrie design of R2 with a ball at the bottom showed up, and people went, "Oh, okay. Oh, well, maybe we might like this then." And then the film came out, and I didn't quite anticipate how popular it was going to be. I was doing a film in Mumbai in India, and there was BB-8 in a shop window. I just think this thing is just so big, and so it was fun to see him kind of become popular. And of course, everyone's like, "Oh, that shot of BB-8 running through the desert, that's CGI. That's CGI. You can't do that practically." And of course, that shot was practical.
Yeah,
that was Dave lashed to the back of the camera car and me running like crazy through the desert in ridiculous heat, and
in your green suit.
in my beautiful green nylon onesie, and it's one of my favorite parts of the movie because it was going to be done as a reference shot, and then JJ went, "How fast can you run?" And I'd been working out, and because when I was doing the R&D, Josh Lee, BB-8's dad, as I like to call him, that the BB-8 is coated with a new kind of vinyl that wasn't particularly well used at the time, and they built a mock-up of the ball on the rod, and Josh said, "Run that around the back lot and see if you can dent it." So I was crashing it into things just to see if it would split, or if you could rub the dirt down. And I ran around the back lot once and just was in terrible shape. And I was a man of a certain age that had never seen the inside of a gymnasium. And I thought, I really have to go and get in shape for this, because I don't want to be someone who almost did a Star Wars movie and have some young puppeteer on the making of going, oh yeah, there was an old guy, he died in the desert. And so I went off and got a personal trainer for 3 days a week. I had 3 sessions a week, just did a load of cardio. And I knew I was going to be running in desert, and running on sand is no fun. Anyone that's in the military will tell you that. But I was, someone would bring me an umbrella and give me some water after my little stint of running. But it was a fairly tough gig. The guys who were, say, Matt and Josh, who were the sort of out with it as a pit crew as well, if you will, they had trouble in the heat. They, the glue would melt that was keeping the panels on, so that would lift, and they had to hoover out the sand every day. So there were all kinds of trouble. But it worked out okay.
Do you see a shift in puppetry because of things like Star Wars, where they're bringing in these real puppets? It's not really CGI anymore, and these real creatures. And then even you have Netflix bringing back, the Dark Crystal.
Yep.
There's the nostalgic factor, which is really nice to see. All of
it
this
is. It's great to see. It's also brilliant to be able to do. I mean, JJ decided he wanted to make a sequel to Return of the Jedi, like it was 1985. So that involved guys in rubber suits and puppets and that kind of thing. So he really wanted it to have a tactile quality, the same aesthetic that George Lucas's original movies had. And of course, now you've got ILM, who are just cutting edge out the front on all of that stuff. So there's been a real combination and a very healthy marriage between CG and animatronics. So now, if you look at something like Babu Frick, there were 4 people directly behind Babu Frick, and 3 extra puppeteers on the outside of it. And they are the rods on Babu Frick are about that long. So they're the people directly behind it on the little table puppeteering him. And they've just been removed afterwards. And I've been cleaned out of so much of the BB-8 stuff. And so there's CG involved in everything, even if it's not with the performance, it's with the clean out and the occasional touch up. Sometimes they'll go in and fix the mouth.
Yep.
If they'll change dialogue. So they'll have to go in and fix that. Or you get something that goes maybe from completely CGI with Maz Kanata, that then will go animatronic with CG, some CG assists. So it's that thing it's that case of finding what the best tool for the job is now. And if you look at something like Jurassic World 2, I think there were more practical dinosaurs on Jurassic World 2 than there were in the previous 2 put together. So the same team, same guys with Neil Scanlon's guys again, and there were so many practical dinosaurs, and you can tell the difference. I mean, the CG is amazing, but the actors react differently when you've got something that will knock you over if it hits you. You're more inclined to get out of its way, and you can't really replicate when someone has to put their hand on something. It's so difficult to do with there nothing being there, or just a green blob. If you actually have something that, if you touch it, when we did the Fathia scenes with Kelly Marie Tran, she never quite knew what that Fathia was going to do, and we made sure she never quite knew what that thing was going to do, because she was stroking a big horse, and sometimes horses will move or whatever. So I was at the back of that I had a very large 3-bar rig which ran. So I had control of the head up and down, left and right, and I could turn it this way. And then Dave and Chris Clark, who was the animatronic engineer who built all of the internals for it, he was on the mouth, Dave was on the eyes. I think they did the eyes and the ears, and Chris did the mouth, and I was gross head movement and neck movement. And so the ones you see come over in the stables all looking out, that was one practical Fathia. So we locked the camera off. We did that 6 times or 5 times, however many times it was, I can't remember. And then ILM went in and just recolored them and gave them different scars and touched them up slightly. And then every time it ran, it was, if you saw a full length of its legs, then that was a CG version. We also had a running rig that they rode on, and we spent 3 days with John and Kelly riding this rig, and it had a full head that went up and down and ears that went. And that was a pretty crazy time. But so Kelly occasionally wouldn't quite know how it would react, and so a lot of the stuff you see with her, she just loved it as well. So you see the joy on her face is you see her almost interacting with something that she perceives to be a real, we're trying to make it like it's a real character for her. So and because you can get that kind of performance in the moment, it works really nicely. So if sometimes when you go to touch an animal and it flinches, you don't quite know. So we would get some of that going on. We did a lot of stuff like that.
Oh, that's so. I love all of that. And you're mentioning you've worked on so many different creatures. You've also had a creature named after you.
Yes, here and Beering in Solo.
Solo,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
What are some of the other favorite creatures of yours? Is there one thing that you've learned on the set of Star Wars that you hadn't worked on before that became a new skill?
I've done more rod puppetry on this than I think I have anything else. The Porgs were a very interesting challenge. We had a puppetry team of 4 core guys, and then a couple of other people would join us. So each Porg was about this big, and there were 2 of us per Porg. And the rods would come out of the back. So there would be a rod on the head and a rod on the body, and various mechanisms you could use. I could open them, close the mouth on the head, and move. The head was in kind of a ball socket. So as I moved out, the head would move around. And then I had some kind of trigger that would make the body pop up and down. So you could make it hop. And then the legs would collapse into the body. So you could actually, and they were kind of sprung. So you could push the body up and down on the legs. And if you lifted them up, the feet drop down. So you could pick the whole thing up and it would do this crazy thing. And then I worked with Dave a lot. So Dave was then on wings. So he was we were both crouched over. And then Dave would be working around me with 2 rods making the wings work. And we would communicate I would communicate in a little weird bird song. So we would chirrup and it would do this kind of little thing, and we'd make noises like, which would meant it was flapping its wings. It would raise up and flap its wings. And Damien Farrell and Colin Purvis were the other sort of core team, and they worked together quite a bit. And then we had people like Neil Sterenberg would join us, and Sam Nicholson, who mech'd the whole thing. He would occasionally join us if we needed an extra set of hands, because he knew how everything worked. So that the Sad Porg, the one that's looking at Chewie when he was eating his cousin, that took 5 of us to do it. So there was the lip was animatronic, the eyes would move slightly. There was 2 guys doing the body, and then there was something else that Sam was involved in. So there were 5 of us doing that one shot. That's a practical shot, and there were just 5 of us on that one puppet. So that's been quite an interesting thing, and you've learned. I did some head work in this, some skin work. So you learn to work with people who, I'm sure Nick discussed this as well when he's talking about how someone is in your ear directing you all the time. So I've been on both ends of that. So I've guided people and been guided, and that's quite nice. And you make a lot of really nice friends, and you've met people who have got skills that you never thought they had, and you people whose tolerance for being in heads for a long time. People like Derek Arnold and Tom Wilton and those guys. Paul Casey's a monster for it. He'll stay in for hours. He makes us all look bad, So
a fascinating person to talk to, and
he's great. Yeah,
he keeps saying I have to write a book, and we're like, please write a book. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice to be able to get sort of, because Paul employed me on 28 Weeks Later, and it was just nice to be able to go, hey, Paul, do you want a job? It's a good job. And so it was nice to sort of bring a load of the people that I've been working with for 20 odd years in on this, and then just go, look what we're doing. And there were a lot of people who were very, very excited. I mean, this gets said on the internet, and sometimes not in the most flattering way, but I maintain that The Force Awakens was the most expensive fan film ever made, because everybody who made it was a fan, and fan film is not a derogatory comment, it's everybody was completely into it, and everybody was massive fans.
It's so good, and it shows, honestly. You can definitely tell the passion, and even hearing everyone talk in interviews about making that movie, and you talk about the conditions of being in the desert, but it does have that, as I keep saying, nostalgic factor. It was so great to see that all brought back to life again by those who love it and really want to take that and do justice for this series.
That was it. The other fun thing about that was I didn't get to work on The Phantom Menace, and there was talk at one point, because I was around at that time and I knew people who worked on it, and they was like, oh, we'll try and get you on. I didn't get on it, but I got to come in and do the Star Wars I remembered. So I got to meet Harrison and work with Carrie and meet Mark and I'd become quite good friends with Anthony Daniels, and that was a huge amount of fun. So I got to go on the Falcon, which Ewan McGregor never got to do. So it was a nice thing to come into those and to do it in the Star Wars environment that I was very familiar with, and because it was such a practically made movie, we had we had considerably more sets than they would have had. Although they had lots of sets for the prequels, but we actually had really a lot of stuff, and so everything was built, which is crazy fun.
So you've done Star Wars. I love that
Yes.
you've also puppeteered the Voldemort puppet over at the Olympics.
Yes, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was good. That's where I met Derek Arnold, who you may be speaking to this weekend. So Derek and I worked together on the Olympics, and I thought, oh, you're fun. I think I'll keep you around. And so after several attempts to get Derek involved on Star Wars, he eventually, because Derek came in and read for a set of auditions at one point as an actor for us, reading against puppeteers, and then he'll tell you the whole story. So I met Derek on the Olympics, which was great, and that was a crazy job to be involved in as well. That was
I bet. I mean, just looking at that puppet is just incredible.
Yeah, but the sheer scale of that entire show, there was 7,000 people or something like that in that show, and it was just absolutely crazy to be involved in something that the world watched. And this was, for me, it was pre-Star Wars, but also because it was live and it was over like that. I lived about 4 tube stations from the ceremony, from the stadium. So I'd done the show, got the makeup off, handed the costume back, had a pint, and then got home before Paraguay brought the flag out. So that was just, what are you watching? We're watching this show. Great. We could hear the fireworks from my place, which was fun. So that was a pretty cool job to do.
Yeah, and also according to IMDb, you worked on Muppets Treasure Island.
I did. There were when the Muppets come to town, everybody works on the Muppet movies because they need 1,000 frogs. So that was the first big movie I did. I don't think I did enough days I didn't get credit. I think I did like about a week. So I went off. I got a TV show, and I left that to go and do a character in a TV show. And then when I came back, they were still at it. I did tiny bits. I was on the ship at one point, and I did. What else did I was in the treasure room when they find all that. I did a few bits and pieces on it. I got to do Prometheus as well, which was fun.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing that in an interview that you'd worked on Prometheus.
Yeah.
Is that where you met Neil?
I met Neil on another job, and then he called me up about Prometheus off the back of that job. So myself and Dave again, we brought Dave on. I called Dave up for that one and just said, you kind of want to return my call on this day because I think you'll have a laugh for doing this. Do you want to come and work on the new Alien film? It's like, yeah. So that was myself and Dave and Phil Woodfine, who does a lot of stuff with Neil and has done all the Star Wars movies, and a couple of other people. We did the worms that they find. When you find a 3-foot alien white worm, you should give it a poke because that's not going to end badly.
Of course, I mean that's what I do.
Yeah, so we did those, and there was a team that did the thing that came out of her stomach. There was some CG versions of that, and again Matt Denton and Josh and all those guys were Neil's crew. They all worked on. There was a big crossover between Prometheus and Star Wars, and then there were a couple of other little bits and pieces the guys worked on. So Prometheus was huge fun because I never thought we were going to be able to do a Star Wars movie. Thought that's done and finished. So I got to do an Alien one. That's okay. That's kind of cool. So I got to do that. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy I did as well. And I did Hellboy 2 with Guillermo del Toro and Doug Jones and all those guys. That was vast amounts of fun as well.
What is one thing you would like to do that you've not done yet?
Oh, that's a very good question. I don't know.
You've done so much. And
when I first started puppets, I thought, well, I think there's 3 things I'd like to do. I'd like to have a show which I write and have my own character in. And I did that for the BBC. It was a thing called The Animal Magic Show. And then I thought I'd like to work with the Muppets or work for Henson's. And I did that fairly fast because Muppets Treasure Island was in town. And so that was one of the first gigs I did after Spitting Image or during Spitting Image. And then I worked for Henson's for about 10 years after that, on and off in the UK. And then I thought I'd like to do a Star Wars film. And I've done it all. I've done everything that I thought I would, everything I set out to do with puppets, I've done now. So I don't really know what else? I'm sure something will come along. I'd love to get involved in the writing of some of these TV shows with Star Wars. I'd like to kind of continue within Star Wars because I like Star Wars and I kind of know my Star Wars. So I'd like to be able to tell some stories with those guys. But the level they're working on and the pressure, I'm not sure that I could stand it, to be honest, because those guys are under an awful lot of pressure to get this right.
But I love with the Mandalorian, they're bringing in, the child.
Yep. And there's a whole the LA team of puppeteers that are up at that. Those guys over at I think it's Legacy Effects, isn't it? So they're doing that. I mean, it's quite fun to see a lot of the stuff that was either used in the previous 5 movies we've made, or maybe have never kind of got its moment in the sun in those movies show up in the Mandalorian. There's lots of stuff you go, that's
really,
there's loads of stuff, loads and loads of stuff from those movies from the Disney era movies, the Star Wars stories and the sequel trilogy that has arrived. I mean, the Rio puppet is in the Mandalorian because there were several versions that Rio was being achieved in Solo, and the puppet version of Rio appears in the Mandalorian when they're on the prison ship rescuing the Twi'lek guys. You see 4 little hands, and you just see his head come up and go back down again, and that was the Rio, the original Rio puppet.
Oh my God! Oh, I love how they're bringing that back.
So they're I don't think it's supposed to be Rio, but it's just the same, it's the same species. So we see quite a lot of the stuff that was in various ones, movies where it was in the background at Canto Bight, or
that's really cool.
So they're repurposing stuff, maybe repainting it slightly, and up it turns.
Oh, I love it. I feel like the last thing I did want to note is I do love the fact that even though you were in quarantine and puppets, those who are working puppets all over the world are in quarantine.
Yes.
You just posted the oh my goodness, what did you guys call it? The
lockdown puppets.
Yes, I love that video.
Yeah, we finally got that out yesterday. Hashtag lockdown puppet should be able to find that. And what that was, I was seeing people do videos, various sort of things, and I just thought, well, let's just do something that's going to give people a laugh. And so I called a bunch of the guys and said, well, here's a track. Can you just do something to that? And then I said, don't worry, I'll edit it. And then I realized these things just started coming at me from all over the place. So my friend Steve Kinman and Steve helped me out. He knows his way around a lot of the Final Cut Pro, and I did most of it. And then Steve really kind of got into the nitty gritty for me. And that dropped yesterday. So we're kind of trying to get people, if they've got kids at home, pull the sofa out and make some sock puppets. Just get kids to make a show. It's not anywhere near as difficult as you think. And if they want to post them online, hashtag lockdown puppets. And it's just a thing that might keep people happy for a couple of hours, because we're all stuck in, and it's just something that might be a bit of fun.
Yeah, because I mean, in America, they've been talking about how, for example, like the Sesame Street puppets.
Yes.
Those are being mailed to the Muppeteer, and they're actually able to do videos at home, which is comforting to everyone.
Yeah, exactly. And Apple have just done a Fraggle Rock series like that they're coming out every week. So the Fraggles are a little bit of the screen, and they're talking to each other on, I think they're called doozer tubes or something, and they're talking in these little shells. The doozers have dropped off, so that's quite cute. I've only seen the first one, but it's very sweet.
Yeah,
so, it's just things to keep people interested, really.
Yeah, and I just love that, because I actually became really interested in puppetry when Avenue Q came out in New York.
Okay. Yep.
And Rick Mayan, who designed those puppets.
Yep.
I talked to him, and then John Tartaglia, who's in the show, who's done a ton of Henson started on.
Yeah. He's doing Fraggle Rock. I think
he does Bilbo, which I absolutely love. And he used to teach puppetry classes in New York.
Yes.
And I've taken a class or two of his, and it's just it is such a fascinating world, and just the little nuances that you don't even think about, because everything is so seamless on camera, is just incredible. And just what you've done with these movies and what you guys do on a daily basis to bring these characters to life is just absolutely incredible. It really is.
That's very kind. I mean, we do have the best time, and there is a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but also something that should be. It's very important to note. You've had Maria here, and there are an army of people, from the guys like Jake Lunt and Martin Rosard and the creature designers, who did Ivan Manzella and Luke Fisher and Christian Altsman and people like that, who just start drawing And then from there, it goes through a sculpting phase, or it gets put together in CAD or however it gets made. And then the fabricators get involved and the mechanics get involved. And so there's been at least 20 people before we get to touch it. And I get to come and do these things because I'm the idiot in the green suit that you see on the camera, you see on the making of stuff. And I happen to go up in the cast list. So everyone's like, oh yeah, you play BB-8, but actually I play BB-8 with a whole bunch of other people. And so there's a whole army of guys who are, they're trained engineers, or they're software engineers, or they're fine artists, or with Maria, she works with hair.
Her stories are so interesting. She was talking about like the mud pits with Chewie.
And, they shot that first as well. I couldn't understand why they shot it first. But and also, people don't realize that the Porg puppets, I mean, there's a big gap between. There's I have an email, I can read it to you. No, there's a very big marriage between the Porgs with the CG and with the practical Porgs, and there's often CG takeovers. But each feather in that Porg has been put in by hand, and the work is so intricate. So when we start rehearsing, like, don't rehearse with the real ones. It's like, well, we need to rehearse with them. So we'll rehearse with them in plastic. They'll be wrapped up in bags. Just to keep the integrity of the work that they've done, so that it looks beautiful on camera.
It's incredible.
So it's an incredible, a massive team of people.
Yeah. And I loved even hearing the stories of like Kelly Marie Tran going to like help feather the Porgs.
Yeah.
I loved also the camaraderie on the sets of everyone working, and to your point, like I love how everyone gives credit where credit is due and talks about all of these teams. And I love that people have had interactions with literally every step.
It's lovely. Yeah, it is a lovely thing. And people are now more and more aware of that sort of thing that goes on. I mean, I remember seeing that documentary that Billy D. Williams did back in, it would have been what, 83, would it?
Yeah.
From the Creature Shop, where he's talking to Tim Rose and all those guys. And that's why it's sort of lovely to see Tim, come back and do Akbar for those movies. And so there was that legacy connection. But I remember seeing that as a kid and just thinking, that's a cool job. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then you just sort of think that somewhere there's somebody watching this today with their kids, and their kids are going, oh, you can do that for a gig, right? And so you can get online. And now because there's so much stuff online, you can learn how to do it more, and you can film stuff and you can make your own little films and put them up online really fast. And I think it's so good that there are new ways into the industry. I encourage people just keep making stuff, keep putting scars on your friends with, however make people making prosthetics and that kind of thing, because there's all these online tutorials. So it's never been, a better time, a more accessible time to get involved in this stuff. I know we've got the lockdown and everything, but you can get stuff sent to you, and you can just take the time now to sort of go, oh, I'm interested in pursuing that or reading up about that. And with stuff like the Rebel Legion and the 501st and all of those guys with the costuming, and just, I need a Kylo Ren scar. How do I make that? How can I do that? And you can get them, it's all there, and this is, I think this should be, I know this is a really tough situation, and if you can find something to distract yourself from it, and Star Wars is a big distraction to lots of people, and that's a great thing, and I'm really happy that I've been a part of that, and you realize how much joy it does bring to people. But I just keep reminding everybody that I was a Star Wars fan at 7 years old, and have continued to be, and I got really lucky and got to be in them, and you never know where your life's going to end up,
Yeah. Oh, I love it. Thank you so much, Brian.
You're very welcome
for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
So wonderful, and hope to see you at a con soon.
Absolutely. I can't wait to get back to them because I've missed everybody. So thanks ever so much for having me. Stay safe, everyone. Take care.
Thanks.
Unreasonable. It's how you have to be if you want to change things. Relentless. Tenacious. The world's children need people like that. People who see impossible as incentive to try harder. Who find one good reason to keep going in the face of 1,000 reasons to stop. So, shout out to the hardcore. Because big problems need big solutions from big game players. You know the type. The determined. The persistent. The unreasonable. UNICEF, in more than 190 countries and territories. We never give up until the rights of every child are protected. Are you with us? UNICEF, for every child.
Hi, this is Austin from Cruz del Sur Base. Thank you to everyone that is watching and donating. Stay safe and may the force.
Hi, this is Shannon from Causeway Base. Thanks to everyone for watching and donating. Stay safe and may the force be with you.
Welcome back to Rebelthon 2020. To make a huge announcement. I hope everybody likes the program and everything that's going on right now. We're still going, and we will be going a lot longer due to all the content that we received, which is amazing. But the big announcement is we pushed 8K already and still moving forward. You guys are amazing. I want to big shout out to Recura Base for a donation of $210 combined effort. Thank you guys. Thank you guys in Florida. That's an amazing accomplishment. And we're going to stand by here because we're after midnight, at least in EST time, which was where we were supposed to stop. Originally, we planned to be like midnight and then call, but we're going to keep going and keep rolling on. And we have a guest standing by, Rob Yagahara from Saber Guild, the lead director, and he'll be interviewing, telling us a little bit about Saber Guild and what's on the year coming up for them. But first, we have a very special message from Pete Vilmer, LFL Fan Relations, and wishing you a happy May 4th. Roll it.
Hey there, Rebel Legion. Pete Vilmer from Lucasfilm Fan Relations here, working from home. Well, not exactly. Maybe a point somewhere above my home on this fine May the 4th. Just wanted to give a shout out to you and those guests of Rebelthon 2020 today. Just want to give you our support and tell you how proud we are of your first responders, frontliners out there helping us all. Very proud of you guys. Happy May the 4th, and may the 4th be with you.
All right, welcome back. Again, I have Rob Yanagihara here, waiting with us here in our studio audience.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
How's things going in your world, sir? Live from Bakersfield.
Live from Bakersfield. It's hot. It's hot right now. Not much going on. Everything's shut down. Everybody's being safe. So just taking it in stride.
Well, I want you to talk a little bit about Saber Guild, what you guys do. I mean, you're the performance group that works with not only a costume group, but you do performances, which is something unique in our world. And that you can tell us a little bit about what you guys do.
So Saber Guild started in 2007 as a very small group of 5 people in Orange County, just running around doing shows. We're close to Disneyland. So the main goal was to bring Disneyland's lightsaber show to people who didn't have an opportunity to go to Disneyland, whether it's financial or hospitalization or whatever. In 2009 is when I joined. It was 5 people. I joined, making it 6, and then we quickly jumped to 20, and that really fed what we really needed to do. It gave us more opportunities to do more shows in more places. We started regular practices, so we got our weekly practices together and started doing shows on a grander scale. It was really, really amazing. After a little while, we proposed it to Lucasfilm, and they loved what we did. So not only we were not only doing costumes, but also choreographed performances, lightsaber shows, with soundtracks and lights and all kinds of amazing effects. So Lucasfilm loved it, and we just grew within the Star Wars community.
I imagine, I mean, how was that sell? Because that's got to be hard. People thinking of liability and things like that, even though obviously what Saber Guild does is extremely choreographed. I mean, that had to be a rough sell in the beginning,
Kind of, because so the group that I was already in was kind of lightsaber based anyways, and kind of working on skills, spinning and stuff like that. And so it was a natural fit into what Saber Guild was trying to accomplish. By setting up these practices, it gave us the time, and we found a lot of people that were really, really committed to the acrobatics and the selling the actual movements of the lightsaber fights. So it's a lot different commitment than Rebel Legion and the other clubs. It's not better or worse. It's just a different facet.
Different, absolutely.
I
mean, how many times a week do your members practice? I mean, I can take one. I mean, I'm a member myself, but I mean, like on general, I mean, temples all over. There's got to be, there's need for practice.
That's the main goal. When we proposed Saber Guild to Lucasfilm, it was based on costume standards and safety and the rehearsals. So it started out with rehearsals once a week, and it just depends on the temple, depending on people's availability. Yeah, but it's a really good boost. It gives you that another extra form of closeness, because we meet each other every week, so we become closer family because you have to trust each other a little bit more doing what we do. So
no, definitely, it's it does take a time of commitment where it's like and I think that's kind of an interesting dynamic. Plus, I mean, you've got a whole lot of training and trust, practice that goes into that kind of that kind of creation, plus creating your own skits and stuff. I mean, you got a lot of creativity that goes in there to creating your performance.
Yeah, it's we have different people from different industries and skill levels. Some people come from martial arts, some come from dance, some are just people that like Star Wars and lightsabers and stuff and want to get involved with it. And so it's a good mix, being able to put everything together. Different temples have people that work on sound and audio. So it just all comes together really, really nice.
Beautiful. I can say, big plans. Obviously we've got a lot of things coming up, and hopefully, this is kind of hard time to do those practices right now. I mean, I think most of us are on hold and that. But coming forward, hopefully you get some more stuff going on out there. And stay strong with that. I mean, what was probably the coolest thing in performance you think you've done? I mean, just in doing this and representing Saber Guild.
My very favorite event is one where we did is directly for Make-A-Wish. They contacted us. There was a boy named Benton, 7 years old, who wanted to be a Jedi Knight and defeat Darth Vader. So we had it set up, and we met up at the Oakley factory in California. It's a big, huge facility with a nice stage, and we just did a whole lightsaber training with the boy, and taught him about the Force and everything like that. Fantastic event. And then he thought it was done at the end of that training. A week later, Make-A-Wish had their gala event. It's like $1,000 a plate, donations, and all that stuff like that, with a lot of the people that donated everything. And midway, they're playing the video of the training, and all of a sudden the video starts to freak out, and the Make-A-Wish people they're like, oh my God, what's going on with the video? Something's wrong with the video. All of a sudden the lights went down, and then the doors opened up, and Darth Vader and a bunch of stormtroopers and some Sith Lords busted in, looking for the boy.
Gosh.
It's fantastic. And the boy wasn't even there. So we're like looking for him. Well, meanwhile, the kid was in a hotel across the street. The founder of the club went and picked him up in his Jedi outfit and said, hey, we have a mission for you. You need to come with us. And so we're looking for Darth Vader, or we're looking for the boy. And all of a sudden, they're like, bring the boy to me. And she's like, he's just a boy. Leave him alone. Like, bring him. Okay. She's like, open the door. Doors open up, and a bunch of Jedi pile in with the kid also in his Jedi costume. You know, Jedi versus Sith fights. The Jedi won because it's fiction like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody helped to fight Darth Vader, and the little boy helped with a force push that we had shown him the week before, and pushed Darth Vader away. And Vader was like, "You haven't seen the last beat." Threw his cape and just took off. Not a dry eye in the place. It was so fantastic. More Jedi came in, pulled him up on stage, and made him a Jedi Knight. And that was the close of the night. But it was so amazing, man. That was the best thing I've ever been a part of.
Dude, that has to be being able to like fulfill that wish and do that on that epic of a scale.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was incredible.
Wow.
There's a video of it on YouTube, on the Saber Guild's YouTube also.
Oh, I'm gonna check. You know, I've never actually saw that. I'm gonna have to check it out now. You just got me like completely into that.
Yeah,
that sounds like an amazing, just a complete performance and bring people in. And I mean, and you know, the people in the crowd and the dinner and that, it had to be like completely like floored when this happened.
Yeah.
You know?
One of the people that was there went to talk to the event coordinator, our Make-A-Wish representative, and we were just kind of standing by the side at the time. And he's like, "Oh my God, that was the best thing ever. Here's the check, $15,000." We're like, oh, wow.
Wow. No,
Just
that's like, no.
Just off
boom.
the show. Like, what? Yeah. And that helped me realize the ability that we have with our stuff. We do so many things, from Make-A-Wish events to library events, obviously conventions, but charity stuff all in general is just, we're very widely received because of the action that we bring to it. We're a lot of times in the clubs, we kind of refer to ourselves as action figures, but Saber Guild puts the action in the figure.
No, I think that's really true. It does. It does. You guys, I mean, there's nothing like watching, like, you know, I guess even on my end, when I came out, you know, like for instance, the character I do, like Darth Malgus.
Yeah.
You know, it was really cool. No, you know, it was like cool. It's cool posing and doing that. But when I come out, like on stage, and we did a performance here not too long ago for Jeddah Temple. And I come out on stage, and you just like the crowd just completely just loses it, you know, when they see something like that. And here comes the Sith Lord, you know, at the wielding the, you know, thing, and the Jedi fighting and resisting, and it is a totally different experience. It's not that one's better than the other, but it's definitely a different experience, and it's so much fun to participate in that and be part of a bigger thing. So, no, absolutely.
That's one of the things about Saber Guild too is you know, the other clubs that have been here before us, they're fantastic, they're amazing. We just love the fact that we can bring an extra element to Star Wars. Because there's good guys and there's bad guys, and of course there's Mandos, but lightsaber fights are also a very key element of Star Wars. And so to bring that element, that key piece to the puzzle, just feels amazing.
No, that's you know, and I mean, I think that's kind of why we all got, you know, we get sucked into this in some way, because not only do we like playing and doing the things to pretend and this, but just the reaction that we receive from people and that. And I mean, it doesn't matter if the kid is 5 or 40, you know, and sometimes, you know, you have that wonderful reaction that, you know, they meet or have that feeling that they see something that makes them just, you know, and you add the action to it. People it's much easier to suspend disbelief for a moment.
Yeah.
You know, when you see them going in action, and it looks professional and choreographed and put together. It's definitely a unique thing. And I mean, so, you know, you guys got a lot of stuff on the plate. What's the future going to bring for Saber Guild? What do you think? And is this, you know, moving forward? I mean, you have a wonderful growth spurt. I mean, you're looking at like 800 members, roughly, give or take. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, and it's growing, and it's different. It's definitely different from the other clubs that the main thing is get a costume that's approvable and show up. one of the things that's kind of a deterrent is the amount of work that we do. So people are like, oh yeah, I want to spin lightsabers. Oh, I got to spin lightsabers every week. That's a little intimidating sometimes. But once people really get into it and stuff, they see what we do, and they once they start to understand the mechanics of it, you know, it starts to pull more people in. So hopefully there's more growth, more temples sprouting up all over the place. We started out in Southern California. We started out really small in Southern California, and now we have 28 temples across the globe. So
I know. I mean, it just keeps sprouting. No, absolutely. And, you know, and I think that's something to really factor in. I think that the time commitment does. I mean, it does. It is something that, you know, some people, you know, it's like, it's different than just making a costume and wearing it once a year, which is most of our other, the costuming club requirements for Rebel Legion or the 501st or Mercs. You know, you know, that's something you're required to probably at least attend practice at least once a week.
Yeah.
And give that, and it's a time commitment. And then you're also practicing when shows are coming up.
Right.
You know, you're practicing and developing for, you know, maybe once a week, but you know, you got a show coming, you're probably doing 2 to 3 practices to be ready for that show.
It all depends. Yeah.
Yeah,
Typically,
it does.
especially the bigger shows. You know, we do some small stuff that we have some small canned shows. Well, I can only really speak for Temple Prime because that's where I was.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, no, yeah.
But yeah, it's you know, we have a few canned shows that are very basic. Jedi come in, talk to the kids, start getting the kids on board, a little bit of training, teach them how to do the Force push, and the Sith come in and disrupt the practice, and then all hell breaks loose.
No.
But it's kind of a canned situation, so like different people can fill different roles. A lot of times the script is overlaid inside the soundtrack, so a lot of lip syncing sometimes, depending on what's available as far as equipment. But yeah, that makes it a lot easier. And then for the bigger shows, that's when we go all out and, you know, pull 20 to 30 people on stage and include try to get some droids on stage or some stormtroopers to come in with Vader or something like that. So it's really, really nice. We've really been starting to pull in the other clubs as background, even though they're the charters dictate they're not allowed to do certain things.
Yeah,
and
they're non-combatants. They're not. So,
yeah, it's no thing to have some stormtroopers coming in and shooting at people. So.
Yeah, I saw some cool videos like that, especially with some CGI added. You know, and there's a lot of good things going with that. So, I mean, I think you know, Saber Guild has a very unique spot in our, you know, kind of global costuming community. They really do something that, you know, it's very unique. And it's a. Well, you know, Rob, I really appreciate you joining us. Is there anything you'd like to say to our audience? I mean, how if someone wants to join Saber Guild and get involved, what's the best way for them to get involved?
The best way to do it would be to contact the Saber Guild Global Council at globalcouncil@saberguild.org. Just send us an email letting us know where you're at, and we can tell you directly to the closest temple and start doing practices. That's the first thing is the best thing, the way to get in is to go to a practice, meet the people, and see more about what we do. Because just seeing our shows, it's not really enough. You don't get the full scale. But to see us practice and to be a part of it, that's your best way to get in.
Awesome. Hey, Rob, thanks for joining us tonight. You know, I know it's still a little early here on Pacific time, but you know, later evening and everything. Thanks for all the work and everything. It's an honor working with you guys all the time and doing stuff. You know, we're one community, brother. 2 sides, one force.
Yes.
Hey everybody, it's Ruben again. I'm back with another special guest, Mr. Mark Thompson, who you may not have seen, but I can guarantee you've heard him. He is the narrator for almost every new Star Wars book that has come out on Audible. I'm not joking. If you search by narrator, the list is about 6 pages long. So you've listened to Mark and probably not even known it. But he's also a very talented voiceover artist whose career spans many, many years. And if you've watched Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you've heard Mark and probably have never known it. And so, Mark, welcome and thanks for showing us your beautiful face. It's great to see you. How are you holding up?
I'm doing quite well. I'm doing good. Thanks for doing this. Thanks for asking me to do this. This is super fun, and I'm super excited about this.
Well,
we're hanging in there.
Good. I mean, that's basically what we were all trying to do, is hang in there. And we're friends on Facebook, and I've seen the amazing video you did with the family, Thor and Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Totally was awesome and cracked me up. So I'm glad to see your level of craziness is equal with creativity. So we know it's going well. And thank you for coming on Rebelthon, because this is a Legion-wide event, and we need everybody in the Legion to step forward. And you are actually a member of Echo Base.
That's right. I am Obi Mark, if you can see my name tag. That's right.
Nice. And you've trooped with us, and you've been around with us for almost a year, I believe now.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And how's that experience been, being able to be a part of Rebel Legion?
I mean, I love it. I always used to love to cosplay and dress up at conventions and Halloween and all that stuff. So when I found out about you guys and the charity aspect of it, it was just mind-blowing, and I was like, I really want to be a part of this. And it's been so fulfilling, and just getting to go to some of the hospitals and some of the events that you guys do in the community, that we do in the community. I'm a part of you now. It's really fulfilling, and it marries all the things I love, like just dressing up, Star Wars, and helping other people. So it's like all together in one thing, and I love being a part of it.
So in Rebel Legion, your costume is a Jedi.
Yes.
And we've seen that on our promo materials you sent us with your wonderful Jedi costume.
Yeah. How
do you approach interacting with the public and incorporating your voiceover skills when you're sort of out there trooping?
I put on a bit of a voice. I do. Hello there. I'm Obi Mark, Jedi Master. And I kind of and sometimes some of the kids will look at me a little bit like, huh? So it's fun kind of see is this guy for real or what's going on?
Nice. I mean, obviously your voice is better than any of the voices I have ever come up with, because when they look at me like, huh, it's like, dude, what are you doing?
Right.
Now you're a graduate of NYU Tisch.
Yeah.
And you've went into this career in voiceover, and you still are a voiceover actor. What is it like to go from character to character and creating these voices that we've heard? Oof. I mean, you were Casey Jones in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and everybody knows Casey Jones. He's had many iterations from the movie to, comic books. How do you approach a character that's already established and giving new life into them?
Yeah. I definitely try to honor what's come before, because if I try to go down a totally different path, I feel like the listener or the viewer is just gonna be totally disconnected and disjointed. So for those established characters, I try to honor what's come before. But then I feel like as you get into the episodes or into the story or whatever it is you're doing, you start to kind of find your own rhythm and your own take on it, and it kind of fuses together with what's come before and what you're bringing to the table. So there's always a bit of fear initially, because those characters are pretty revered and everyone has an opinion of how they should be, and so I try to honor but not be paralyzed by that fear, and acknowledge it but not let it totally control me or make me afraid to try things. So
and on the flip side of that, you also did Pokemon, and you've voiced actual Pokemon. which always, I mean, it's just their name, right? It's just
right.
Pikachu or Sizor or Executor, but
Yeah.
there's passion and emphasis that goes into it. How did you go about voicing an animal or a creature that only says its name, and how were you coached or talked to when put into that role?
Yeah. That was very strange because I was that was one of the franchises that I was not, I had not been involved in it growing up. Like I was not a fan of it. And so like when I first said like, will they just say their name? Like, that's it? Like, you just want me to say the name over and over? It was a little bit like, wait, what? I don't understand this. But then it became fun because it reminded me of like these acting exercises we would do at NYU where like one of the repetition exercises they have you do is like, they'll say just a phrase or a word like, you have blue eyes, you have blue eyes. And it's like, you try to think of all the different emotional intentions you can imbue that phrase with and kind of put into that phrase. So I had to, like, believe it or not, even for something as simple as saying your name over and over, I had to draw on my college, training to try to like really get into it. And the directors over the years and Lisa now, like, we will spend several takes like, no, I think it needs to be more frustrated here, or can you be more in awe there, or so like we're definitely kind of still playing with the emotional intentions. And I would have thought by now they'd just have a sound bank of me saying Glasgow, and just use whichever one, A, B, or C. But they really want to make sure that it's playing in the scene and that it's a real conversation. So it's fun.
Who's your favorite Pokemon to voice?
Oh man, probably. I think I did. I like Tepig. Like I like that one, and I like Mammal Swine. Like he's like kind of like deep and bellowy, and but yeah, they all kind of start to like. There's been a lot of them. I've lost count of how many I've done, so they start to kind of bleed together a little bit in my mind.
Over the years now, you've done television, and you were actually the lead in a television show, which it's a little crazy. Not many people have heard of it. You know where I'm going with this. It's Ultimate Muscle.
Yes.
Right? How did you get involved with that? And that show's so over the top. What was that like?
That was like crazy. Like there were moments in that show where I was like, is this going to be on TV? Like, is this real for real? I answered an ad in Backstage. And actually, I think that was how I got Pokemon, was through Backstage. And then there was this company called 4Kids Entertainment, and they did, at the time they were doing Pokemon, and then they were trying to get a bunch of shows going, and Ultimate Muscle was one of the other shows they were starting to get going. Eventually they went on to do Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and a bunch of other shows, Yu-Gi-Oh! And so I got a couple bit things on Pokemon, but they were having auditions for Ultimate Muscle, and I read for that, and I got the part, and I was super excited, and I was really pumped to get it. And it was one of these things where it's like all these, like, the premise is it's like, wrestlers from outer space, and like, so it was kind of like, you have like there's a wrestler with a bike helmet, and there's a wrestler that's like a lobster, and there's like all like every kind of wrestler you could think of, they needed voices for. So like, I ended up doing several of the wrestlers on that in addition to Kid Muscle. And it was almost like being in a sketch comedy show, because like every week you had to come up with a different like crazy voice and crazy character, and it was so over the top, and just the humor was just really, really out there. And I was shocked that it got on TV.
I mean, it's definitely a show that's out there, but it's super entertaining, and I stumbled across it because I'm a wrestling fan in general. So when I saw wrestling and anime, I was like, all right, maybe I can give this a shot. And
yeah, I was surprised you'd heard of it, because I was like, it's pretty obscure.
Yeah, it's full disclosure. My mom's boyfriend at the time, he loved it too, and we
oh wow.
So it's funny how things sort of catch on with certain people, and you wouldn't realize it. But
right.
I mean, over your course, who would you say, over the course of your time as a voiceover actor and doing all of these different roles, who is your favorite character to voice, and who was the most fun character to voice?
Oh wow. I feel like I have several. I mean, like Casey Jones was definitely a big deal because I got to, I was a fan of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and he was kind of an iconic character, and so that was a really big deal to voice. I did. There was another obscure show that most people probably don't know is G.I. Joe Sigma 6. And I was a huge G.I. Joe fan. I had like tons of figures, and my dad got me the aircraft carrier and mounted it on a door for me. So like I got to do a Cobra Commander and like Destro and Zartan, and one of Snake Eye's sidekicks on that show. And so I was that was a big thing because those were like things that I grew up with, but I do have to say, like, I'm a lifelong Star Wars fan, and getting to do the Star Wars books is probably the thing I'm most proud of and most grateful that I get to do, because like Star Wars is just so important to me in terms of the formation of who I am, and the nostalgia of it, and just there's so many things that I connect to about it, and just growing up with it. And so that I had a friend that used to make fun of me because when on your resume you try to list off the things to try to get other work, and he would always make fun of me because like I got to do a Broadway show several years ago, and I'd been in like different commercials, and like to a casting director's eye, those credits are more important or legitimate than an audiobook. But like I always had the Star Wars stuff like first on my resume, and he's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, you've been on Broadway, like you need to put that first. It's like, no, it's Star Wars, that's what I want on so like so that's probably the thing I'm most excited that I get to do, and I just feel blessed that I get to do that.
Now I'm glad you brought up the Star Wars books, because most people know, they've seen behind the scenes footage of like Rebels and all the other shows that animation shows that they put out, and they see everybody in the booth, and there's a couple of liners here, and every show maybe you have like a page, 2 pages of dialogue. When you do an audio book, you have 250, 350 pages of everything.
Yeah.
Dialogue, exposition, narration. How do you tackle that, and how long does that take?
Yeah, it's definitely a process. So like, first of all, I get the script obviously before we go in, and I read through the whole book first, and then I jot down on a note, like anytime a character has dialogue or someone speaks, I write down that character, and then any description of the character the author has given me, like, are they an alien? Are they human? Are they male, female, or something in between? Or like, what characteristics give me that have been given to me to try to give me an idea of what the voice should sound like. Is this a legacy character? Have they been in movies or film or cartoons or video game? And then I try to, then I go back and I try to like cast it, and I like come up with all the different voices. And then like on my phone, I'll like record like different ideas of what I think that voice should sound like. And then we go in the booth, and I work with Kevin Thompson, who's directed, I want to say almost all of them, and Paul Goodrich at Merlin Studios, and they seal me in, and then we just start reading. And like I will kind of play my samples for Kevin, and he'll say yes to that one, maybe try something different on this one, and you just kind of go. And it's like, there's a lot of stopping and starting. I trip over my words, and I'll invert sentences, and at first you're trying to get the characters in your head, so there's a lot of stopping and starting and listening to the samples. But then eventually I find myself getting into a rhythm of it, and it's in those moments when I can just let go, that I just start ping-ponging back and forth between the characters and the narration and them having conversations with each other. And it's a little bit stressful, but once you start to relax, it's really fun, and it starts to flow, and then you can really just focus on telling the story. And all in all, it takes like usually about 4 or 5 days from from like 10 a.m. to like 5 or 6 at night. They let me out for food and bathroom, but you know, it's pretty long days, and you just kind of go straight through, and so it takes a while, and then they obviously go back and put all the music and effects in, and but it's really fun. It's really amazing.
I feel like in modern day technology and media consumption, when we look at something that's digital, we don't really appreciate the work that goes into it. A lot of times when it's like, hey, I got my comic book, and then I got my comic book that's, you know, my digital copy, we don't realize that it has to be scanned, it has to be up-res, it has to be, you know, everything. Even with the rise of Audible, which blew up all of these audio books and podcasting, it was just, you take a book and you read it and you're done. And, you know, 5 days.
Yeah.
And that's just your part. That's not including pre-production and then post-production and cleaning up the audio. It's a huge task. What do you think is, for you, the best part about being in this world of audiobooks and reading to people that sometimes wouldn't even pick up the book because they don't have the time to sit down and read anymore?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I've kind of over the years fallen in love with storytelling. And what I mean is, like, when I first started doing them, I always tell people I think I got the job because I could mimic the voices, and I would kind of, you know, do all the character voices because of my cartoon background and because of my animation background. But I didn't really appreciate how difficult it was and how important it was to really tell the story and kind of, you know, there was the first book I ever did was a Star Wars book, and about, like, during the first book, Kevin said to me, you know, you're making the dialogue really interesting, but the prose is, you're kind of just skipping over it and you're kind of just blowing past it. And he said, like, you've got to make the prose as interesting as you make the dialogue. Like, you've got to make the narration. And that really stuck with me. And he talked about how, because the narration is when you're hearing what the characters are thinking, like even something as mundane as the description of a room means something to the characters in the story. So you've got to make sure that you're giving meaning to it. And that really unlocked something in my mind. And now it's one of my favorite things to do, is to just really focus on telling the actual story and like thinking about what's the emotion behind what's happening right now when they're walking through a forest, or when they're, you know, in this meeting. Because that's the stuff that, like, I wasn't much of a reader growing up. Like, I'd be like, oh, why is this whole chapter about what this room looks like, you know? But like, I've learned to kind of really enjoy that and appreciate the art of that, appreciate the importance of that. And so, like, it feels like I'm doing a one-person show in the booth when I'm doing it. So like, I'll like turn off all the lights in the booth, and it'll just like be the iPad and me, and like, so it feels like I'm kind of like doing a play in a way, and kind of like taking everybody on this journey. And I've really learned to love it.
You had the distinct pleasure of reading Rise of Skywalker.
Yes.
Which is the end of the Skywalker saga. We're done. We put a bow on it, closed it out. I'm not going to give any spoilers in case anybody didn't see it. Although, if you're watching this, you probably have seen it.
Yeah. Yes.
What was that like, to sort of have a part in history of literally putting the bow on the Skywalker trilogy?
Yeah, no pressure. Yeah, it was amazing. It was super fun. I did feel like that pressure, and it was weird because, like, when we did Force Awakens, they wanted the book to come out at the same time as the movie came out. So when we did Force Awakens, Kevin called me and he was like, all right, look, if you want to do the novelization, you can, but you have to read it before the movie comes out. Are you willing to do that? And I had like a pause where I was like, am I willing to do that? Because then, like, I've been waiting, so long to see this story, and I want to have the experience in the theater. And like, and I kind of told my wife, I was like, should I do this? Because then it'll kind of spoil the movie. And she was like, are you crazy? Of course you should do this. Like, why would you not? I was like, oh, right. Like she was like, if you were cast in the movie, you would do it. And I was like, oh yeah, you're right. So I did it, and I got that one. I read like a couple months before the movie came out. So like I was sitting on the fact that Han Solo had died and all this. I was like, ooh. But then for Last Jedi and for Rise, they did it where the books came out after the film came out. But so for Last Jedi and for Rise of Skywalker, I got to see the movie first. And what's fun about that is like I can take in the experience of the film, but then the book filled in all these like gaps, or kind of filled in all these extra details and let you know what was going on in the character's mind. So it was so fun to like see the movie and then read the script like the next day and just get so much more detail and kind of like have all this extra knowledge of what was going on. And then the movie's fresh in my mind to kind of help me have those pictures in my mind when I'm trying to retell the story. So those are a huge honor. And it's a combination of fear and fun, because like, like I'm so scared I'm going to mess it up, and I want it to be special and to honor what they just did in the film. But then it's so much fun to be a part of that and to kind of fill in those gaps and to kind of know what's going on in Rey's mind, or know what's going on in Palpatine's mind or Kylo Ren's mind when he's seeing these things. And so it's really special. And it's like some of the stuff I'm the most proud of is that I get to be a part of that in some small way.
Is there an excerpt from any of the films that you've read that you felt put on a light bulb for you that was like, oh man, this is some great exposition?
Yeah, I mean, there was in one of the, I can't remember if it was in The Last Jedi or in the Force Awakens novelization, but in one of them, they kind of talk about this idea that when Kylo Ren is, probing Rey's mind, he's trying to find out the location of Ahch-To, but a doorway is opened. And the way they describe it is that, he's able to go into her mind, but she's able to go in his mind as well. And like, it kind of like, that's how she's able to kind of unlock some of these Force abilities that have been latent inside of her, but like kind of now have some of the skill and knowledge because she was able to kind of see inside his brain. And I was like, oh, that's amazing. Cause that, I thought that was a great, insight or kind of, extra layer of understanding of their conflict. And then there's some stuff that Ray Carson does in the Rise of Skywalker novelization, which I don't know if I should say it or not. You can edit it out if you don't think it's spoily, but there's some great scenes between Leia and Luke. And obviously they couldn't do some of those scenes because Carrie Fisher had passed away, but it adds so much more depth and emotional weight to her contacting Kylo Ren or contacting Ben. And just also like understanding kind of Leia's journey to getting to the point where she could train Rey, and delving deeper into Luke and Leia's relationship. And there's some really beautiful scenes in that book that I felt were really enlightening and kind of desperately wanted to see in the movie, but understood why they didn't.
When Force Awakens came out, you had to sit on everything. Like,
yeah.
I mean, obviously with NDAs, how did you deal with being like a fan going, oh man, there's no way that Han Solo's going to die in this movie. And you're like, let me not tell you something.
Yeah. No, it was so crazy. Cause like because normally they used to, before digital kind of became prominent, that they would send me the manuscript in the mail. And then eventually they transitioned to sending me PDFs. But for Force Awakens, I had to go to the Penguin Random House office. They put me in a room where they had disconnected the internet from all the computers in there, literally locked me in the room, and I had to read it. I could only read it there. I couldn't read it at home or anything else. And it was like I remember like sitting in this room tearing up that like Han Solo has just been killed by his own son. And I couldn't talk about it with anyone for 2 months. I was like, I couldn't get that catharsis of talking it out with anybody. So like in the movie, when I first watched it, there's a part of me that's watching the screen, but then there's a part of me that's like looking side to side because like I know what's coming, and I wanted to see what everyone else's reaction to that moment was going to be, and even like the lightsaber thing, because like when it goes past Kylo, like I thought for sure that's Luke Skywalker. It's like Rey, holy cow. You know, so like it was like it didn't spoil it as much as I thought it would, because I still enjoyed those reveals reading it. But it was fun kind of being in the movie knowing what's coming, and then kind of like, oh, what are they gonna do now? So like it was that was a different experience that was fun to have. That was almost as fun as like experiencing it in the theater for the first time.
And I'm going to circle back around as being a Rebel Legion member. And so you go out and you troop with us, and you have all of this knowledge of Star Wars, and you know, sometimes you got the spoilers, and you're all up to date on all the books and all the canon. I mean, you're almost like a Pablo Hidalgo in a sense, where I didn't read that book, and you're like, yeah, I mean, I read it, I'm the voice of it, and this one,
right.
this one, and this one. You know, what is it like to go out there with the guy, with the people of Rebel Legion, and sort of just be like, hey, I'm in the fandom, and I also work for the fandom, and you know, how have you been able to, you know, fend off questions from people that have been, you know, maybe trying to figure out like what's the next thing down the pipeline?
Right.
like me.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like a lot of our members kind of know as much or more than I do, because like they've read the books that I haven't read, and they're like, you know, they're just as entrenched as I am, if not more so. I don't really advertise that I do it when I'm trooping or when I'm, you know, so a lot of times people will find out afterwards and like, wait, you do that? so most of the times it's just us geeking out about, you know, film or the latest Clone Wars episode or whatever, you know, and every once in a while a couple members have, you know, found out that, you know, that I do this, and then we start talking a little bit deeper, and we're able to have some really in-depth conversations, and it's actually fun because you know, because they you know, they care about these characters so much that like it's like geeking out over a movie for them, because like it's like being in a book club, you know, like you get to like, wasn't it great when this happened, and you know, they have their theories, and like sometimes I have to kind of hold my tongue when they're speculating about what might happen next. Like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah. You never know. So but yes, it's fun. It's really fun.
What would you say? We've done a couple of troops. What is one troop that really sticks out in your memory that you've done so far?
There was I forget the official name of it, but there was a holiday party out on Long Island where they like they found kids in underserved or, you know, communities, and kind of brought them in, and then a bunch of people donated a ton of gifts, and so the kids come in, and the Rebel Legion was there, and 501st was there, and they have a DJ and a party, and then they give the kids a bunch of gifts, and it was, you could just tell, like, I used to work, this is a weird job. I used to work as a game show host where we would go to like private parties, and you'd be doing entertainment for kids at their like birthday party or something like that. And, you know, sadly, these kids had a lot. And so like, I was doing this elaborate game show with like buzzers and lights and music, and there was like a chocolate fountain and you know, a bouncy house and like all this stuff. And you could tell that they had just become accustomed to those things, and those kids, it wasn't really a big deal. But at this troop that we did, you could just tell like the kids were like blown away by everything. And like we have these trading cards that we give out to kids, you know, with our characters on them, and I gave out some of the trading cards, and this one kid came up to me and looked at the trading card and then looked at me, and he was like, that's you. and like he was so tickled by it, and like for an hour almost he just kept coming back to me periodically throughout the party, like, that's you, you know. And like we kept playing this game, like is it me? Oh, it's me. Oh no, you know, like, and it was just, but it just kept going on, and it was this really special bond, and it was really sweet, and it was just awesome. And there was another time we were at St. Mary's, and there were some kids there, and I brought my my lightsaber out, and I was like showing the lightsaber to the kid, and he was just marveling at it, and just you could just see his face light up, and it was just it just feels really special to use something that I love, which is Star Wars, and kind of try to bring some joy and cheer to other people, and especially to kids. It just you just feel like this is a sense of purpose. You kind of feel like this is what life is supposed to be like. So
I mean, I think all of us that go to those troops, it's hard, but it's also rewarding to do a lot of those things. And we do get the honor of doing the fun stuff like Yankee Stadium or baseball games or football games. But I think most of the people, when you really break it down to the nitty gritty, do this for the hospital and the kids that need stuff, or, I always like to say, bring the galaxy far, far away a little closer to home.
Oh,
and,
awesome.
It's great that all of us can be here and do that. And so my next question is, it's the question that gets asked to every 501st, Saber Guild, Rebel Legion, Mando Mercs member. What's your next costume?
Oh man. So I don't know. Like I've seen some of the concept art for the High Republic books that are going to be coming out in the comics, and there's a couple of Jedi in those custom art pieces that I'm like really tempted to maybe try to do, and I'm like, oh man, that would be really fun. So I pretty much feel like I'm always going to stick with Jedi, because Jedi are just my thing. So I might do like I've also been tempted to want to do like a Plo Koon, or like a are the Ithorians are the hammerhead ones, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. I kind of want to I started researching at one point like an Ithorian mask, and like seeing what it would take to do like an Ithorian Jedi like that. So I mean, it maybe one of those three, but to be honest with you, it takes a lot. Like I'm not as talented with the actual. I like to wear the costumes, but making them I'm not so good at. So I'd have to like ask Christine or somebody else to try to help me out.
Well, Christine is always down for the challenge.
That's true.
Putting anything together. So, Mark, I just want to thank you for taking the time and sitting down with us. It's great to just, sort of sit here and talk to you. Even though we troop, we don't really get to spend that much time together. But thank you for being here, and thank you for taking part of the first ever Rebelthon, and just lending your voice to everybody who may not have the time to sit down read a book, but can still enjoy quality literature through Audible and all the ways that it's now being delivered. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And I'm super excited that we're doing this, and thanks for putting this on. And I really hope it helps UNICEF and gives some people some joy in this dark time. So.
And absolutely. So guys, I'm going to toss it back to you. Enjoy Rebelthon, and Mark, I'll see you at our next troop.
Hi, this is Chris Fan from the Rebel Legion's Echo Base in New York. I wanted you to check out the new Star Wars game. This is a mini version of the classic Star Wars game from 1983, and it has Star Wars Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. I'm pretty good at it. I'm going to try my hand at it while I'm in my Rebel gear here and see if I can be an X-Wing pilot, piloting my X-Wing and taking out some TIE fighters. So let's check it out. Red Pride, Fanny Ride. Now I'm playing on the super hard level, and usually I can get through this pretty easily, but it's a little more challenging with my visor and with the gloves on, but I'm going to give it a shot. Oop, I got hit. Oop, there we go. We're heading into the Death Star now. For those of you who remember this game, this was one of my favorite games as a child. And I'm so happy to now be able to have it in my home. This is an almost perfect representation. You just cannot replicate this yoke controller. So it's great to have this back. It has the same look and feel of the original game, and it's just as challenging as it always was. Now in this level, you try to hit the towers, then you try to hit the bottom towers. If you're really good at this game, you can hit all the towers, but when you're playing on the hard level like this, it's almost impossible. So far I've only lost one shield, which is pretty good, and now we're going into the Death Star itself. And this is what you have to dodge up and down and try not to get hit. Oh, I went through one of the barriers there. Okay, you can hear that little sound bite there from Alec Guinness. Some great sound effects. Up. We got to the exhaust port and we blew up the Death Star. Great job, everybody. Well, thanks for joining me. Hope you enjoyed it. And have a very happy May the 4th. May the 4th be with you.
Hi, I'm Simon from Kashyyyk Base. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who is watching and donating. Be safe out there, and may the Force be with you.
Hello, my name is Alice. I am from Deveron Base, which is in New Jersey. I'm going to be doing an unboxing of my favorite Star Wars character, this little droid right here. I have two figures that I'm going to be unboxing. One is the smaller one, so there's not much to it. The other one has a little bit more involved. They are both from Sideshow, which is a site that makes very nice figures, not just Star Wars. They usually sell stuff from another company called Hot Toys, which is an Asian company that makes amazing Star Wars figures. Like, they look just like the characters. They're amazing. But it's R2-D2, so you can't really mess up how he looks. The first figure is one that Sideshow no longer has anymore, so I'm sorry, I don't think you can get this on their website anymore. This is an unpainted prototype of R2-D2. So I'm just going to slide this right up. There he is. So he's not the usual blue and silver gray colors. He is just plain silver. And it's just the figure itself. So I will pop him open. Not much to this box. Literally just that, and that's it. And there he is. Don't eat that. So it's literally just R2-D2 right there. A little wobbly. His wheels do. But he doesn't do anything fancy. He's just an unpainted prototype. He does have a bit of weathering on him, which you can kind of see on the back in the panels here. Super cute, adorbs. So that is the first one. Very simple, standard figure. Like I said, it's R2-D2. You can't mess up how he looks. I mean, I'm sure you could, but that would be very difficult. Very easy to get in and out of the box. I don't display my figures, and it's not because I'm one of those people that's anal about displaying figures. I just have so many Star Wars figures that I have no place to put them. So it's easier just to stack them with the boxes. Awesome. Other one is also from Sideshow. This one's a little bigger, has more involved. Here's his box. So he comes with the drink tray from, oh, it's not on there. He comes with the drink tray from Jabba's palace, and there's Leia. So he has like a little side panel that opens up. Here's his drink tray with the drinks. Very cool. The little table that lights up, which means he probably has batteries. Sideshow and Hot Toys are always very good about actually including batteries. So watch this one not have the batteries in it as I say that. So ridiculous. He does have Luke's lightsaber in here because if you remember correctly, he does shoot the lightsaber out when Luke gives the Here's the little restraining bolt. That's adorable. It's very small. Super cute. So I put it back in upside down. Here's the lightsaber that he has. The little drinks from Jabba's palace. Super cute. The drink tray. The cups do have a little like indent on them where you can just stick them right in there and they'll sit. So it's not like they're just gonna fall right over. There's little holes on the drink tray where it'll go in there. Very cool. Here's the little table. Leia. Looks like the batteries are in there, because you know how sometimes when they put batteries in something, there's a tab you have to pull out. See the tab? So the batteries are most likely already in there. I've never turned it on because, again, I don't display my figures. I don't have any room for them, especially something this intricate with this many pieces. This has a lot of little pieces to it. But he most likely has the batteries in there. And then the figure itself, his legs just popped out, but this can go in and out. The wheels do work. His little doors do open. As you can see, they're like flopping open right now. I'm assuming that one does too. It does. Very cool. Very awesome figure. Very well done. Again, it's hard to mess up R2-D2 because he's a droid who doesn't have a face. So it's hard to find a bad figure of him. I'm sure the only bad ones have like maybe inaccuracies on them. I don't know. His head does move. Very cool. But he himself doesn't do anything. Like, he doesn't light up, he doesn't make noises. Some of the other ones that Sideshow has, which of course I have because I'm ridiculous when it comes to R2-D2, they do have batteries and they do make noises or light up. I do believe they have a BB-8 that lights up. Those are just two of my wonderful, awesome R2-D2 figures. Thanks!
Hello everyone, I'm Andrew from Echo Base. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your donations. I hope you're all staying safe and may the Force be with you.
Welcome back to Rebelthon 2020. We're all moving towards midnight for May 4th, towards PST time. We've just crossed over time zones in the central. So happy May 4th to all of you folks in the central area, the central time zone. I want to say we have just achieved $8,100 for Rebelthon. It's an amazing achievement. And keep sharing this stuff and keep donating. If you have not donated, there's still an opportunity for you to get involved and make a difference with UNICEF and all the activities it has with the children, and be truly a force for change in what we're doing. So our next interview is coming up, and we got still programming. And one of the things we planned on cutting at midnight, but we can't do that because we have more content, and we're keep going until we're going to be probably running until midnight PST time, and that puts us at 3 a.m. New York or Eastern Standard Time. So I want to just say welcome our next guest interview. It'll be Natalie Cox coming up. Thank you very much, and may the Fourth be with you.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome to the interview. I'm Paul String with Rebel Legion, and today I'm the luckiest man in the world. I get to be here and interview the gorgeous and insanely talented Natalie Cox. What's probably going to end up being the most awkward first date ever. But if you've never actually had the pleasure of meeting Natalie in person, you're in for a treat. And if you have met Natalie before, you're going to really enjoy this. I know we met a few years ago, and since then, it's just been a pleasure. We're just giant goofballs, and right now we're keeping each other entertained overseas. So before we had met, I'd actually seen you in stuff. I didn't realize your film career until we actually started talking, became friends. But I'm curious, at what age did you? I guess the best way to put it is, at what age did the acting bug bite you? Like, besides acting up with tantrums as a child, for example, but did you? Like, what point in your youth did you say, I could totally be an actor?
I think, actually, if you ask my parents, it pretty much was apparent from the word go. If you look back at sort of pictures of me as a kid, I'm the one in fancy dress doing like little skits for the family and putting on shows, and I was in the drama club and I was in the youth theatre and stuff like that. So I don't think, I mean, I've got pictures of me like, you know, pretending I'm a singer. I can't sing, by the way. I'm like the world's worst singer, but like pretending that I can sing or acting that I can sing, you know, at like age sort of 3 or 4. And, you know, like with a baguette, basically pretending it's a microphone. So I think that it was pretty obvious when I sort of turned around to my parents and I was like, oh, I really want to kind of give the acting thing a go. They weren't surprised, that's for sure. But it did sort of happen in a roundabout way because I wanted to do acting. I wanted to go to drama school. And then I got scouted as a model when I was a teenager. And that kind of took off sort of just after school. So I kind of was like, I'm just going to go with this and see what happens. You know, they're paying me to fly around the world and wear nice dresses. It was a tough decision.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, really bad. So I kind of just followed that for a bit, and you know, and it was fantastic, and that got me into TV commercials and doing sort of acting like through that basically. And that I got my first acting job through my modeling agency. So I kind of went sort of slightly round the houses, but ended up back doing what I love and what I think the entire family expected me to do, basically.
So so when you finally busted in and told your parents like, I'm gonna be an actor, what was their expression and what did they say?
My parents are very sweet. They've always been very supportive actually, but I do think that there was sort of a period of time where I was like, I want to go to drama school and I want to be an actor. And they're like, oh no. Yeah, or you know, something really good. And then I was like, oh no, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to go to Paris and New York and be a model instead. And they're like, oh God. So yes, I have put them through the ringer slightly, I think, with my career choices, but they've always been super supportive actually. And they're really proud, and it's really sweet because they can't, you know, they tell all their friends when I'm going to be on the telly, and you know, if I'm in the magazines or something, my mom will get it and show it to her friends, and you know, it's very sweet. They have always been very, very supportive actually. And I really did not go the sort of direct route that I think that they sort of hoped that I would, but they know that I'm doing very well and I'm doing what I love, and so and I'm happy. And that, I think as a parent, that's the main thing that you want for your children.
Absolutely. You know, I think it's interesting too because and we'll talk about Juno Eclipse in a little bit, but being that you've been able to travel around and do Comic-Cons and whatnot and get to meet you get to meet all these you know, members of the legions and the costume groups and whatnot. So it's like you really have a unique fan base that I think that a lot of actors out there, they really don't get because we are such a very niche fan group to be in.
It's the Star Wars thing is I did not really know what I was getting into when I did the computer game, basically. I kind of was like, oh, this would be fun. It's, you know, I had a friend of mine who'd done a computer game and my agent was like, would you want to audition for this? And I thought, well, yeah, okay, that'd be great, you know. And I really sort of didn't quite realize how dedicated the fans are until I sort of was in it and then got to meet you guys. And you know, it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And you're right, there's a lot of actors that go through their careers and they're very successful and they do their own thing, but to have this sort of core fan base of people who really, really love what you did for one job, just one job, you know, that it just makes it really special. And it's wonderful. You know, the Star Wars fans are just a whole other level. They have the biggest hearts of people that I've ever met.
That's awesome. And then I didn't know this. I found this one very interesting, but F1 2019, the Formula car racing. Now, here's why, because I had to build up to this. I thought this was interesting.
Okay.
So Natalie plays the agent in the game. So I feel as though this character is a pretty strong core character to the story of what's going on. Am I wrong or correct?
Yeah, so basically, I've done the Formula One game for the past 4 years now. They keep getting me back, which is really lovely. And the guys are so nice.
It sounds like a good problem to have.
It's a great problem to have. The Codemaster guys who do the game are fantastic. They love computer games and they love Formula One. So it's like they're just fun people to hang around with, basically. Emma, the agent, is in the cutscenes, basically. So it's, you know, it's a Formula One racing game. So you race around different tracks and stuff like that. And then if you go super fast, you can get upgraded, or another team might want to come and buy you and stuff like that. So I kind of come in to help the game progress. So I might come in and say, you know, you did very well, and we've had an offer from this team. If you want to sign this contract, you can do, and then the player decides what they want to do. But the best thing about it is I do get to like tell off the players a little bit if they're not doing very well. And they kind of tested it on the first game, and they were like, we don't want her to be too mean. But there was like one scene where I kind of yell at the person, and I'm just like, I can't do this if you're not going to play very well, you know. It went down really well with test audiences. So from now on, they always throw in a scene where she kind of loses her rack slightly, and has a go at people. But yeah, it's fun. I love doing this kind of thing, because it's just, the people who do these kind of computer games are at the top of their game. These guys are, you know, incredibly talented. And so for me to come in and kind of work on something like that with these people who are super passionate about what they do, it's just fantastic.
Well, and it's, you know, especially now, you know, sitting in a pandemic and whatnot, you know, the console games, streaming video service, these are the things that people are using to pass time. And so it's super awesome that it's not even just seeing you on the screen right now, or, you know, they can play the Force Unleashed, but they could also get into some other games and see you as well. This is actually a question I've been waiting to ask ever since we knew that we were setting up this interview. But what do you find the challenge, and I guess the love and the difference between doing voice acting versus doing like on-camera acting?
It is very different, because a lot of the time when you do, so there's two types of voice acting. So there's motion capture acting, and then there's just voice acting. So for the Formula One game, every other year they do motion capture for me, and then in between they just kind of use the motion capture that they had from the year before, and I just do the voice stuff. So I find just voiceover harder, because you're sitting in this tiny little, you know, fish bowl basically with a giant window, and there's just a whole bunch of people sitting through there, and you've got, you know, headphones on.
They're all looking at you.
Yeah, you kind of, and you know, and you sort of do a line and you sort of look over, and they're all just like, or thumbs up, yeah. So
or thumbs up.
Exactly. So it's harder, you know. I like that kind of interacting that you have with other actors when you're doing a scene and stuff like that. It's completely different, because it's organics. You might get something out, you might read a script in one way, but when you actually stand in front of an actor and you're doing lines together, something different sort of comes out, and it just changes it slightly, and it becomes this extra magical thing. But then I think with the voice acting, you spend so long concentrated on the actual words that you know the character a bit more, if you know what I mean. Like, I really felt like I knew Juno so well, because I'm so focused on exactly what she's saying and the intonation of how she's saying it, and what she means when she says this particular word instead of this particular word. You're so focused on that, rather than, oh, and I need to walk over here and pick up this drink whilst I do this line, that it's sort of, you get really more into it in a way. They're two very different things, really. I mean, they're both great, and I love them both, but they are different. You use different acting muscles, really.
Yeah, that's kind of how I thought it would be. Funimation is based here in North Texas, and so I've been able to talk to some of them just about voice work whenever I cross paths. But I've always found it interesting, you know, how you can be in the booth, and you know, you're trying to imagine everything versus actually physically being there and really interacting with that person, getting that chemistry, the line going as well. But one thing that blew me away when we met, I am an old school Clash of the Titans fan. I remember watching it with my family and whatnot. And so for those of you who don't know, Natalie is in the remake Clash of the Titans with another Star Wars star as well. But you were the Greek goddess of hunting, wild nature, and chastity, known as Artemis. So I have to ask you, Natalie, if you could be the goddess of anything in the modern world, what would it be?
Well, I feel very close to Artemis, actually. I got to have a bow and arrow, which was very cool. Yes. A little fun story, actually, though. So Clash of the Titans was a huge film for me to work on. I mean, the budget on that was just ridiculous. And we went for costume fittings, and they were making armor for us, and all the gods and goddesses have all these different pieces of armor on them and wonderful things, and they're like, oh, we have to give you a bow and arrow because you're the goddess of the hunt. And I'm like, no, this is awesome. So they go and they bring in the armory dude who's like responsible for making swords for film sets and things like that. And he measures me up and he's like, I think we've got a bow that could work, but you're very tall, so we'll give you, a guy's bow, basically, rather than like a small girl's bow. So he brings in this huge bow. And I got a little bit overexcited about this. And he's like got these arrows as well. And I'm kind of like doing this. And when I actually turned up on set to film, the quiver that they gave me with the arrows in is like hanging on the back of my throne up on Olympus, where all the gods are. And I go over to it and I realize they've given me fake arrows in it. So they're just the feathery bits stuck into, and no actual arrows. And I was like, oh, I can't pull the arrows out. And they were like, yeah, you got a little too excited at the wardrobe fitting. So we figured that we should not give you real arrows in case there's a little accident on set. And, we don't want any stray arrows going anywhere in the middle of a scene. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll just sit over here. Yeah, basically, yeah. They were like, give her the fake arrows because something could go horribly wrong. But yeah, that was a fun job. That was a really fun job actually to do, just because the costumes were.
When was it that you first saw Star Wars? So, because not to give away ages, being you that you're like 22 or so, but I'm 41 and you are younger than me. But what age did you first see a Star Wars movie?
I must have been quite young. I think I probably was about sort of 6 or 7, maybe. The originals obviously have a very special place in my heart. And I think for all certain generations, those will always be the ones, but they've done a really wonderful job. And the newer ones are great. And, and there's sort of all the stuff that they're doing now. It's incredible. And I just think they've done a really great job of being able to include older fans and then getting new fans as well, and doing stuff for smaller kids. And, it's the nicest thing in the world when you see children getting excited at conventions because they see their favorite character, or like Disneyland or something like that, Actually, I went to Disneyland in LA in January. Yeah. And so they've got the new Star Wars section,
Galaxy Edge.
That's it. Which wasn't fully open. They actually, the newest ride was opening the Friday, and we were there on the Wednesday kind of thing. But then, and I was a bit sort of like, we should have waited. But then I saw the queues, like everyone was waiting like 5 hours to get on this one ride. So like maybe that was a good thing. But they did such a fantastic job, and like they've got this one ride where you go in and you sit as if you're in the Millennium Falcon, and it's just incredible. Like the attention to detail is amazing. And they had one of the sort of Disneyland's character workers, I don't know what their official names are, dressed up as Rey, and she was kind of like running around, and there was like a couple of stormtrooper guys, and she was like trying to hide from the stormtrooper guys, and there was this little bunch of kids that were following her, and she was like, come on, let's hide behind here, and like getting the kids involved and stuff, and they got so excited. And I was like, this is what it's all about. It is you get the dads excited, you get the granddads excited, and you got this little girl who is 6 and she's super excited, so like it's just a wonderful thing that everyone can enjoy. I think they're doing a fantastic job, really, with what they're doing.
Yeah, I think it's really awesome because it really does open up to other ages. I remember I was born around the time that the first movie did come out, and so I grew up with Star Wars throughout. My nephew, who's graduating high school, congratulations to him. He is very much into the prequels. He thinks episodes 1 through 3 are just it, and a lot of and I'm a teacher, so a lot of my students now really like the newer movies. And so it's really cool to see these generations get reintroduced just to the universe, even if they're not into like the older movies because of cinematography and that time period's acting and stuff like that. Like it's just different. And that's from my niece. Apparently she's like, they're terrible actors. And I was like, you need to sit down and be quiet. So, but there's way more famous than you. But she was also like 16 when she said it. So, but no, I think it's really great. And I think that it's really fun that they have new stuff they're really building on. I introduced my parents to The Mandalorian. My dad's really into Westerns. I know you like country music. You're a big country music fan. And This is very Western-esque, so I like that they're revisiting that. I like that the Kenobi stuff's getting ready to come around. So I think you're right. Being able or keeping that in mind, let's say Kevin also did want to know if there was, let's just say that Juno Eclipse can't be a character that you portray in live action. If there was going to be a character type, we'll kind of leave it as a broad stroke. What type of role would you take? Would it be, a bounty hunter? Would you be a Jedi, a senator? Would you be part of the bad guy side? Like, where would you like to go?
I mean, if it would have to be something very close to Juno, I think, because she kind of had everything. She was like, because she starts out as a baddie, which, is always fun to play. It's always quite nice to be on the bad side for a bit. She gets to fly this amazing ship. She's totally just like, yeah, I'm one of the top pilots. Get in. So she's just she's got that going for her, but then she sort of has this big heart and she shifts and, she goes over to the good side. So it's definitely, there's like an element of, I'd want to have that element of like, a big switch like that for an acting role is pretty cool to do, like to go from one side to the other. If I have to pick a good side or a bad side, which side would I want to be? I mean,
or neutral, because bounty hunters really work for themselves.
That's true. I mean, actually, probably a bounty hunter because it's kind of fun. I definitely.
Okay, there you go. We're gonna leave it. No. Leave that right there because Disney knows now. Okay. You're not gonna put Juno Eclipse in a film. Natalie wants to be a bounty hunter.
There you go. Okay, there you go. That'll do.
That'll be awesome. That's great. Okay, so I know we're cutting down on time just a little bit, and being that we're friends and I know enough about you, I do have a few oddball questions just for fun.
Okay.
For fun, for people to get to know you a little bit. So first, I do want to kind of ask you, see what your answer is on this one. So what have you accomplished whilst you've been in quarantine?
What have I accomplished?
I don't know. What have you accomplished?
Not much. I sort of half made a woolly hat. I just need to I've knitted. I'm knitting. I'm like a little old lady. I sit at home knitting, basically. I just need to sew it up. I finished actually knitting it, and now I'm sort of working on a scarf. I don't know. I'm working out a lot. I work out every day. I kind of, go jogging and stuff like that. So that when this finishes, I just finished a film just before lockdown happened, basically. So, and then as soon as it finishes and the studio is up and running again, I'm going straight to another film. So I kind of want to be prepared. So I've managed to accomplish, I put on jeans today. That's a good thing, right?
I'm going to ask another question about the career. And I know that, you've done movies and I know that you've actually done TV stuff too. Which do you find that you tend to enjoy overall more? Is it doing these long shoots with movies or doing shorter shoots with TVs? And maybe per episodes, but I know you just did like a series, right?
So I did, yeah. So I've been working on, it's a bit weird. So it is a series, but it's feature length for each one. Okay. So it's as if we're shooting a movie, but we actually they're called Mr. Mayfair, and we actually did 5 of them. So, that's been epic, if I have to say anything. Like that has been absolutely amazing, because I think when you do a longer project like that, you get more time to, get to know the other actors. You really bond with them, very, very well, and you get a character development that you never would get on doing other things. But then there is something quite nice about doing a lot of the sort of comedy stuff that I've done as being, guest episodes where you were just a guest artist for like 1 or 2 episodes, and you kind of dip in and then dip out again. And that's quite fun because you kind of come in and you're like, I'm the one bringing the funny for this one, and then and you do your job and then you go home. So, but no, I think working on a feature film is there's just something about it because you get like a real team feeling, when you spend so much time with people that it's just, there's something really wonderful about it.
Yeah, you get to develop that character chemistry because you're around that person. So yeah, no, absolutely. And then this one, you may make some friends, you may make some enemies, but pizza, do you enjoy or do you hate pineapple on it?
Oh gosh.
I'm willing to share my answer, but the world wants to know about yours first.
I'm not against it. Shall I put it that way?
That's a very neutral answer there.
You know, a bit of ham and pineapple. It's quite nice on a pizza.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pizza. I'm not going to turn it down. And if it's got pineapple,
yeah,
I'll take it. So yeah, no, I'm with you. So, and then I actually, I want to mention this before we wrap up and whatnot with the interview, but this is, you know, at the beginning of the interview, I said that you were insanely talented. And I think that maybe it could be taken as a joke, and I sincerely meant it. And the reason I say that is because there's this wonderful short that you got to be a part of called Dark Wave. And I did actually find it and was able to watch it. And I have to say that immediately, probably within like the first 5 minutes or so, I remember telling my friend Isaac, I was like, that's not Natalie. Like, it's just so different. And I think you really see a different side of you outside the goofball I know, outside the comedy and whatnot. But, you know, tell everyone about Dark Wave, because I thought you did such a great job. And that's all I can really say about it, is just you were fantastic in that bit.
Thank you. It was fun, actually. It was very, very low budget. So they did a fantastic job with what
they really did
out of it. It was one of those jobs where it was just like, I just really loved the script. And so I was like, you know, I really want to be a part of this. And everybody worked really hard. You know, on low budget stuff, people do it because they love the project. You know, they're not doing it because you're getting paid a nice bit of money and you can retire on this one. No. It's, you know, and it's sci-fi, and there is something about sci-fi that I really do like. And like you said, I think a lot of people either know me personally, so they know that I'm a bit goofy, or they know me from the TV comedy stuff that I've done. So when all of a sudden you sort of see something that's kind of serious, you know, it does sort of knock people for six slightly. But it's very nice that you said that you enjoyed it. It was fun. It was really fun. It's out there. It's on the internet, people, if you want to go and check it out. I think they're sort of hoping that it could get turned into some kind of a series or something like that, or get picked up for a feature film. But it was a great project. We had the most amazing set. Those giant discs that they've got are actually real. So they are.
No joke?
Yeah, sorry?
I said no joke. Those were actually, wow.
So it's an old RAF base, and they're just disused radar dishes that are like, you know, just lying there in the field, and we got permission to go and film around them. So
that is so cool.
Which was pretty cool. And I got to drive that, you know, that massive truck thing, which is like a comms vehicle. It's got a German name, and I can't say it, but it's got like 8 wheels, and it's a comms vehicle that they use like in the desert, basically. And they're like, are you okay to drive it, Natalie? I'm like, yes, absolutely. And then we had to do
like I'm Artemis, I shoot arrows.
There you go. Yeah, I'm fine. Like, and we had to do like a couple of takes, because I think the first one they were like, Natalie, you're supposed to be scared, you're running away from the government, and you know, you've got this precious cargo on board, and you're driving like this. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, forgot for a second. Just enjoying myself, you know. So yeah, I have a pretty cool job, I have to say.
I completely agree. No, it's and I encourage everyone to go check out Dark Wave. It is. I was really blown away. It totally floored me just to see your portrayal and the emotion that you're able to really bring out inside that film. It was a beautiful piece, and I do hope it gets picked up too. But we'll go ahead and let's wrap this up. And so I just want to say thank you, Natalie. I know it's been a little while since we've been actually able to talk face to face, but I thoroughly enjoyed talking to you on the daily.
Well, listen, thank you so much for inviting me. This is for a very, very good cause. And so
it is.
When I first mentioned it, I was like, absolutely, 100% want to be involved. And it's a great thing that you guys are doing at Rebelthon. So let's, raise some money, and thank you for having me on and having a chat.
Oh, thank you. I like I said, I enjoy talking to you, but it's not the same unless I get to actually talk to you. So without further ado, thank you so much. And you guys enjoy the rest of the show.
Bye.
This is Michelle Waxman with Rebel Legion Sunrider Base here in very, very
Hi everybody, my name's Mark. I'm from the Rebel Legion's Elstree base in the UK, and today with me, well, via Zoom anyway, via the power of the internet, is Mr. Garrick Hagan, who a lot of people will know as Big Starklighter and Red 3 from Star Wars. Garrick, how are you doing today?
I'm good, and I'm glad you are too. You're looking very good, and it's it's a very pleasant experience to be here in my little outdoor garden. Yeah, it's raining, but it's still nice to look out. There's a little bit of wisteria out the side, and this is my garden office, I call it. I have a studio behind me that's looking very black at the back. It's only a tiny little booth where I do audio. So this is kind of a first time. I've been on this screen, and it's good to be talking to you.
That's great. Yeah. So thank you so much for joining us. Myself, who's a big Star Wars and X-Wing pilot fan, but also I think it will mean a lot to a lot of people across the globe who haven't had the opportunity to maybe meet you in person yet.
Traveling around the world has been a great benefit, but I haven't been to a lot of places. So I hope there are people that I've never met, and I'm meeting you now, and I hope everybody out there as well.
So how are you handling the lockdown?
Yeah, you know, I'm doing my best. My wife and I go out for a walk in the morning, get our little hours exercise on Clapham Common, and otherwise I've been in here in this place, this little surrounding office, a lot of the time trying to get it viable so I could do. You know, what I do a lot of the time is produce and read audiobooks. Now, I wouldn't like to try and read an audiobook yet in my little booth because we haven't got an air conditioner in there. But I've been setting it up. So I've had a kind of an occupation, if you like. The play that we were in closed on the day of the lockdown. Really, they were waiting for the Prime Minister before he got ill to give us, well, tell everybody to lock down, and the theater was kind of waiting for that too. And so we weren't as early as Broadway to shut down, but the National Theater closed when the Prime Minister gave the word. So since then, I thought I better have a project, and this has been it.
So you've been setting up a audio studio at home?
Yeah.
Cool.
I have a company with my wife called the Story Circle, and we've done a lot of books, not sci-fi so much as we've done a lot of fantasy. We started with Philip Pullman, his Dark Materials, and that was such a success that when we kind of kept going from that year onwards.
Do you prefer doing the audio to actual film and TV production?
No. I love film. I suppose because a lot of the film that we used to do, and still do, it gives you a chance to lock it on on celluloid, and then try something else. And so you can experiment, and in some cases for the better, and sometimes not so much. But you always have it there. And it's kind of fun to have that kind of freedom. You can do the same on stage, but it kind of upsets other actors if you change things too much. On film, you have a little more leeway, I think, and I enjoy that kind of fluidity. Depends on the director you're working with, of course.
Yeah, I suppose if the director's open to the idea of you improvising and adding your own kind of take on the role, but I suppose if you've got a director who's very much locked in and set with what they want to achieve, it can be hard.
I mean, they're all directors vary on that, but you're right. Once they have a script, they want you to deliver the script.
Sure, yeah. So you've been, and I think my math is about correct. You've been acting for almost 60 years.
I'm glad your math is, well, it's actually quite correct. It's embarrassingly correct. Yes, I have. I'm now in the process, because we've just moved to this smaller house, of going through everything. And I have a pile of stuff that I took up to my upstairs room, and And I started to go through it yesterday just because I thought I can throw out a lot of this, but I don't want to. So I started so young, and I came across the program that I started, really put me into a professional sphere in 1953 at Stratford, when Stratford in Canada was starting the Shakespearean Festival. And that was an epic turning point in Canadian theater and a big turning point in my life. So I was brought in to play a page in Richard III, and the star of it was our Obi-Wan Kenobi, Alec Guinness, and somehow or other during rehearsals, Alec Guinness must have said, I think that boy might be better as the Prince of Wales. And the director thought maybe he would. So they moved me around and made me the Prince of Wales, which was a pretty stunning part, the way that Tyrone Guthrie, the director, did it. So I had this wonderful opening scene with a long cape coming up the aisle onto the center stage. It was an apron stage. And all the flags, which Tyrone Guthrie loved, flags, all dipped at my feet and then withdrew, leaving a star at my feet. And then Alec Guinness was the first one to come up and, as the heir to the throne, kiss my hand. So that was my start in Canadian theatre and in professional theatre itself.
So did you learn much from Alec during that production?
Well, I learned not to cut his laugh.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, I suppose it might have sunk in. I also did another terrible thing to him in the middle of the dress, one of the dress rehearsals. I took my little box camera and took a flash photograph just as he was approaching the throne, which was the peak of, he's striven to be king. He's approaching the throne with an orb and a scepter. And there's this flash photograph of this little guy in the front. Well, that's what I learned. You don't take your own camera to a dress rehearsal and take a picture of the star and his climactic moment. So I learned that. Yes, I did.
Have you still got that photo?
I have, and it's not very good. It was blurry. I have a book, and for many, I was quite terrified after that. I think I burst into tears and got out of the theater because after that came the intermission. But later in the season, I must have gone on with him because I took him. I remember going into his dressing room and having a pile of programs, small programs, to sign. And God bless him, he signed. I think there was about 9 of them for friends that I wanted to give when I got back to my home. And he signed, and one of them is this major one that I had everybody in the cast, Irene Worth, Alec Guinness, and some of the major actors from England and Canada, and they all signed it. And I've got it, and I just discovered it yesterday. I knew it was there somewhere, but I found it yesterday, and I was so pleased. I was going to bring it here, but I was so pleased because he was very young. He was 53. He was much younger, and he was Alec Guinness was such a star, but he must have been going through a change in his career to come over to Canada and open a theater that we were playing in a huge circus tent. It was an enormous success for Canada, and went on for the next until now. It's a huge influence on Canadian theater and the major theater in Canada.
You were in Richard III in 1963.
53.
53. Was it 53? My apologies. Okay. So what was your first film role? Was that Antony and Cleopatra? Was that?
No. My first film ever. I mean, I'd done small films for the National Film Board, but then I did one when I was at university. Can't remember the name. It was a Western, and it was in the middle of winter up at a place called Kleinburg in Ontario, and it was really cold. It was so cold that the horses had to be brought inside the the place where we were shooting, the old barn where we were shooting, the horses were getting cold. And I was killed like I am in most films. I'm killed. And I must have been such a bad actor. They just kill me off if they can. But the experience was my first Western, which I love. I love horses. And my first film, it was for a chap who did B features all his life. Lindsay Shonteff, his name was. But that was the first one. And then I did other films in Canada before Anthony. Anthony came quite, when I'd moved to England and gone to Rep and finally met Charlton Heston, and he then cast me to go to Spain and play Eros in Anthony, which was a marvelous opportunity, a very, very wonderful cast, English cast. And by that time I was playing English. I was pretending to be English. So no, the Anthony came late. And also at the same time as I was doing Anthony, and I came across a bunch of this memorabilia yesterday again it was a film called Some Kind of Hero, and it was about me. It was about a Vietnam deserter, a deserter from the Vietnam War. And I found a sheet yesterday because I had to decide whether I was going to do Anthony with Charlton Heston or play the lead in a smaller film with a good cast from England. And I decided to go with Chuck Heston. And then the smaller film said, all right, well, we'll start the film with you. You go off and do Anthony, then come back and we'll continue the film, which was amazing. But I found my notes trying to make that decision. I made for and against for both films, and Chuck came out. So I took that one. No, I was lucky. I had quite a few films early on.
So, what was it like working with Charlton Heston, because he was a director?
He was magnificent as a kind of leader of men, if you like, leader of a cast. He was just courteous, intelligent, and generous, in a way you might not expect. I mean, he didn't demand that the camera is always on him. Anthony is shot in a very sort of traditional way, and I think that was part of the problem because it was not a success. But it was because of the atmosphere on the set being so courteous. It taught me how a film set should be run and led, and I loved it. I was very lucky to be with those wonderful. There was just such a great group of English classical actors, led by Eric Porter and Freddie Jones, and so many, and Fernando Rey and the Spanish actors. It was. I sat down for lunch. I think they took me to Almeria very quickly. I was in Almeria and they said, well, let's have, it was dinner actually. We'll be shooting here in the harbor in Almeria. And there I was beside Fernando Rey and Carmen Sevilla, top Spanish actors. And then Fernando Rey International. So it was a great experience. and I'm only sad, and so was Chuck, that it was not as great a success. He loved playing Anthony and loved the part. I love Shakespeare.
Yeah.
And I wish it had been a great success. Julian Glover, of course, who was standing in while Chuck directed. Julian stood in for Charlton Heston and was marvelous as himself as a young classical actor playing Proculeius. So of course I've been a friend of Julian's since that time.
Wow! So that's,
and you know, Julian is one of your Star Wars stalwarts.
Yes, General Veers. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you were working over in the UK when you first started, was that when you got your role in Doctor Who?
Well, yeah. I mean, I got that. I think it was 71, 72. I'm kind of losing dates, but I came back from Rep. I'd been working up in Manchester in a wonderful company that did television and the best plays in the theater they put onto television. And that was a great company. That was with Maureen Lipman and Richard Wilson and John Shrapnel and so many up and coming actors. And after that season finished, I got the Heston part, and then very shortly after that, I think I got the Doctor Who. I had an agent by that time, and of course I went up for it, and that was a great privilege to work with John Pertwee and Katie. And that's a lovely thing that we still see each other.
Yeah.
Katie is often at conventions, and I've seen her a number of times. Wonderful lady. Yeah, I was lucky. Doctor Who has had such a spin-off in a way, like Star Wars. And I did another one later on, and Matt Smith stood up at the farewell dinner and said, "We have an actor here who's been in Doctor Who in 2 centuries," and I didn't even think of that myself as a good line. I've used it ever since. So I did one in '82, and the film Doctor Who came out in '72, 1972, and then it was 2012. Wow. I did one with the Western with Matt down in Almeria again.
That's really cool. So do you find when you're going to these conventions, many people are coming to get autographs from Star Wars, or is it from Doctor Who, or how does your...
Oh, it's Star Wars, huh? I mean, Batman is occasionally they remember me in Batman, or Doctor Who, or even Bridge Too Far, occasionally, and sometimes The Spy Who Loved Me, in which I hardly even appeared. I spent the film, the shooting of the film, which over 6 weeks I was with them, trying not to be seen because I had no part at all. I found, that's another thing I found yesterday. It's all true. I did the cast list. I kept the cast list from everything I did practically, and I played a guy called sort of whatever they is, Shipman Sullivan or whatever my rank was. So that I did. So I'm glad I kept the cast list for all my things because I've worked with just amazing people. Well, and yeah. You kind of forget that, how lucky I've been. You suddenly look at the cast and you say, Christopher Reeve? Yes, that's right. I did that. Or certainly I remember working with Laurence Olivier and Angela Lansbury and wonderful people, and Anthony Quinn, of course, and so on. So, and Robert Redford, my God. I've met the hierarchy of a lot of areas in this crazy world of theater.
Yeah, because you've just mentioned A Bridge Too Far. That came out the same year as Star Wars and The Spy Who Loved Me, I think. And that had Sean Connery, that had
everybody.
Michael Caine in it. Yes, everyone. Yeah. How long were you on that shoot for?
Oh, I was just there a day, or maybe I was brought up, and it was right in the middle of Star Wars. We finished in Tunisia, and then I had to go and do Bridge Too Far, and that's where the story comes, with me and the and the makeup man and Richard Attenborough, to tell you the truth, because I didn't want to get my hair cut. I do now. I want to get it cut. I can't get it cut. But I just said no. I said, I'm doing a film. What's it called? Well, it's called The Star Wars. They said, what's that? I said, well, it's a film, science fiction. Oh, you said, well, we're cutting your hair. I said, well, no, I'm continuity. No. They said, you come and meet Richard or Sir Richard. Oh, no, he wasn't. I don't know whether he was Sir then. Anyway, they brought me before the whole Dutch army. They were lining up and in a Jeep, I remember. And then I had to be marched up to Sir Richard. And he said, Garrick, Dirk Bogarde got his hair cut. Laurence Olivier got his hair cut. You know, Ryan O'Neal got his hair. You're getting your hair cut. That was it. Yeah, he was still. And I worked. Fortunately, he didn't write me off after that. I worked with Sir Richard a number of times.
Interesting. So did your hair grow back in time for when you carried on working on Star Wars?
No, it didn't. I had to go right back to Star Wars, and then we were doing the hangar scene, and I went up to George. I said, George, look at me. He said, what's wrong? He said, what? I said, well, look. Look at this. And he said, oh, that's all right. You got your hair cut at the academy. That's one of the few lines I remember. Yeah, of course I did, George. Yes, it's got cut at the academy. Yeah. Thank you very much. And I was relieved as anything. I really was.
With Star Wars, what was the kind of the feeling like on set? You know, because from what we understand, we had Mark Hamill, who was very much invested in the production from the get-go, but some of the crew, it seems like weren't particularly as what's the word, confident about the production. How was it for you, and how did you kind of feel?
Well, it's true. You've got the right angle, certainly at the beginning, because it was an unknown quantity, the director and the script. I found the script. I thought, what is all this about? And indeed, I remember having a dinner very early when we arrived in Tunisia and hearing a little bit of the kind of disquiet, shall we say,
sure,
and wondering why. But we younger members certainly considered it as Anthony Forrest or Koo Stark or any Jay, dear bless him, Jay Benedict, all of us. It was an adventure. It was fun, and we were young enough just to ride with this incredibly crazy time we were doing. And but there was I don't know when that tended to go, because I wasn't that involved with the rest of the crew. We hung out together, the young actors, and certainly Mark kind of alleviated any tension that we might have felt. He was so full of life and interest and intelligence and zest and hospitality. He was like a one-man welcoming committee, you know.
Yeah. So did you know when you read for the role of Biggs that he was going to not make it to the end of the picture, or that he was going to die, or did you, when you just read the audition?
Yeah, well, I knew the arc of the character. I didn't know that the first part of the arc would be cut later, and it was always to me. Right from I never read for the part. I just talked to George, and you know, it was a good. And Mark said, "Yeah, that's the line, isn't it?" We met. I first met Mark in the costume, in the wardrobe. I was getting outfitted. He was getting outfitted, and he said, "You have the best part. You die." Dying in a film was considered to be quite a heroic thing to do.
Sure, yeah.
But especially if the star doesn't lean over you and say, "God, don't leave me, God." No, and you have a death scene all to yourself. If the star doesn't get his head in there.
True.
Mark certainly was in the pilot in his cockpit, and I was in mine. I'd blow up. No, it was a good part, because it was a kind of warm, friendly, you know, it was a human scene between what could be an older brother and a younger brother.
Yeah.
And I liked all that, you know.
Yeah, I think Biggs he's got that kind of mentorship kind of like a quality about him, the way he talks to Luke, because I think it's what's a shame about the scene that's been cut, the intro scene. There's a lot of world building in that, and I think Biggs is the only character at that point who's actually got an idea of what the galaxy's like. And when that scene's removed, you only see a very small kind of angle of how the rest of the galaxy is. So I think it's quite a unique and quite an interesting scene. Did you? I take it you probably only found out that the scene was deleted when you went to see the film, or?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. And you're right about the scene too, because it does give you this incredibly realistic, naturalistic milieu out there. It could have been any gas station on the prairies.
Yeah.
And that's necessary to offset the kind of oddity of the creatures. And the fact that you can relate the two is a grounding, I think, and I, in a way that was enjoyable. You two guys who've been playmates, if you like, from day one practically, or at least we knew each other, and I'm trying to influence him. I'm trying to tell him and point him in the right direction. And that's all very natural. It could have happened I think that's one of the things. I think there was a kind of familiarity after George's American Graffiti.
Yeah.
Maybe too much of a parallel. I have no idea. But it was an enjoyable scene, except the dialogue was difficult. I mean, it was dialogue that I could have got perhaps quicker off the tip of my tongue, but I think in the end it has a fairly reasonable pace. But there was some difficult dialogue.
I mean, we're fortunate that when they re-released the film in '97, the hangar scene was extended a little bit, because the first time I saw Star Wars, I was always a little bit curious because Luke meets Biggs and there's some kind of relationship there. And obviously there's the emphasis when Biggs dies at the end. And you kind of always felt like there was something must have happened off screen. They must have had a relationship off screen.
Yeah.
So
and a lot of people comment on that. A lot of people would like it back for that. But there's one chap who's recut the film. He's in Germany and he keeps inviting me to a premiere of his film. That's what they do. But it's true. There's quite a lot of feeling that, it would be nice to have it back, when they ask me all the time, is it going to be put back? No. No, the answer is no.
No. But I mean, because I work in TV, I'm a colorist, but I started off as an editor. And I think that scene, the whole first hour of A New Hope is quite long and it's quite well paced. I think if you were to maybe remove the Jabba the Hutt scene, which they added, which is basically a repeat of what happens in the cantina, you would have a little bit of space. But I think the problem is, if you put it in, it can make that first half of the film that little bit extra long and make the pacing might go a little bit. So
that's right. You want to follow the action in.
Yes.
Into the nitty gritty, of the script, and that's true. It's a talky scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With exposition, which is always a difficult thing to keep the audience interested in.
Yeah, and you're also talking politics.
Yes.
Which is hard, especially when you're out there in the sun and you think, but let's get on with this. It's explaining motivation of wanting to be on the right side, if you like. And where I've been and what I've been doing. I'm on the Rand ecliptic, etc., etc. So, it's exposition.
Yeah.
The to be avoided, if possible.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. So we jump forward then to your time in the cockpit of the X-wing. How fun was that? Was that quite an enjoyable experience?
Oh yeah, that was just because by that time I kind of knew what was going on a bit, and yeah, and I think I just thought, well, I'm going to nail all these lines first, and I'm going to go in there, and George did. He said, "You know them all?" I said, "Yeah." And so he said, "Well, go ahead." And so I just did one after the other, and he said, "Well, move about, punch a few things, buttons." I said, "Well, what?" Oh, no, there was a game in front of me, a little toy kids game. So I mean, it was a very hot day, and whenever it was, I don't remember that. All I remember is sitting outside, sweating, and then coming in and sweating even more. But yeah, it was a quick episode, and who knew what stunning effect it would have for all of us at the very in where it was in the film. What they did with that was magic.
Yeah,
and to be part of that was terrific.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it must be quite hard to visualize what they were trying to kind of like.
We had nobody had any idea. And it's such a classic. I mean, it is modeled on the old classic aerial films.
Sure.
But on the other hand, it's brilliant. It'll go down and keep its place in history. That attack.
Yeah, and it's going to be 43 years old in a matter of weeks. So,
yeah. You keep mentioning ages. This is okay. I got to get these dates in my head. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the classic question. Obviously, is have you did you think that you'd still be talking about Star Wars so many years later?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, they still talk about Citizen Kane. They'll talk about Citizen Kane. No, of course, you can't get this universal part of the cinema history. The nice thing, there was a film about the 100 most influential films, a television series by a chap called Cousins, an Irishman, a wonderful critic and expert. And he, I thought, my God, because the message is mentioned, which I was in, because it was an Arab film of such size and scope and importance at the time. Star Wars, of course, and the Chinese film that I did, although not a great film, it was a great political kind of change in China, and it meant it marked as, I think, one of the major English films that was done in China, English and Chinese. So, and I thought, yeah, and I was at the beginning of Stratford in Canada. So, and I was in the first television program out of Toronto. I thought, yeah, all these firsts. I said, well, you should write a book, but I'm not writing a book. I'm just trying to get these dates in my head, first of all.
Well, if you get the dates straight, then you could write a book.
And then I'll write the book. Yeah.
And then you can produce the audio book. So that will keep you busy. So,
yeah.
So that's great. So obviously right now with the COVID-19, we're in lockdown. All conventions for the foreseeable have been cancelled. Have you got many dates coming up that you were meant to be attending?
Yeah, there were a few. Well, one right this weekend in Germany, and then of course there were English ones.
Yeah.
But all and we're all going to miss it. Incredibly, so much of the camaraderie is regenerated every time you meet the actors again.
Sure.
Who are still with us, and it's a really great experience to see them again. You don't maybe see them when you're here in England or wherever, and we all miss it, and as well as the fans. The fans have been the supporters. They've been what sort of kept us alive, if you like, over all these years. I didn't do it as long as, say, Jeremy or Dave or Peter, but I've got to really enjoy it, and we've had the privilege of going to all these countries in America, in Europe, and in Japan, and you know, it's been a very lucky a bonus. So we're grateful, and grateful to the Rebel Legion and the 501 in its entirety. I have so many honorary certificates and met so many friends, if you like.
Yeah.
And we will miss it, indeed. And I hope everybody who we would have seen is well, and that we will see you again in the future. Yeah, I really do.
Yeah. Amen to that, I think. So, well, Garrick, I think that's probably a good point to wrap up, I think.
Well, thank you very much, Mark.
No, thank you. This has been brilliant.
Look closely. Really closely. Deep into the eyes of a child. See their hope. And ours too. Whoever she is, wherever he lives, every child deserves a childhood. That's why UNICEF is there, for each and every child. Working day in, day out, in 190 countries and territories, reaching the hardest to reach, the furthest from help. It's why we stay to the end and never give up. Will you stand with us?
Stand with us. Stand with us. Stand with us.
For every child.
Hi, this is Christina Gunderson from Sunrider Base, and I'm the Detachment Commanding Officer for the Galactic Strategic Command Detachment. I'd like to say thank you to everyone who's watching and donating. May the Force be with you.
Hello to everyone streaming the Rebelthon. My name is Jaira from Terrapin Base, and I'd just like to say thank you for watching and donating. Stay safe, and may the Force be with you.
Welcome back to Rebelthon 2020. We're still going. We have hopefully in about another hour's worth of content coming up. And we're finishing up here. We have to reset the stream yet again because we've exceeded our capacity. And this is really awesome that we're still moving. So please stay with us if you're still watching. And I know we're moving on to another side of the world. We've some generous donations that came in even from Europe, Australia, Asia. And thank you so much for those and really appreciate the activity here. But we are going to be back shortly, so give us just a few minutes. Come back and join us. We'll be back with some more guests. We have Lee Townsley coming up. He's an R2 builder and operator, which will be very cool. Talking about some of the building and that of the Astromechs and other droids. So we look forward to talking to him about that. Thank you very much and see you soon. May the Fourth be with you. See you in a few seconds.
All right. Well, we have another pause. So, for anyone watching on here, if you missed anything from earlier, over the next week or so, I'm going to be putting the videos up on YouTube here of all the interviews. So you can watch them there. I guess they're back already, so let's get back to that. Maybe they're up? No, maybe not. Oh no, that's still part 2. Alright. Oh, here we go. Part 3.
I built my R2 back in 2007. I started. Finished it in 2009.
Lee Towers.
And was looking for something to do with it. How am I going to attend events? There wasn't an active R2 builders group here in the UK. So I joined the Rebel Legion. They kindly got me on board and they accepted me as not an honorary member, but a member that, because of not being a costumer, it was a bit of a grey area, but they let me come on board. And yeah, I did my first event with them about, I think it was 11 years ago. It popped up actually. And it was Star Wars musical with Anthony Daniels.
Oh, nice.
It was the O2 Arena in London. And I did some promotional photography for the event with the Rebel Legion and my R2. And then the second, we had the opening night, which I went to see. I had tickets. And then the second night I went along with my R2-D2. And it was my first troop with the Rebel Legion.
Nice.
And that journey flourished with them, really. You know, I got quite heavily involved and I spent a lot of time and effort building R2 and I was keen to take him out and attend. And I always kept an eye on the events on the Rebel Legion's boards and, yeah, went to as many as I could.
So what brought you to the droid builders to begin with?
Well, I was always into remote control cars, boats, planes and so on. I was always into the RC scene.
Oh, okay.
My plane career wasn't as successful as my other builds. I was very good at crashing planes. So that was an expensive, short-lived hobby. And one Christmas, I was looking for something to build. And I'd gone through all the boats and cars and so on. So I decided to look for something different. It was nearly a Dalek, but a Dalek didn't fit in my car. So I stumbled across the worldwide R2 Builders group, astromech.net. And they shared it was a Yahoo group at the time. It's
I remember the old Yahoo boards, the old Yahoo forums.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think Astromech Info was astromech.net, so I was active at all at that time.
Yep.
But yeah, and it went on from there. As I was captivated immediately, knew I was going to go for it. My wife thought I was crazy, as all our wives do. I think when we say we're going to build an R2D2. And yeah, 2 years later, it was finished.
RC person, was it a little easier for you from that standpoint? Because I wasn't an electronics person at all.
To a certain degree, yes, because a lot of the kits were available as well, the build kits from various builders in America. So my first build was an A&A kit, which was Andrew Schwartz and Alex Kung, I think it is, the two guys that got together, which is like a styrene build. So a lot of it was a flat pack kit, and that was fairly easy to assemble. You still need some model making experience from, like you say, the boats and the planes and so on, because the planes I flew were scratch built, and they did fly quite well until my remote radio control skills were poor.
It sounds like building planes and flying planes wasn't the problem. It was the landing. It sounds like.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, it was that.
Or the not.
And certainly I had a head start with electronics as well, because I understood quite quickly how you would get the thing to work with the dome rotation and the drive system and so on. I've since found out a lot of builders find that quite daunting, how they're going to get the electronics to work. They're quite happy to 3D print or, you know, whatever approach they're going to take with their build, but actually getting it moving, they look at that as quite a daunting thing, which wasn't a concern for me at all.
Right. So that's interesting because, yeah, so I started from a place where the whole thing just seemed daunting. So my first build, which I actually still have the dome here and is out, and the rest of them is out in the shed. Like I said, I ended up doing 66% because I found 12-inch rings. So for those that don't know, R2 circumference is 18 inches, roughly. I think it's a little slightly larger, right?
Yeah, slightly. Yeah.
18 inches, or here in America in metric, I'm sure you could tell everyone what it is.
No, we still go by 18, well, just over 18 inches. Yeah, we still say that.
An eighth or so in the body. And so that to me, I said, okay, well, I could build everything. Cylinder is a little bit challenging, but the dome for me was a no-brainer. There was like, okay, that clearly I have to buy because, you know, that's something that you can't really replicate. So I know back in the old days, people were buying IKEA lamps. I know
That's right. Yeah.
The original was, what was the original? Was it a hairdresser? Was it the thing that went on your head at the hairdresser, I think? Or
the rumor is that it was a lamp from the film industry. It was a big industrial lamp shade, apparently, but nobody's actually found that lampshade. I think there's even names of the type of lamp that we use banding about, but that was used eventually as a mold. So they would have got that and made the first R2 dome, I guess, out of whatever it was, which say it's the lamp, and then they took a lot of molds and from that.
But it's fascinating because as a fellow builder and as a Legion member, to talk to someone who has taken the path that you've taken, and I know some of it was, and for those that don't know, it's yourself and Oliver that were able to get into not only meet with Kathleen. I believe I remember from watching one of the films, you guys met, or Oliver met Kathleen Kennedy and was quite upfront with her and just said, hey, if you need a droid for your movies, give me a call.
It's exactly that. Yeah, Celebration in Germany. Oliver, I wasn't there, unfortunately, but a number of UK builders were. Mm-hmm. And the UK guys had a little bit, I think the European guys were talking as well, saying, you know, wouldn't it be funny if we got to offer our services to Kathleen Kennedy?
Yep.
Oliver, being who he is, you know, he's there. He's a bit ballsy, as we say. You know, he just ploughed in there when he saw the opportunity, and just jokingly said to her, "Well, if you want the R2's building, you know who to ask."
There you go.
I think it was 3 months later he got a phone call, and the next thing, the production team around his house, seeing what he's about, looking at his builds, and making sure he wasn't joking.
Now, what do you do for a living? Before, what did you do? What was your specialty, or what was your career?
Okay, so interesting actually, because we can backtrack a little bit as well to the dome conversation we were just having, because when I left college, I did IT studies for a year at college, and it was a bit of a waste of a year really. I was keen to work, and I got a job in the steel industry, and it was a family-run business. It wasn't my family, but I went in and joined this family running this steel company, and I was looking after their IT. I was looking after their computer systems, but it wasn't enough to keep me busy. So I made it my business to learn the steel industry as well. And I was doing buying and selling and learning how to use some of the machinery there and the presses and so on. So a lot of that came useful when it came to the R2 build. And I ended up working there for 23 years.
Wow.
And, one of the useful things while I was there, just before I lost my job there, I actually got some aluminium domes spun for my R2 build back in 2007.
Nice.
I got the measurements from the club. I had a former made, which was made out of wood, from the dimensions that I could get from the club. And then they spun these domes. It's just a flat piece of aluminium, which spins around at a massive rate of knots. And they just put force on it and then just form the dome. So I then had these two bits of aluminium domes, one over the other, because the R2 dome, as you know, is 2 layers. And then, which is this one here, I spent 6 months cutting all the blue panels out with a Dremel. So I drew all the lines where R2's, blue panels are and the holes and so on. And I literally just got a Dremel and carefully hand cut it. So I'm about to retire that dome actually, but it's going to go on a display shelf. I'm still proud of it now. It stands up quite well.
You should be proud of it. You should.
Yeah. So that was my first and only full-time job in effect. Sadly, the company went into receivership, and I was made redundant. So I decided to set up a business myself. So I was self-employed for 2 or 3 years, and then I was just kicking around, wondering what I was going to do with the rest of my life. And I got the phone call from Oliver, and so I was free. You know, I built R2, so because I was self-employed, I was able to do a lot of events with the Rebel Legion at the time as well.
Of course, yeah.
Already kind of on the radar. There was a guy that's sadly not active in the Rebel Legion anymore, called Dave Clark, and Mary Franklin rang Dave up and said, "Do you know anyone with an R2D2 to do some publicity for Lucasfilm here over in the UK?" And he's like, "Yeah, I know a guy. Contact Lee Towersey." So I was already doing game launches and things like that, and the O2 was partly to do with Lucasfilm as well, because I did the publicity with the Rebel Legion.
Mm-hmm.
And, so we were on the radar, and thanks to Mary Franklin and then Oliver approaching Kathleen Kennedy, we ended up being interviewed and offered a job to build the R2s for The Force Awakens.
Beautiful. I mean, it's a dream come true for any of us, anybody in any of the legions, or any fan that thinks, you know, that makes anything and says, well, if only I can get this in front of the right people, you know, it really is fantastic. What was your so since then, what was your favorite, what's been your favorite, let's start off with your favorite all-time moment. Was it you know, being on set? Was it meeting a particular person or cast member? Or what's been your most favorite experience since this has started?
Okay, so my keenest memory, my favorite memory, sorry, is from The Force Awakens, because that was kind of, you know, Star Wars was back. We didn't think Star Wars was going to ever come back. Yeah. And everyone was just buzzing. Everyone was just having a wonderful time. And one of my first days on set was at Greenham Common, which was a missile base here in the UK, which was used for the Rebel base exterior.
Okay.
Force Awakens. And sadly, it's not seen in the film, but when Rey leaves with Chewie to go to try and get Luke back on H2, R2D2 joins them, as we saw him on the island towards the end of the film, wobbling about next to the Falcon. And we actually shot a scene where R2 is going up the ramp to go into the Falcon to join them. So they wanted to use that so people were aware that R2 was traveling with them.
Right.
And we shot it about 5 times, I think it was. And I was given the job to drive R2 up the ramp. The ramp is probably about an inch either side wider than R2D2.
Wow.
And we had a fantastic new drive system, which was a new thing in R2. R2 was pretty much the same as the original films, apart from the electronics, which have, you know, come leaps and bounds over the years. So we've got better systems now, thankfully, which they couldn't even think about back in the 70s. So I was fortunate enough to have this really accurate remote control system. Thanks to the BB-8 guys, actually, Matt Denton and Josh Lee, they found these lovely drives. And so I was hiding behind a crate in shot. The crate's in shot.
Oh, that's amazing.
Behind it, but it wasn't straight on. So I was looking that way, but R2 was sort of coming this way, which anyone that's doing remote control things, you know, it's just there. You want a good straight line of sight for something like that if you can, especially if you hit a certain width. And thankfully, I nailed it every time.
Yeah, how beautiful.
After about the second or third take, I was actually, my boss Neil Scanlon was hiding with me behind the crate, and he was whispering in my ear, you know, telling me what to do. I was nervous enough as it is with this going on, without my boss telling me what to do as well. And I was like, oh, I've really got to deliver here, you know? Yeah, after the second take, Anthony Daniels went up to some of the creatures department who I was working with, and they said, who's driving that R2? And they said, oh, it's Lee over there. And Anthony had the courtesy to come over to me and congratulate me on my driving. He said, I've never seen anything like it. He said, usually they was crashing into the scenery, you know, all the stories we've heard before.
Yeah.
You know, whatever reputation Anthony Daniels has got, or, you know, has had in the past, that just cancelled everything out for me. You know, I just thought, what a nice guy to to take the time out to come over to me and say that. And it did help. You know, I thought, well, that just killed the nerves. That just relaxed me. And yeah, so it went well. But sadly, it wasn't seen in the film.
That's fantastic. So two things that come up that bring to mind. So you mentioned what they didn't have for the original films. So I think that's what's really amazing to learn, is that people don't realize that when you do a movie like that, R2 needs to do something, but he only needs to do it 4 or 5 times. When we build our droids, we're building them for the longevity, so that these things can be around and they could work, and we could take them to children's hospitals and go to events like we do. So back when they shot A New Hope and R2's arm comes out, first of all, we don't have Kenny Baker living in there, which, you know, that's the first thing. A lot of people don't even realize that Kenny Baker was a little person who sat inside of R2 or stood inside of R2, and he helped wiggle him around. He helped move him around because we didn't have the control systems. We didn't have radio control, and the technology and the components weren't as small as we can make them now, right? So right. A lot of people don't realize that. And then the other thing that people don't realize is that, you know, they used R2 is different in scene to scene. And we know that because we've studied those shots, we've studied those frames, but, you know, the shoulder hubs being a certain way, or the shoulder hydraulics and the buttons rather, you know, buttons front, buttons back, you know, there's different takes on that. You know, the very first scene in A New Hope where he and C-3PO come out, for me, that was like the biggest moment. I was 7 years old in the theater, and I was like, what is that? Oh my God. And indeed, buttons were front then, and that's how I built my droid. And I know that there's Good man. I know there's always been a debate on the boards, but that's how, I don't know if you could see them, but
good man.
The buttons front.
That's great. It's funny, when Oliver and I started, that's one of the first conversations we had, and we said, you know, what are we going to do? We're going to do buttons front or back, or are we going to switch it for fun? You know, like
there you go, right?
Happened in the films. We could have switched it if we wanted, and we just looked at each other and said, buttons front. So decision made, and it stuck.
Done.
That was a simple decision.
So now I know that the other thing that comes to mind is you mentioned the weight of R2. So I'm assuming, having spun that aluminum dome and with the work that you've done, is that your builds are mostly aluminum? Is that true?
That's correct, yes. So my first build, as I mentioned earlier, was a styrene kit.
Yep.
But since then, I've gone the other way, because most people start with aluminium thinking it's going to be all singing, all dancing, and they realise how heavy the damn thing is.
Yeah.
It's the lighter option. But no, I've gone for aluminium all the time now. That's my preferred build material, just for the solidness of it, really, and the rigidity, and just durability for the droid, and especially for the film ones.
They need that durability, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly, if you look back at the old films, if you look at some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, I recently saw a photo actually, which I hadn't seen before. At Elstra, I think it was, with all the R2-D2s, and there must have been about 10 R2-D2s in this shot.
Wow!
It's domes and things on racks and what have you. You know, how many they had, I've no idea. Someone out there will know, I'm sure. Probably Oliver would know this.
Yeah, I'm sure there's someone who knows.
We had 3. We just made 3, and that was enough, thankfully. And I put that down to the reliability of the electronics more than anything else, and a lot of spares, of course, as well. You know, we do have to be prepared for a quick swap out if anything goes wrong.
Now, where do those 3 droids live now?
Good question. One of them is in America.
Okay.
Because I used it for the world premiere, and we don't know when it's going to be used next. So until we know where it's going to be needed next, it can live in America. You know, there was no point in bringing it back to the UK.
I see.
So that's living somewhere in America. That's the hero one. And then the 2 others, they are somewhere here in the UK.
Okay.
Not at my house, I hasten to say, sadly.
Are you working on anything that you can tell us about that might be coming out? Are you working on The Mandalorian?
No, I'm not. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
we were fortunate enough to have some of our creatures flown out to America to be used in the background for Mandalorian.
Nice.
Whether here again in the second season, I'm not sure, but that's been shot in America. That's an entirely American crew, as far as I know. There's no one I know here in the UK that's gone out there to do that. But like I say, we've happily supplied some of our props and creatures and characters to be in the background. So that's good enough. That's cool. That's good.
Any other Star Wars builds or do you have a wish list of things that you'd like?
A wish list? Wow. Not really. I say no. Funny enough, someone just gave me a link yesterday to the Johnny 5 builders group.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'd love to build a Johnny 5. But I've got a new rule. I've got too many projects going on, haven't we all? You know, I know costumers, the Rebel Legion and 501st are the same. Yep. You know, they may be building one costume, but I'm sure they've got the eye on another costume or their next costume. And so I've got a chopper, which is about 60% done. I've got a BB-8, which is about 50% done. The K9, nice. Which I mentioned, I'm doing a new dome for this R2 because, like I was saying, this dome will be retired. With all this new dome's got all the panels opening and so on. I've got it's funny enough, it's in front of me now. I've got a Dio build because that's a nice little.
Oh, nice.
So I'm building Dio at the moment. So
thank you.
It's got a head and so on as well. So that's quite nice. It's by the CAD actually has been done by a guy called Michael Badley.
Oh yeah, he does all this.
He's got a Facebook group called Mr. Badley.
Yep.
3D printing, and he makes a load of Star Wars droids available for people to print from home. And this has been reworked by Matt Denton, that was part of the BB-8 build team at Pinewood.
Oh, excellent.
He's worked his magic on this setup, so I'm doing a Michael Badley print with a Matt Denton electronics. So that's something I started it about 2 weeks ago. So that's turned out okay. Yeah, and that's about it. But that's enough to keep me busy for now.
What's the most satisfying thing, or you know, what's the most satisfying part of the build? Obviously, you know, you get a lot of pride from. Is there anything in particular? For me, it's always the painting and the weathering I find the most satisfying.
Yeah, that is for me, I would say. And R2 was a memorable build, my first build, but I like the different droids now. You know, when people are creating their own color schemes, I think so. Yeah, the painting is the most satisfying because it's a great way to finish off the droid. But if you're creating your own color schemes well, yeah, that's more satisfying. That's a really good fit when it works. You know, once you paint it and it comes together well. And I'm trying to encourage that because, you know, I like to see different droids. Everybody wants to build an R2-D2, but it's nice to see different droids at events when we attend the Comic Cons here in the UK. So yeah, the painting aspect is definitely very satisfying. And then to follow that up as well, when you do the Comic Cons as well, when you go to events, and I still do events now, and I may not do one for a year, but then when you get your R2 out and you turn up at a Comic Con and all the kids are going mad and all the adults are asking you questions, you know, about the build and so on, such a huge sense of achievement every time, you know, to share that with people and to hopefully get them involved and get them building as well is that's a fun element as well. That's great.
It is. I found that I can get quite emotional. So especially when we go to we've been to a couple of children's hospitals and cancer hospitals, and that's so my first entree into this all was I built R2. Then I did an X-Wing pilot costume. So I have my X-Wing pilot that I've gone to, and there's been times where we go to an event and R2 is not allowed upstairs into the children's wings.
Yeah.
So they'll have an event like in the lobby, and then the people who can't leave their room or they're, you know, for whatever reason they have to stay on their floor or they're bedridden, we'll go up and visit them room by room. And I found that in the X-Wing, and just it's so satisfying. I've gotten quite emotional, or I've got teary-eyed and that led me to then say, okay, well, I need a helmet. I need to be able to cover my.
Good idea.
So
Good idea.
I actually just finished it and just became a 501st member about a month ago now. So that's going to be my backup.
Good idea.
You know, it's going to be an emotional day. I just put a helmet on.
Yeah. Or what you need to do, Michael, is just put a heavy tint on your pilot helmet. Just mix it up a bit and just put a heavy tint on the lens.
The tears just be sweat and weathering.
Just sweat. That's right. It's just you're just sweating. That's fine.
That's all. Well, this has been an absolute pleasure. I can't think of anything else that I'd love to ask you. I think we've been through a lot. We've covered a lot, and hopefully we get to talk again someday.
Yeah, good questions, Michael. It's been a pleasure talking to you. It's been great.
Thank you so much, and hopefully we'll see you out there. And I'm going to be venturing across the pond as soon as all the quarantine is over, and maybe we'll meet up for a pint.
Definitely, that will happen. Give me a call when you're here. I promise you, we'll catch up.
Thank you so much, and
okay.
I think that Rebelthon hopefully will be a huge success. I'm really looking forward to it, and thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing this with us.
Good luck with Rebelthon, Michael. I'm sure it'll be a success. I'm sure it'll be great.
Thank you so much, Lee. You take care now.
Okay, take care. Cheers.
Cheers.
Unreasonable. It's how you have to be if you want to change things. Relentless. Tenacious. The world's children need people like that. People who see impossible as incentive to try harder. Who find one good reason to keep going in the face of 1,000 reasons to stop. So, shout out to the hardcore. Because big problems need big solutions from big game players. You know the type. The determined. The persistent. The unreasonable. UNICEF, in more than one.
Hi, this is Carla from Deveron Base. Thanks to everyone who is watching and donating. Stay safe and may the force be with you.
Hello there. My name's Matthew. I'm CEO of Causeway Base serving Northern Ireland. I just wanted to take a moment to thank everyone tuning in and watching the first ever Rebelthon. So again, thank you. So stay home, stay safe, and as always, may the force be with you.
Welcome back to Rebelthon 2020. We're closing into our last few interviews and looking forward to enjoying another May 4th with our community. I want to say, first of all, we're at 83.48. We're around 600 some odd dollars short of our $9,000. It'd be awesome to make $9,000 tonight if we got that finished up. Remember, share the streams if you're still there in the different parts of the world. Those in the North America, if you're still awake, share those away. On the Europe, Asia, Australia, please do the same thing for us. Let's see if we can make this a $9,000 gift to UNICEF in the name of the Rebel Legion and Star Wars communities. And our next interview coming up is with Chris Bartlett. Happy May 4th to everyone, and let it go.
Hello, Rebel Legion. Justin Sonfield here from Deveron Base. I have several characters in the Legion that I play, including Han Solo, working on a Chewbacca, but my absolute all-time favorite is my C-3PO that I do for the base up here in New York and New Jersey. I have with us today the Pro, the second only to the Anthony Daniels, Mr. Chris Bartlett. Welcome, joining us here today from Los Angeles, California. Chris, first talk to us and tell us how you are doing, how your family's doing, your current setup, what's going on, all that stuff.
Thank you, Justin. It's great to be with you today. I'm
again, like you said, I'm in Los Angeles. That's where I'm based, and we're working from home, and it's going great. My family's all healthy, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, your family is obviously very important. I saw on your Facebook page there's a recent marriage. Is it recent? Is it a couple years?
Yeah,
or?
my oldest daughter got married. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so that was really exciting. Yeah. So I have 2 daughters and 2 boys. My oldest daughters are in their 20s. So.
And how about the youngest? The youngest is.
Boys are 12 and 14. So.
Homeschooling a little bit right now, or is that a sitch? Because we have a 6-year-old, and half of our day is that fun.
Yeah. So what they do is they check in about 11 o'clock in the morning. They get their lessons. They do their homework. Click submit, and then they're done by like 1, and then they're playing games the rest of the day or building cardboard forts as they did this morning.
So what you're saying is in LA at 14, it's the exact same as it is in New York at 6.
Yeah. Yep.
So tell me about your early life and what brought you to Star Wars. I mean, if you can remember your first experience with Star Wars, the first time you saw it. I don't know how old you are, but take us back to that moment in time.
Okay. Well, I'm going to date myself, but I was 7 years old in 1977. So I was like the perfect age for this story. And I saw Star Wars in the movie theater in 1977, and just blown away that this was with this story. And so back then, you have 3 years in between the next movie. So you have 3 years. There's no internet. There's no Star Wars shows on TV. There's just this one iconic story that you just saw. This adventure with Luke and Han and Chewie and 3PO and R2 and Darth Vader. And so you have 3 years to for your imagination to go wild. So of course I bought, I saved up and got the figures, and then I'm playing with them in my backyard or making up stories about them and stuff. And so really that really inspired my imagination. And then when the making of Star Wars came on TV, I think that was probably, maybe it was during, I don't know if it was during Empire Strikes Back or what year exactly that was, maybe Return of the Jedi. So about 1983, that's when I really I decided I'm either going to one day work for George Lucas or make video games. And so I didn't know how I could do that, because obviously it seemed like the last movie was done at that point, but I knew that I wanted to work in the Star Wars universe somehow. And so that's kind of how it started.
You and I had very similar backgrounds. I was 4 years old. My father took me to see the movie on the 4th night that it was open, and in New Orleans, Louisiana. And almost a very parallel story. So having the 3 years to wait, no VCRs, no nothing. No. One of my best friends, Michael Stone, had the first Betamax, and I'm so glad you brought it up, when those making of shows came on,
yeah,
that's like all we had. That was it. And so I remember it comes on TV, and he recorded it, and I would go to tell my mom, I'm going to Corky's house because we're going to watch the Star Wars making of show. Yeah. And it just inspired you, right? I mean, because you saw how they made it, and I had never had any intro to what that was like to make a movie like that, and I guess not really many people had. And to see the magic of it and the influence, remember they would show all the old footage of what the movies, the claymation and everything of what they were inspired by, and really bringing it to the next level. So my next question was, it clearly inspired you in your career and what you were going to do with your life.
Yeah. So I went into graphic design. I loved the interface designs of the Death Star approaching the planet, the X-Wing, heads-up display, and Vader's TIE fighter, chasing Luke, and the Death Star plans themselves. I loved all that stuff. And I knew I wanted to be an artist, and I drew all the time, but I didn't know really what I could turn it into, and I ended up turning it into graphic design, and then I eventually went into video games, and now I'm the UI director on Call of Duty.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Okay, we're gonna definitely get into that for sure. Yeah, so
Okay.
so graphics design major through college, clearly influenced by Star Wars. When you saw the first movie, who's your favorite character, or did you really latch onto the movie in general? Did you have any immediate draws?
You know what? That's a great question. I mean, R2, which seems weird, but I mean, you know, you'd think you would identify maybe with Luke or Han. You know, Han was always the cool kid who you would never be, or I would never be. He was, you know, Luke seemed like he was lost, and you know, yeah, he was the hero of the show, but like I was really drawn to R2 because, you know, is it a robot? It is a robot. There was no question in my mind that it was, you know, somehow automated. That, and then when I was watching the, you know, the making of, and found that Kenny Baker was sometimes inside the, or at the time I thought he was in him all the time, but
right.
And then of course 3PO. To hear, you know, we've seen in the latest interviews with Anthony Daniels that they really held back on his publicity and focused more on the three other characters, and really did not mention his role as an actor. So 3PO just always seemed like he was a real robot. You know, it is hard to explain, you know, but in my later professional life, I really found that it's amazing how many people, you know, really believe that they're both robots.
I know. And so I remember reading the book, and he was talking about, you know, how his name was left off, and then, you know, he would be the person, the suit fit him, you know, so he was the only person in the suit. And so while everyone was doing their star-studded things, you know, he was in the suit. Right. And that illusion, I definitely fell for the illusion, you know, and definitely thought that it was a really true working robot. And seeing those stories from his perspective was like, oh my God, this was horrible. You know, he didn't get any credit because, and we'll get into it, but you know, this is not an easy acting gig to pull off, you know.
No,
and his discipline as a mime, you know, and what he brought to the character was so much. So yeah, I it's funny. I got the privilege of telling him the story of my first action figure I ever saw was the 3PO action figure. A kid at nursery school had the 3PO and the R2D2, and you know, May. So it must have been a year after the movie came out. And I remember just seeing it, and I was like, "Oh my God!" I mean, because action figures weren't really a thing, and I had, you know, allowance that I was like you, saved up my money, you know, and I got $4 a week allowance, and an action figure was $2.50. So every other week I could get another one.
Yeah, right.
So no, it's great. So tell me about your career and moving into the UX and game design portion, but then 2006, 2010, you get kind of the opportunity of a lifetime to work for Lucasfilm and Disney.
Right. Well, the Star Wars also played a role in my getting into games, specifically because as a graphic designer, I was an artist doing layout design and logo design and stuff like that as a young artist. And then one of my friends said, "Oh, you should apply at this game studio. They all drive Lamborghinis." And I was like, I'm not really a Lamborghini guy, but I mean, you know, that seems like that would be I mean, I've always wanted to work in games, but I thought you had to be like a 3D modeler or an animator or something like that, and not really a graphic designer. I don't know how that would work, but I submitted my portfolio to Epic Games, which makes Gears of War and Fortnite, and I dropped it off. I mean, I sent it in, and then I called that afternoon. And I said, "Hey, I just sent you my portfolio. I was checking in to see if it's available or to review, if I can get an interview." And they said, "Oh, we have 400 resumes we're going through right now, and we'll give you a call when we get to yours." And I was like, "Oh man, I got to figure out a way to rise to the top of this pile." So, as a member of the 501st, I had my own sand trooper costume that I built. And so, of course, what you do to get a job anywhere is you put on your stormtrooper costume and march down into the offices. And so anyway, I thought this is a totally weird idea, but it could possibly work. And I made a little a sand trooper figure, mounted it on a little stand with my URL on it, my portfolio, and took it down there, and I did the voice and everything and delivered it as if I was TK409, my 501st number, delivering a message for Chris Bartlett, for and in behalf of Chris Bartlett. And anyway, so it turned out that the art director was a massive Star Wars fan, was super impressed. And then so the next day he said that was really what put you to the top of the pile was your appearance as a stormtrooper at our offices. So
how about that?
Yeah.
So your 501st journey, TK409, that is one low number.
Yeah.
So that journey started when for you?
And
was that your first? And was that your first costume?
My first kit was my first 501st approved costume was a stormtrooper, and I built it in 2000, started trooping in 2001, or started trooping and then got my membership in 2001. So, that point you could pick any number, and I was like, I want a number that's close to TK421. Sure. But I want one that's memorable. So I was like, 409, scrubbing the galaxy of rebel scum.
That is awesome.
So,
I mean, I'd hire you just because of that. I mean, it's perfect. It's wonderful. So one more part of your career I want to talk about it, because I come from the retail industry. Her Majesty's Thunder. Tell me about Her Majesty's Thunder apparel for motorcycle enthusiasts.
Right. So this is a total departure, but I am really into old vehicles, and I ride old motorcycles, and built my own that I ride now. And but there was never like stuff that I liked to wear, t-shirts, I like the old maybe shop t-shirts or punk t-shirts, something that has to do with old British motorcycles. And so I created Her Majesty's Thunder, which was a Her Majesty's Thunder, so British, and thunder like the roar, the motorcycles. So
I mean, I feel triumph like just comes out of that,
Right.
It's like,
yeah, that was it. Without saying, British names on the t-shirts and Triumph, but it ended up that Triumph dealerships in North Carolina started buying my product, and so that was pretty cool. Plus, as an artist, I was designing all the t-shirts, and I was getting them printed, and I was sending them out myself, and
so kind of very apropos to what we do and why we're here. When you see something out there that you love and you see nobody's making it, we have these wonderful costumes that we want to see exist, but they don't really exist for practical purposes until someone picks up the torch and starts making them.
Yeah.
So talk to me about that transition from desire and because one of the things that I find fascinating about you and your career is that you're not only the actor that's playing in these roles, you are the custodian and creator of the parts, in a lot of cases. So take us through that journey.
Okay, well, I had built as a member of the 501st and on the replica prop forum and Denon Helmet over the years, I had built other costumes, like costumes for my kids, Jawas for my kids, or I built a Tusken Raider, and then I love Boba Fett, so I built a Boba Fett in 2003, and after that, I always wondered, I've never really seen a 3PO that was that was production quality. I did see one that was back around just after Attack of the Clones came out. a 501st member named Akira in Japan took and built an Attack of the Clones style C-3PO. So what they did is and he's about 5'4", so he's a little shorter than Anthony Daniels, but I just thought that they had done such a good job of replicating the costume when they basically taken a casting of a Don Post statue and then had put it together with clamps and stuff and made it fit Akira. And I was just so impressed. I was like, wow, I would love to figure out how to do that, but a gold one. So, I just kept dreaming about it for a few years, and then was able to acquire, a foot here or legs here or a chest here from collectors who had copies of parts that weren't doing anything with it. They just have it in their collection. And so after I collected enough, I had, a lot of them were either part of statue parts or they were kind of vacuum formed, really not great quality. And so what I did is I have a friend of mine who is a fiberglass artist. And I said, okay, here are some parts to start with that were cast back in the 80s from old Disney parts. And I said, I want to restore these to what it would look like in A New Hope. What that involves is we need to cut apart the knees and totally resculpt them from scratch. We need to cut apart elbows and resculpt those so they operate and work like and look like machined parts and stuff like that. So basically that was kind of how it started to build my own. And once I had finished building it, I spray painted it gold and weathered it all up. And whatever I could do, I didn't know how to get gold, chrome done at that point. That was 2003.
Right.
So or 2006 is when we finished. And so then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna bite the bullet, and I found a chrome shop, and I'm just gonna send it out there. I don't know how I'm gonna pay for it. It's probably gonna be thousands of dollars. Anyway, so but Justin, while you're building stuff, these costumes, the dream is that at some point Lucasfilm might find it worthy to be, or even to just be able to have them see it, or just to be able to have them, say, hey, good job, like that'd be a dream come true, right? Yeah.
So as we know, it's a very physical character, and it's very much Anthony and his motions and what he brought to it. Tell me, but you're not only his movements, you're his voice as well. And I know I just recently watched the Lego show. Was that you as the voice there as well, or?
Yeah. So I did do the voice for that too. So Anthony is the beginning and the end of C-3PO. He is.
And he'll tell you that if you don't know otherwise. He will tell you.
Oh, well,
that is.
I totally respect Anthony. His work is so inspiring, and he's been so generous to me over the years. But I'm so grateful that fans still get to hear his and me as a fan too get to hear his golden voice, in the animated series or in really anything. And so when he and I had first met that first time at the Boston Museum of Science, I had been working on the voice in my car for about 80 minutes a day for about 2 months because I had a long commute. And so I just play the DVDs over and just kind of try and practice them. And so we're talking there, and he's looking over the suit and stuff, and he goes, so let's hear you do the voice. And I was like, oh, I was so nervous. I got all tense. It's like Elvis asking an Elvis impersonator, a bad Elvis impersonator to do him, And I said, but I've been practicing, and so I was like, hello, I am C-3PO, human cyborg relations. And he goes, oh, well, that's very good. He said, let's slow it down a little. And so I said, oh, okay, wow, I just, my mind is blown that, you know, we just got to do that. So then I had several other experiences with Anthony where he helped me understand the animation of C-3PO and also how he would work with human beings and how, you know, how he would talk with them and stuff like that. So, and those were in professional circumstances with the Walt Disney Company and working with him directly, you know, so yeah, so, but he, yeah, so he typically with our work, the things that we would team up on is he would provide us voice track, and then I would listen to that, plan all my animation, so that when I go do the appearance, my animations would sync up as close as possible to the to his recording.
You've had so many opportunities to troop. What we do is we troop, right? And you've been to places where we all could only dream. So Disney is one experience. I'm going to start with Disney. What was your favorite Disney experience? I've seen a lot of photos at Hollywood Studios and whatnot. What was your favorite Disney experience?
Well, being a special character at Walt Disney World, being invited through Lucasfilm, Disney contacted Lucasfilm and said, we understand that Disney or C-3PO is a little more available these days. You know, could we use someone in a costume that isn't Anthony Daniels? And they said, yes, we have someone, but you can just use him, and you let him do what he does, and don't over kind of direct him or anything like that. And I just felt so humbled to be able to be invited to Disney with all these performers that have been doing it for years, and every character, you know, to be able to perform with Mickey, or, you know, I mean, these people are so talented, and I'm just kind of a video game artist who made a costume and really just wanted to be a performer. And so that turned into, I learned so much in terms of like improv and how it would apply to live interaction and how C-3PO would talk to people. And so I had to come up with, like I said, a situation, a response to everything. So, you know, usually—
I don't know what you mean.
yeah. That was the one if I didn't have a response, you know.
Right.
But I usually had a response, and those interactions. First of all, C-3PO was the first masked character that was allowed to talk at Disney World, and that was, again, like I mentioned, I built the costume to have a voice amp and a microphone in it, and I had a custom one that I had built. Chris Sanders, who's my R2, has been my R2
operator
for so many years. Yeah, performer. And so he had built a custom one for me, so it was nice and loud and slim. And yeah, anyway, so when I got there, they did have a sheet for me, and they were like, this is how C-3PO stands, and this is what he would, you know, how he gestures and stuff. And I said, oh, okay. And they're like, yeah, so here's this, but Lucasfilm said that we're not really supposed to, you know, that you're supposed to do what you do. I was like, I can't believe it. This is really sweet.
That's
so
amazing.
my favorite Disney thing was, I mean, until Mandalorian, my favorite Disney thing was being able to live interact with guests, you know. And how that would be was like, they would wait in line for a long time, and they would come up, and I would say, oh, my goodness, why, hello, I am C-3PO, human cyborg relations, and this is my counterpart, R2-D2, and what is your name? And you'd say, oh, I'm Justin. I say, oh, my goodness, why, Sir Justin, wonderful to meet you, and where are you from? And you say, I'm from New York. And I was like, New York? I've never heard of this system. What happened to the old one? Was it disintegrated? Stuff like that. So
it's amazing. That is absolutely amazing.
Or if they're wearing a T-shirt that has some Star Wars, or even if it's not Star Wars, you comment on it because like 3PO doesn't know everything. He is familiar with most of your customs, but
right.
he doesn't know everything.
It's
so.
a familiar face, on that
Right.
on the it is that is amazing.
Now I learned several different languages for greetings. Someone would come up and I would ask them where they're from, and I would assume maybe they're from Japan or Korea or something, and they would say from Korea, and I say annyeonghaseyo, and they would say that was a great feeling. But there was
awesome.
There was a moment when I was doing that where on Star Tours, every day we'd work 11 hours, and then Chris and I would go and ride Star Tours, like as many times as we could fit in before the park closed. And one time there's this dad and his daughter. She was probably in her 20s, and she was sitting in the front row. We're just sitting there waiting. So this is when C-3PO is now in the new Star Tours, and he's sitting in the pilot seat. She's sitting in the front row. So anyway, the next day in the line, her and her dad come to meet C-3PO. So I said, oh my gosh, this is going to be magical. So I said, have we met before? She said, no. I said, you look very familiar. Have you flown with us on Star Tours?
Oh, wow.
She said, yeah. And I said, why, yes, of course, I remember. You and your father sat right in the front row. I looked right at you. I remember.
Oh, that is amazing.
So there's this moment where she looks at her dad, and this magical kind of moment is unexplainable. There's no way.
Yeah.
How could how could Disney pull this off? And so it was just another favorite kind of moment.
One of my good friends is a friend of C-3PO at Walt Disney World, and he's as they've now taken the show and put it on the back burner. Of course, the park's closed right now, but as the Galaxy Far Away show has gone on the back burner, he's been petitioning for more interactive experiences with 3PO in the park. And you were the pioneer. So this is amazing.
None of the characters, like I said, none of the masked characters could talk, but I worked with Disney tech folks where they would come around and they would sit and watch the sets and be like, wow, we would talk a little bit about how I was doing it. It was great. The first year I did it, I went and Disney also scrubbed the forums and fan forums and stuff like that, and to see what people are saying, about it, to see if we're being received well. The most common comment the first weekend was they have an animatronic talking C-3PO who's doing sets. And so then the next weekend, more people went, and people were like, I don't know if it's animatronic, but he's doing he is talking to people. And then someone else would say, he's also saying people's names. How is this? What technology are they using? And there's all these explanations to try and make it into something bigger than it really is. But if you have done any magic, performed any magic before, it's usually the most logical explanation, but your mind doesn't want to believe it could be that easy. It doesn't seem, and it's all part of the performance. Your performance is to make it seem unexplainable.
It's amazing. I mean, even when I wear the suit, and I don't do it the justice that any of the rest of you do. I'm relatively new to it, and you get to hear they can't see you and they can't see you laughing and
right.
But is there a person in there? Is that and inevitably, of course.
I beg your pardon.
Right, exactly.
Right.
What do you mean? It's amazing to interact with folks and give them that unexpected nod that no, I'm not a person.
Well, and all of this comes from George Lucas, from Liz Moore, the sculptress of C-3PO, and Anthony Daniels' performance. That is what people believe that they are seeing. And to perpetuate that in any way we can, to to make it as realistic as possible, as an homage to their life's work, is really what I try to do. And I hope that, that other people, like your friend now in the parks doing it, will do. And so, before then, they didn't have talking Kylo or troopers or Chewie or Vader. And so, there's so much value in having a live personal interaction with a character that you've only seen on the screen. Nobody gets to see these characters in real life except if you're on the set, and even then, that's not the real character. It's a person in a suit. But on the screen, it's a real character. And when you see him in the park, it's a real character. So him being able to talk with you is really magical.
So The Mandalorian.
Okay.
Tell me about it, because I remember waking up the morning in November, turning on the TV, like the second I could get up, and the first scene happens, and then all of a sudden you get your first hit of real nostalgia with our little friend, and that's you.
Right. Right. So the ferryman, the way that happened was, it wasn't the ferryman that got me into The Mandalorian. It was Zero.
Okay.
So my good friend Tim Martin, who is he works for Legacy Effects as an artist and sculptor on The Mandalorian. I didn't know he was working on The Mandalorian because, of course, nobody's talking about it at the time. This would have been 2018 in the summer. So Mandalorian came out in 2019. So he goes, hey, sends me a text. He's like, are you available tomorrow to try on a costume? And I was like, of course. I mean, I don't know, I thought it was just, he had a costume he wanted me to try, and he's like, okay. So you can't tell anybody this, but it's for Mandalorian. And I was like, okay. And so he said, you need to be here at this time. It's for a droid. And I was like, I can do this. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a gonk droid. I don't care if it's half of a gonk droid. I can figure it out. So anyway, I went down and saw the concept art, and it was a bounty hunter droid. And I was like, this is like the best of both worlds. This is so great. So I put on the costume, and he is they kept calling him an RA7, but what he is a later model RA7 droid. So it's like the Death Star droid is an RA7 droid. So there's some confusion there because I play both an RA7 droid and Zero, which is apparently like a newer model. All right, so I went down, tried it on. I did a screen test in it, and they gave me a pistol. It wasn't the one I was going to use in the show, but they just wanted to see how I moved. So I looked at him as a cross between Boba Fett and C-3PO. He's cool and calculating, but he's a droid. Isolating in all of his movements. So anyway, I did this sort of moving around like I was looking for something, and then I pull my weapon out, like this kind of, and and I heard a sound, kind of stuff like that. Well, I'm not talking or anything. I'm just moving.
Sure. And
they were filming it, and then they took it upstairs to Jon Favreau, and he reviewed it, and then I was cast as Zero. Actually, I didn't get the confirmation. They just said, okay, we sent it to John, we'll let you know. And so then a few I think like a week went by or a couple weeks or something, and then I got a call. This girl called me for, we'd like to have you come in for the ferryman. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I didn't get the droid, Oh, okay, I'm happy to be involved, whatever. And I said, what's the character again? And she said, it's the ferryman. And I was like, is this the same production as the droid? And they said, yeah. I said, okay, it's, could you describe the character for me? Because I'm like, okay, I'm going to be wearing probably shirtless, probably furry legs and hooves, maybe playing a flute or something. She said, well, he's an alien and he plays a flute. And I was like, oh, so, okay, I guess it is a, forest creature or whatever. So when I get the email, I see that the description is the ferryman, similar to in mythology, the guy who brings the dead across the river Styx, to their destination. So that is what that character is, a ferryman. And when you see him on the show, when I went in for the fitting, I was like, oh my gosh, I know who this is, or I feel like, I recognize him as the Kubaz spy from A New Hope, right?
Sure.
And that's the thing with The Mandalorian, is there's a lot of stuff that looks familiar, but you shouldn't assume that that is the same person you've seen before.
You mean like Baby Yoda?
Right. I don't have any information on that character, okay?
But you've worked with Baby Yoda.
Yes, I did. I don't have any
AKA
information.
the child.
Yeah, the child is what we call him, right? Don't have any idea about his backstory or anything like that. So,
have you had to clarify for most of your non or partial Star Wars friends that it is not Yoda and that the timeline is different and Yoda is past?
Yeah, it's right. I just say, no, I know people keep calling him that, but it's the child, and Yoda's already dead at this point,
Right.
But anyway, that's all I know about that. But anyway, so that's what's cool about The Mandalorian, is that there's so much that is familiar, but so much that's new. But it's not new in a strange way. It's new in a familiar way. It's so cool. I love how Dave and John have designed the show.
Well, I tell you, my son and I both really, really enjoyed your performance in that character in the show. Just a little bit more technical. So I have a friend named Tim who's building one, and I don't know if you know Tim. He's one of the C-3POs in Ohio, and he's working on
Zero?
Yes, we're talking about Zero. Sorry, bounce back to Zero. So one thing, when he started saying he was researching it, I was looking at the character and I realized he's got real droid legs. So did you wear, in other words, it looked like it was CGI, or are my eyes deceiving me? That his legs look like they pinch in a little bit. Is that not a real thing?
Go back and watch the show.
Okay.
And you'll have to decide if that is, if those are legs a human could fit their legs into.
Gotcha. Okay. There you go.
But the costume is real and it's practical. And my performance is my performance. I didn't motion capture it. I did it all live and real there. So there's some magic involved there, but my performance is not CG. Okay. And so it's I mean, May 4th, when you watch the docuseries on Disney Plus, the Disney the Disney Plus
gallery.
Show.
It's the gallery.
Thank you, Disney Gallery.
Yeah.
Right, I should have known that. There's 8 episodes. If they cover it in there, that's awesome. And then we could talk about it more later. But that's it. But so Zero is a combination of my performance and the voice of Richard Ayoade. At the time, I had this is a costume that was built by Legacy Effects, and then I brought my own voice amp, the custom one that I had built for C-3PO, and put it into the costume so that while I'm on set, I could do all the lines. I did all the lines, and to give them kind of an idea of, I don't know. When you come as an actor, when you come to these roles, you want to bring ideas. You don't want the director to have to tell you, like, okay, this is what this character's like. This is how he talks. I want you to move like this. You want to bring some ideas. So I just made up a voice, and the voice was a gravelly British, sinister kind of a voice, kind of aloof kind of voice. And so what I would do is I would just not drink water for like half an hour before and I would like cough and try and get my voice, like very, very gravelly. Oh, this ship is quite a mess. the fuel lines are leaking. You know, that
Sounds
kind of
just
stuff.
like him.
Oh,
It could have been
thank
you.
The navigation is intermittent. The
There you
hyperdrive, when they operate, you know, that kind of thing. So, you know, and then Richard took his performance, created his own performance, and I just think it's such a great marriage, you know,
Wonderful
of those
marriage,
two for
yes.
the character. Yeah, the character is so cool. I love it.
Well, that's amazing. Well, thank you for spending. I've gone over your time, so I really want to say for the Legion, for myself, for all of the C3POs you've helped along this journey so far. Thank you so much for your continued contribution to keeping this character alive, to having the voice, the movements, and learning so much from the person that has taught both of us personally, although much better with you, Mr. Anthony Daniels. So thank you for your time. Any other final words to the Rebel Legion?
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, once I built C3PO, the 501st really only wanted me to do 3PO. So I didn't play bad guys anymore. So I immediately registered with the Rebel Legion. So I think you could probably still see my old photo of my first costume on the Rebel Legion. But I want to say thank you to every member of the Rebel Legion and the 501st for inspiring me to build costumes and sharing everything that they, you know, there's people that built costumes long before me who would share with me how they did it and stuff like that. And I just wanted to pass a little bit of that on that I could, because people helped me. So I wanted to be able to help others. And that's really how C3PO Builders started. And I just want to say I'm so grateful for the Rebel Legion and their what they give to fans of the movies who would never possibly have a chance to meet a character. And meet a character, like I'm saying, not a person in a costume. They believe that they're meeting a character. And so there's so many in the Rebel Legion and 501st who do such a good job of bringing a real character to Star Wars fans. And I love that. So, and not to mention all the charity work that we were able to do as Legion members. So anyway, thank you so much for all that they gave to me.
Thank you so much for your time, and may the Force be with you.
This is the way.
Welcome back to Rebelthon 2020. Again, we're in the last bit of stretch, and happy May 4th to everyone out there still awake and on the other side of the world that's just starting their day. We're still going strong. We're $600 away from from 9,000. We've raised for UNICEF. It's UNICEF COVID Relief Fund. UNICEF is a partner with Force for Change that works in 190 countries and territories across the globe. And basically, if you really get the statistics, it comes down to that over 50% of children under 5 are really affected in the world by UNICEF's efforts, which is a huge global outreach. Our next segment, we're going to go to Paul Casey, aka Admiral Radis, and take a look at this interview and hope you enjoy. Happy May 4th.
This is Amy with Echo Base, and I am here with the lovely and wonderful Paul Casey. Thank you so much for joining us on Rebelthon today.
Thank you so much for having me.
There's so much I want to talk with you about, Paul. So I guess let's start at the beginning. How did you come into the world of movement and dance and performance?
So I didn't start dancing until I was probably about 14 and a half. My family was a farming family. We lived on a farm. And yeah, like I say, at 14 and a half, I started dancing. At 17 and a half, I left home and went away and trained professionally. So within 3 years, basically, I went away and trained. The training was a 3-year professional course. I actually got offered a 4th year scholarship year to carry on my training, of which I did. But I trained in all aspects. So dancing, singing, acting. I was very supple, so I could do the sort of gymnastics and the contortion as well. So yeah, so I pretty much trained for 4 years, and then after that, I sort of went into the world, you know, sort of agents and auditioning for work, and yeah, so I suppose I firstly sort of went into the corporate world, really, sort of the fashion events, you know, the corporate world of dancing, you know, TV dancing, I mean, everything. And then a few years on, I was successful in getting a West End show, which was Grease, which at the time was at the Dominion Theatre in London. So I did that show for 2 years. And then I went back to sort of my other world, which was the sort of corporate world of dancing, sort of, you know, fashion and that sort of thing. And then a couple of more years down the line, I ended up auditioning for a show called Fosse, of which you had got on Broadway at the time, and it was coming over to the West End. So I auditioned for that, and I was successful in getting a role in that show. So so that's pretty much in a nutshell. I mean, I know that's quite a quick, you know, surmising of how I got from, you know, from, I suppose, a farming family to the West End, but that's pretty much how it happened, really.
And then how did you go from the professional dance world into kind of the art of creature performance and even choreography? Had you ever choreographed in the dance world before you kind of moved into all other types of performance?
Yeah. So pretty much across the board, really. I choreographed, I lectured at colleges as well. You know, I wanted to give back and teach, you know, to students as well. So yeah, so working and choreographing and sort of lecturing as well. I mean, all of it really. So there was never a dull day, and I was very lucky because I was, you know, very busy, you know, working and you know, because I think, you know, when you're in that world, you are going to accept whatever comes your way, if you see what I mean. And I do feel like I was lucky in a way. You know, I used to get, you know, quite a lot of work basically, and yeah, it was really lucky.
Yeah, and I mean, coming from a dance background, I grew up taking ballet and jazz and acro jazz and tap and all of that. But choreography, to me, is just a whole different mindset, and to see that vision, and it's really amazing to be able to do that, and you just have, it seems like such a natural gift for just any part of performance, and it's just really nice to see that carry over from dance into all of your work.
Yeah, I mean, choreography is really creative, and I, you know, I love it, and I did quite a lot of it as well, so it was quite nice. And I was in Fosse, and the contract was coming to an end. It was a year's contract, and I just got a phone call from an agent just saying there was a movie they were auditioning. They wanted physical performers basically to play some roles on the movie, and at the time I was unaware what it was. So I got invited along to audition like you would any other audition, you know, in London. They saw lots and lots of different types of physical performers, dancers, gymnasts, stuntmen, actors with movement ability. I mean, they were seeing everybody they could really for these roles, of which I did find out later on there were 5 roles basically going on the movie. So I went along and did the first round of auditions, which they were just looking for physical movement, basically, that you know, you've got a level of physical movement. And then what happened, there was a recall basically for it, which is when Guillermo del Toro came over. He took all the recalls of who he was seeing basically, because it had been whittled down to, I think there were 30 of us, I think, in the recall with Guillermo. Obviously, at this point, it was apparent that it was for Blade 2, which was the vampire movie with Wesley Snipes. So I went in, I did my recall. I think, you know, I went in and out a couple of times. And then, you know, which was quite funny on the recall because it was on a Saturday. I remember it very well. It was on a Saturday, and I obviously had 2 shows because I was in the West End, so I had to have a
your
slot.
matinee evening.
Yeah, so I had to get the slot that was between the 2 shows, and I remember doing the show, finishing the show, running across Leicester Square to get to the recall, doing my recall, and then running back to do a second show. Which, you know, obviously that's the way it was. And, you know, I thought I did the best I could. I mean, I was quite lucky in the sense that, you know, I love to audition. I loved auditioning. So, so went and did the show and thought nothing of it, because obviously, you know, as a professional dancer, you know, you do lots of auditions and you're not always successful. You're not always the right person for that job. So, you know, you have to take it and leave it, sort of thing. So I carried on doing the show and, you know, hadn't heard anything. And then Fosse was going to be going on a tour, of which I'd been invited on, this tour that was going, a world tour. I think it was, I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 months or something.
Yep.
But because I love the show so much, I was going to do it. And then I remember walking from Oxford Circus down Regent Street, and my phone rang, and I answered it, and, you know, it was my agent, and they said, "Where are you?" I said, "Well, I'm just on Regent Street at the moment, heading to the theatre to do a show." And they said, "We're just calling you to let you know that we've just heard from Blade, and you are successful. You have been offered one of the Reaper roles, basically, on the movie." But obviously at this point, I'd already accepted the tour, so the contract was sort of in the post. So obviously I was like, well, can we just hold it there before I accept, because I have to make sure I can get out of the contract for the tour. So I made a phone call, and literally within 5-10 minutes I got a phone call back saying, because of what I'd been offered, they were happy to release me and let me do it. So I called my agent back and said I can accept it. And it ended up being 12 weeks. Well, the contract was for 12 weeks. We filmed in Prague. Obviously, they flew over to take all our body casts and head casts. And that was my first sort of introduction to that world of prosthetics and, you know, head and body casts, basically. And we ended up extending for 3 weeks. So it ended up being 15 weeks. And I just worked on it on and off throughout those 15 weeks, basically on. And I remember sort of thinking to myself, this is just a totally new world to me, and I truly loved it. But obviously, my main thought was, you know, is that you don't look human, but my job is to make it look as sort of human, like the movement to be as good as possible, really. And I truly, truly enjoyed it and had such an amazing time on that movie. And that was basically the change, really, from that movie. I got another phone call from another agent, because once the agents know you've done that type of work, then obviously when other auditions come in, they think of you. And another agent had called me and said, Danny Boyle was looking for physical performers for a new zombie movie. Well, it's not really zombies, but, you know, for 28 Days Later, was I interested? And, you know, they would arrange a meeting with me and Danny. So literally I flew back from Prague, had a meeting with Danny Boyle, and was accepted onto 28 Days Later as one of the physical performers, as one of the infected, as it were. So, which was also amazing. So what sort of happened, what started to happen, was this shift in the type of work that was coming my way, basically. And then from there, I had a phone call. There was a new TV series was starting. They wanted people that had got some experience in creature work or creature movement or, you know, prosthetics and that sort of thing. Was I interested? It was very hush-hush at the time to what it was, but was I interested? And I was like, absolutely. So I went and did, for this audition, it was sort of like a workshop. So there was a workshop, and we went in threes. We did this sort of, I can't remember if it was half an hour to an hour's workshop with the movement choreographer, which was a lady called Ailsa Burke. So I did that, I was successful in getting a recall, which actually ended up being a 3.5-hour workshop with a room of people. I finished the workshop. I went and met a friend because it was, I believe it was a Friday, and I went to meet a friend for a drink in town in London. And literally within the hour, I got a phone call saying I'd been offered one of the roles that was going to play multiple creatures throughout this TV series. And at this point, I was told it was going to be Doctor Who.
Yeah, which
was the first series with Christopher Eccleston. And I believe last year, when I went on to do a couple of episodes with Jodie Whittaker, that was the 12th series. So I've pretty much been on Doctor Who for 12 series. There was a period, obviously, where I wasn't on Doctor Who, but that was because I was in another universe working on Star Wars. And I did, obviously, the 6 movies with Star Wars. But with Star Wars, I sort of had 2 roles. I was asked to play creatures on some of the movies, but I was also the creature effects movement choreographer or coach, basically, for all the other performers, and sometimes the puppeteers and things like that, because sometimes on Star Wars we had a creature that, there was one creature that took 16 people to puppeteer it to bring it to life. So I'd be that person who was coordinating that. So that's basically the shift, and how I suppose my career has shifted, and now I get asked to obviously coach or choreograph other actors and performers.
Yep. No, when you say the coordination of movement for some of these creatures in the Star Wars universe, are you coming up with the kind of the how the characters move and how all the actors can work together to bring that character to life? Or is it more so you kind of know where that's going and you're more choreographing like their movement pattern throughout the scene?
So I suppose, yes, I worked with the performers to sort of bring to life the characters and help them in their movement, basically.
Wow.
So, I would do that, but there's so many different variations to it. But, nevertheless, I suppose the reason why I was being asked was because of, I suppose, my knowledge and my understanding of movement, but also my experience in playing creatures and wearing suits.
Yep.
So I would, sort of help the performers in that way as well, and also understand what they require, because obviously quite often, when you're playing a creature, you have very limited vision and very limited hearing.
Yeah.
So, it's a different world, and I'm very much aware of that world and know what those performers require to enable to achieve the shots or achieve what they're being asked to do within shots. So.
Yeah, and to build off that, there are so many. I mean, you think of like the cantina in the original Star Wars movie, which they kind of brought back for multiple films. I think of Maz Kanata's castle, and then the quick cantina scene over in the Rise of Skywalker, and then also Canto Bight in The Last Jedi. You think of those quick shots, but there's so many different creatures there that all are embodying, who they are. And you kind of forget about everything that goes into making that maybe 30-second shot. It's absolutely incredible and quite honestly mind-boggling, especially when you see some of the featurettes that are on the DVDs, when you actually see all the time that it takes for these actors to get into the prosthetics and the costumes and going through the workshops and the movements, and then finally bringing that all together. What has been some of the most challenging scenes and probably some of the most exciting scenes that you've been able to work on, not only yourself in the creature costumes, but also with all of these actors that you get to work with?
Yeah. So, I mean, there's so much to talk about, but I mean, just to say, I mean, on a level of a sort of creature performer, I mean, all sort of creatures or, the suits, they're all challenging in their own way, if you see what I mean. And quite often there is limited hearing and limited vision. But like you mentioned in The Last Jedi, there's the casino scene. Well, there was, just in that scene alone, there was, I believe, 30 characters. So 30 creatures. I mean, a few of those creatures took multiple people to bring to life, but obviously quite a lot of them were, you know, creature performers in suits, and all varying different types. And obviously I'm there to sort of help and give them all the information they require, along with their puppeteers, because the puppeteers would have a microphone and the performers would have an earpiece, and you know, they would talk to each other, and then I would have a radio that could talk to everyone. And if I needed to, I would go and give notes, or I would go and talk to individual people. But no day is a dull day, and every day is a challenging day, because you're being asked to do stuff that, you know, at speed really, and it has to be sorted out. So, but that's where the rehearsal period comes in very handy, because you can cover an awful lot in a rehearsal period, and you know, and quite often you're unaware what might be asked of an individual performer, so you try and cover everything. So they're aware of how to achieve certain things, you know. So, but that scene alone was truly amazing. I mean, that amount of characters, and you know, it was amazing to be a part of. And I think generally across the board, I mean, you know, I could talk about every movie and every scene and what went on in every scene and how special that scene was at that point, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So, but we'd be here for a very long time. But, you know, I think, you know, generally, you know, it is challenging. It's a very physical job to be a suit performer, or even, or even the puppeteers, you know, they're inside. There can be multiple people inside something, bringing it to life that would have had a rehearsal period.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's all challenging, but it's an amazing challenge, you know, and obviously everyone rises to that challenge. And yeah, it was truly a truly special time for me, the 5 movies really, and what I was being asked to do. So
I have 2 questions stemming from this. How long are the rehearsal periods? How long do you and the other performers have to, you know, set these scenes before fully getting into costume and going through and filming?
So, I mean, it varies. It completely varies on so many different factors. I mean, availability of the performers. Then obviously, I mean, they're going through a process of their fittings. So quite often, you know, I may have been in one of the fittings and started to work with them earlier on. And so, I mean, each process is completely different, if you see what I mean. And obviously, quite often, the sort of suits or the creatures have to be at a certain point where they can be rehearsed. Sometimes it's sort of like a give and take, like they're still being worked on, but there are periods of time that we could rehearse and then we give them back to the crew to carry on, you know, making and, you know, sorting out and changing things slightly. So each process for everyone is completely different. But nevertheless, you would want to try and rehearse as much as you possibly can, really. But obviously, you know, there's also the factor that, you know, there are performers who have already done a lot of this type of work, so they're very aware of what's required and stuff. And obviously, where I would gain is in a rehearsal period, because you're just wanting a vocabulary with all the performers, you know, and me understanding what those performers require or how I'm going to talk to them on the day of shooting to enable them to understand what I need them to do. So you build up this vocabulary, basically. But, you know, something as big as, let's say, for example, Bull Gullet, I mean, that was 16 people to puppeteer. That rehearsal is just something that has to be done on its own over a couple of days to make that work, you know. And, you know, I'm, as it were, you could sort of think of it, I'm upstairs and everyone's downstairs, basically. And So, we can all communicate, and I'm talking to them downstairs, but I'm very aware of who's where and who's doing what. So when notes come in and from the director or the ADs, I know who is downstairs and who needs to require to know that information to enable to change it. So in some ways, it's about speed, basically, as well. You have your rehearsal period and you probably end up with quite a large vocabulary, but once you get to filming, you've got a shorthand of what you need to say and to enable to achieve things. So yeah, they're all different. They're all individual. I mean, I've worn an awful lot of different suits and played an awful lot of different characters, and not one of them is the same. And they all come with different challenges, whether that's the script and what's required of that character physically, or whether it's just the fact of what you're wearing on for a day of filming, sort of thing. So they're all different.
Now, there are so many different cosplayers who've not only taken who we call like face characters, but so many of these creatures, like for example, the Mon Calamari, where these cosplayers are putting together these full costumes and then going out and trooping to bring these characters to life, whether that's at hospitals or comic conventions. What advice would you have for them to really bring these characters to life and embody them? What's the process that you go through to kind of come up with the movements, which I know is also probably based off of the restrictions of the costumes and the vision as well, but what is your process?
For me, it's maybe different to the cosplayers because they've got sort of the footage or the movies that they can watch and sort of, I suppose, mimic in the way they are and how they move. I think for me though, when I'm rehearsing people and bringing them to life, as it were, that information comes from varying different places, really, whether it's the script or the species or the type of design or creature it is, and so you sort of, I would pull from all different areas, really, how they would move and how they would come to life. And sometimes it's sort of sometimes it's dictated by the suit itself, and there could be slight restrictions maybe, or just the design itself can be slightly restricting. So that enables you to use it, as it were, for that character. I mean, I've seen a lot of the cosplayers and over the years, and they're amazing. Their costumes are truly amazing and they bring them to life amazingly, and obviously they're very aware of how it is and how hot it can get, and maybe sometimes the lack of oxygen in a helmet and the lack of vision and hearing and knowing what's going on around them and who's around them. So they're probably a lot more aware of the world of creatures and stuff like that. So yeah, and how it is.
How much of a background do you get on the creatures before working with the suits and learning to embody them?
I mean, sometimes you get quite a lot of information. Sometimes, like I mentioned, I could be rehearsing with a performer who started that fitting process, so there's very little. But nevertheless, I'm working with performers, seeing what works well, what doesn't work so good. In the suit, what looks better, what doesn't look so good. So you're forever building it up, and then as you progress to that point of filming for that character, you're pulling all the time on the information that's given to you or you acquire, basically.
Yes.
But if it's a character or a species that you're aware of, I would go back and do my homework, basically.
Yeah, I was going to ask, especially with the Star Wars series, there's so many new creatures, but there's so many creatures that they brought back that are so iconic to the series. And I know I keep bringing up the Mon Calamari, but obviously Admiral Akbar, it's Trap, is just so quintessential Star Wars. And it's so nice for the fans to see those creatures come back. And there's you know, as you're saying, there's definitely homework to be done, but at the same time, it's nice to be able to see, you know, especially as costumes evolve and technology evolves, how you can bring that to the table as well, and continue to grow and help these characters live.
Yeah. I mean, like you just mentioned, you know, the technology has truly evolved hugely. You know, I mean, now, you know, a full animatronic head like Admiral Radis, you know, with the amount of servos in them, and I mean, the technology is truly amazing. What can be done, and also the puppeteering. I mean, I think everything has shifted hugely, you know, in the level of, you know, what's being made nowadays, you know, sort of the real effects, basically. I mean, it is amazing, and great. And just, you know, touching on Admiral Radis, I mean, up until that point, I had played, you know, a lot of characters, like I mentioned, over the years on different things. But Admiral Radis was the first character I played where I had no vision at all. So I was completely reliant on the puppeteer, and the gentleman who puppeteered me was a gentleman called Patrick Comerford. So he'd got the microphone and I got the earpiece. I have no vision at all. I have a full animatronic head on. I'm completely isolated from absolutely everything and everyone around me. So all that information that is required, whether it's from the first AD or the director or whoever it may be, all comes via the puppeteer. I mean, I could have someone stood next to me, a foot away from me, talking to me, and I wouldn't hear them. You know, I think because you're encased and, you know, when everything's working and switched on, basically, all you can hear is that. You can't hear anything else. So the process is different, but nevertheless, a huge amount can be gained just by the right team. And you did mention a little bit earlier on that, you know, when you look at behind the scenes, you realize how many people are involved. And there is, I mean, for one character, the team of people that one character would have to look after that performer and the costume, the animatronics, the puppeteer is huge, you know, but that's what's required, if you see what I mean. And but I do think, you know, with an experienced or a well-rehearsed performer, you can gain an awful lot. You truly can, with very limited vision and very limited hearing.
What advice would you have for anyone who's interested in pursuing creature work or just even learning more about it? Because as we've talked about before, you know, I do feel like there are a little bit more, or there is a little bit more of an opportunity across the pond than necessarily here in the States. But it's a fascinating world, especially coming from dance and for anyone who's really interested in movement. What advice would you have?
Well, I think the advice would be is, you know, if it's the type of work you want, then pursue it. You know, try and get involved in that type of work if you can. And obviously, having the understanding of movement will always come in handy, you know, and see if you can gain, you know, whether that's managers or agents that can introduce you to that type of work, or those auditions basically for that type of work. You know, I've worked with lots of different performers, and you know, they all come from different movement backgrounds. You know, it could be martial arts, it could be circus, dance, actors with, you know, movement ability. I mean, any type of movement is good, because you have that physical understanding of your body, and that's what you require basically. But you know, also there's lots of different types of suit work out there and different levels of it, and obviously I suppose the movie level is probably at the top, really, you know, of what's required. But you know, nevertheless, not all the time. Some people get cast to play creatures in movies that haven't got that much experience, but then that's where a sort of movement choreographer, movement coach would come in handy, because they're the ones that can sort of lift their knowledge and understanding basically of what's required. But I mean, my advice to anyone would be, if it's what you want to do, then definitely pursue it. It's just finding your way. It's such a niche type of work, isn't it, in a way? But nevertheless, the basis of it is movement. So gain as much movement experience as you can. And then, you know, like with me, it just came my way. It was just an audition that an agent called me about. Quite often it does find you.
Paul Casey, you are such a master of your work. I find it absolutely so interesting. Thank you so much for joining us and for imparting your knowledge. And we really appreciate it, and we can't wait to see all of your future work.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for having me. I mean, I could talk about it all day. I truly love what I do. I'm really passionate about it, you know, and I love to help others as well achieve what they're wanting to achieve. So thank you once again for having me. I hope you've enjoyed a little window into my world. Yes, and all the best.
Hi there, I'm Ivana Perez from El Dorado Base. Thanks for tuning in and donating. Stay safe and may the force be with you.
Hola, soy Rafael de la base de Perú. Gracias a todos los que están mirando y donando. Manténgase a salvo y que la fuerza los acompañe.
Welcome back to Rebelthon 2020. And thanks for that wonderful interview. And now we're going to move on to our next segment. Nick Kellington, but I want to say one thing. We're at 8568. It would be amazing to close out this hour with 9,000 for UNICEF. All the wonderful work they do with children across the world. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know we'll be closing up here a little later. But, you know, it's right now on Pacific time, we're at 1:13 a.m. New York time, we're at 3:30 in the morning, 3:13. So we are moving strong and want to keep going. Or actually, oh my, 4:13. I'm sorry. I looked at my eyes are kind of skewed on the screen right now. But we're doing a great job. I'm so proud of what we've done here with the Rebel Legion and the rest of our community for joining us this time. So again, if you're still out there, you're awake and you're part of the world, please share this. Let's try to make that last, $440 and get us to the 9,000. That would be awesome. Thank you very much. Take care and may the force be with you. And let's welcome Nick Kellington.
So welcome everybody to Rebelthon, and I'm here with the one and only Nick Kellington, whose credits include Star Wars The Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker, Solo, Rogue One, and The Dark Crystal. Nick, how are you doing today?
I'm very good. How are you doing, Ruben?
hanging in there, trying to keep sane in this sort of like, new life that we're accustomed to in this quarantine time. And, what are you doing to keep busy, sort of at home?
Um, well, we're getting out into the garden and we're growing vegetables, which is nice. I've got a young daughter, so kind of she keeps us very busy. And poor, I feel sorry for my daughter and my wife because I've started playing electric guitar for the first time in 10 years. So, so I kind of have to apologize to them for that.
You are a musician as well. Like you are a creature performer, but a musician as well. What kind of music do you prefer to play?
I was in a band a while ago, and we used to play kind of like Americana kind of stuff. I think I'd barely describe myself as a musician, but kind of I played enough things badly to be useful to keep around. So yeah, so having all this extra time is kind of giving me a bit of time to get back into that and yeah, do some stuff like that I've not done for years really.
So how do you go from musician to creature performer? How did you get involved in sort of like becoming a creature performer?
Well, I started off as an actor on the stage, but a lot of the shows that I performed in had kind of masks or puppets or comedy routines, acrobatics, dance, things like that, and music. That's where I played my instruments and stuff. So that's when I first graduated from university. I kind of went off and started touring around Europe, around the UK for about 5 years. And then my girlfriend, who's my wife now, saw an advert in the paper saying kind of the creators of the show Teletubbies were looking for performers for their new mystery show. And she said that I should go for it. So I did. I ended up getting the job. And that was my first creature job for TV. It was a show called In the Night Garden. I don't know if you have it over in the States. But it kind of helps children get off to bed, and it's like I play a big, cuddly kind of toy. And that was my first creature gig. So that was about maybe 15, 17 years ago, something like that. I'm not quite sure anymore. It's so long ago. Yeah, and used all the same skills, basically, all the same skills I'd used on the stage and with masks and puppetry, but for TV instead. And then that kind of eventually kind of moved into film.
So have you shown your daughter this and have the old show and sort of been like, this is dad?
She's seen lots of me on TV because I'm in several programs on in the UK. She doesn't know it's me. So there's 3 or 4 characters that she sees regularly on the television that she doesn't know it's me. She has seen bits of Star Wars. I have to say, Rogue One was the first film that I took her to, and she must have been 2 months old, 3 months old. and she
a dad after my own heart.
I think she enjoyed the flashing lights, and she stayed awake for about 20 minutes before she fell asleep. But obviously riveted by my performance. But yeah, she doesn't know yet that any of these things, because there's pictures and there's toys all over the house, obviously, because I'm a little bit obsessed with myself. And yeah, she doesn't really know that it's me, so I'm not quite sure whether to keep it from her until she's 18, and then just pretend that I've been a traveling salesman for the last 18 years, and then totally blow her mind kind of when she's 18. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
I keep teasing my daughter because she's 9 now, and I'm like, just wait till you're older, and I'm going to pull out your baby pictures, and I'm going to embarrass you because that's my right. I said that's my right as a dad, and and I can just imagine being like, hey, this is dad, and this is dad, and this is dad, and it must be amazing. Just that playing these characters, and it's a positive and a negative playing these characters, but nobody ever gets to see your actual face.
That's true, but you know what? I don't mind. If it really bothered me, I wouldn't be doing this job. It's I'm totally cool with it. And the way I see it, I mean, look at Star Wars. You know, Bistan, you know, spoiler, probably doesn't make it through the whole film. But you know, the good thing is that they can bring me back in another creature, or multiple creatures in one film. Which, if it was my face, you know, I'd have had my chance, and that would have been it. So the way I see it, I have played more roles. I've been asked to do more because in some of the kids stuff that I do, I'm the lead. Do you know what I mean? So I'm literally kind of filming 5 days a week, 10 hours a day, you know, for 6 months, you know, and it's, you know, pretty much, say with the Teletubbies, there's only 4 of us. So it's kind of, you're in at least kind of, you know, 3/4 of the shots. So, you know, the way I see it, it's given me opportunities that I never would have had I have chosen just to be a straight actor, as it were. And also, I love it. I absolutely love my job, because I get to pretend that I'm kind of big cuddly toys and kind of do things where I just go to work every day and it's all hugs and kisses and it's all about kind of creating something lovely. Or I can go and be in a space battle with laser guns, or I can be doing sword fights and killing gelflings and punching gelflings in the face. So, do you know what I mean? It's kind of,
Or throwing them across the room.
or throwing them across the room. Oh, that was good fun. That was good fun. So yeah, it's just given me lots of experiences in my life that I just never would have had. So I've no regrets about being a creature performer whatsoever.
So that leads me, that brings up a really interesting scenario, because when you're a straight actor, you have a lot of references because we're a human race, and it's sort of like, okay, this type of person is the person I would like to portray in this type of human situation. But when you're a giant worm like Claude, as an actor, how do you go into like, okay, I'm a worm. There's no reference for Claude like anywhere in existence. It's a new being.
Yeah.
How do you approach that as an actor?
Well, it's quite a liberating thing, really, because you know, I mean, acting's all about playing anyway. Acting is all about playing like a child. So, you know, you're just using those muscles for, you know, those mental muscles for a different thing. And so, you know, it's nice that if you get time as the creature's being built, which, you know, you don't get that many time. You go in for fittings every so often. You get to see kind of the progress. I kind of like to look at the creature and almost like imagine a history to that creature, or imagine what world that creature's from. And so you're just kind of playing with different ideas, kind of going, oh, that could be interesting. And then it's also a combination of what the costume physically allows you to do, because these things are so heavy, and they like to move in a certain way. And if you bite the costume, it bends in the wrong way, so it looks false. So you have to kind of like get to know the costume and imagine things. Not that this kind of ever made it into the film, but I always imagined, what if Claude was just a baby for his species? And you know what I mean? The adults are kind of like, you know, 100 foot high or something crazy like that. Do you know what I mean? You just go in and you think all these weird and wonderful ideas that could, and some of them stick with you. Some of them stick. You kind of go, oh, that could affect how he moves, and then you move, and you get better feedback from people watching on the outside. So there is a process to it. But I think as well, kind of, I just don't get humans sometimes. So I think kind of aliens and animals and mythical beasts are much more easy to understand. Humans are weird, you know.
I mean, we're always changing. There's always something new going on. But no, I love that. And I remember seeing Claude and thinking, well, that's really one of the first times that we've seen somebody on the Millennium Falcon that wasn't like one of the main stars of Star Wars. And I don't know if you call it waddle or walk or slide, but you move into frame, and we were like, what is that? Like, what?
I think part of the initial thought behind Claude being on the Falcon was exactly that he looks kind of so out of place. And that you've got, the Falcon itself is quite a contained space. And to have in this contained space this massive looming figure that I think the joke was that the camera would turn around and he'd just be there. You wouldn't have heard him coming, and he just appears in different places. So I think he always had a comedy element, kind of even in his conception. But it was so amazing, kind of getting to shoot on the Falcon, because I'll tell you this. So so when we started shooting, they said, "Oh, you're going to be on the Falcon." I couldn't believe it. That I was going to be that lucky to get to shoot on the Falcon. And so I was there filming as Claude on the first day of principal photography, and we were shooting the cockpit scene with Finn and Poe, and then Chewbacca as well, and that was just amazing. It's a good job that you can't see my face, because I can just about see out of Claude's mouth. I'm kind of looking up slightly and I can see out. And the very first time that we jumped into hyperdrive, and all of the because the cockpit is surrounded by these large LED video screens, so anywhere that the Falcon is flying, they project it onto the cockpit, so that the light texture and everything like that is correct on the reflection, so it all looks real. And that first time that we jumped into hyperdrive, and the stars kind of went from kind of my jaw dropped and my eyes were so wide, and I was just kind of like laughing to myself, kind of going, this isn't real. I'm so lucky kind of being here right now. Almost to the point of I almost forgot what I was supposed to be doing, because I was just
well, the great thing about acting is being in the moment, right? And I think that that shines through.
Yeah. Although if they'd have caught my face in the moment, then I'd just have been aghast, kind of.
So how did you go from Teletubbies to a galaxy far, far away?
Well, the creature business is a fairly small kind of circuit. There's still like hundreds and hundreds of people that work, in that. But as a part of the TV and film industry, it's quite niche. And so a lot of the fabricators and the designers and the engineers that build these creatures go from workshop to workshop, or film to film, project to project, and you meet the same people again and again and again, because they're so good at their job, and so all the big companies hire them in. And basically going right back to In the Night Garden, and then a show called Singzillas, where I play like kind of a rock and roll ape, and then the new Teletubbies. It's the same fabricators and engineers and designers that are kind of like making all these, and they were the same people in the Star Wars workshop. And when The Force Awakens was being filmed, I tried my hardest to get into that film, but to no avail. It was a very, very tight ship, security wise, and so just kind of unless you were kind of invited in, it was virtually impossible to kind of get in there. So, and also I was filming a series of Teletubbies at the time, so which was like a 6 to 7, 8 month job kind of thing, full time. So so it just wasn't going to happen, and I was kind of semi-gutted because even though I was in work and loving what I was doing, being a Teletubby, it's like just knowing that these guys were in Abu Dhabi kind of filming Star Wars, new Star Wars, first Star Wars for so long. It was like, oh my goodness, I'd so love to be there. And also I'd kind of heard that some of my friends were actually kind of in it, that I'd worked with and stuff. So it's like, oh, I so want to go. Anyway, it wasn't going to happen. So then I had about 6 months off in between series of Teletubbies. So I just put a message out on Facebook, kind of going, I'm available for 6 months. If you need an experienced creature performer, just give us a shout. It's cool. Basically, I think a friend of mine called Vanessa, who was one of the fabricators. In fact, she was in charge of the workshop, the fabrication workshop at Pinewood. I think put my name forward for this character when a vacancy kind of came up. And so one day I got a mysterious phone call from a lady, Sophie, kind of going, "Hi, Sophie, we're from a production at Pinewood. Can't tell you what it is. Would you mind coming down? We'd like to meet you. Can't really tell you anything more than that." Now, if you get a mysterious call like that saying, "We want to meet you at Pinewood," you go. You just go. I didn't ask what the job was, how much you're getting paid, none of that. Because okay, yeah, give me a time, I'll be there. Be there. Again, but I didn't know it was Star Wars. So I don't, and again, security is really tight at Pinewood nowadays. So I kind of drove down, signed in, was taken across to these kind of random workshops that don't look like anything from the outside, just a metal shack. And then they took me, obviously you have to sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, saying that anything that you see or hear, you're not going to talk about till after the movie's out. I guess I can talk about this now.
Yeah, we all know. We all know what happens at the end of the saga, so I think we're good.
But yeah, so they took me into this workshop, and all of a sudden there's just aliens everywhere and R2 units everywhere, and then there's a Yoda kind of half built, or there's sketches of something, and then there's stormtrooper stuff, or then what I mean, you're just surrounded by all this amazing Star Wars stuff. And I think that was a good bit of acting, because I was just trying to play it cool. Like, this happens all the time, I'm cool with this. You can trust me security wise, I'm not going to freak out. And then that's when I met Vanessa, who I'd not seen for a few years. And she was saying, "Oh yeah, well, we've got this character, and we'd like you to try out for, and I'd like to introduce you to Neil Scanlon, who was the creature effects supervisor on all the Star Wars films." I'd not worked with Neil before. I'd not met Neil. And so Vanessa said, yeah, I'd like you, I really like what you do when you're in these suits. I thought this might be a good time for you to meet Neil. So it just kind of like went from there. I just waited around for a bit. Neil kind of suddenly appeared and said, "Hi, hi, I'm Neil. I've heard good things about you." And I thought, "Oh, blimey, better not let anyone down." And he said, "We've got some few bits and bobs we'd like to try on you." So they tried like a very early stage Bistan face mask. I was taken to different places and tried on the Bistan jumpsuit and all that kind of thing. And they took lots of photos, and they watched me move in it for a little bit. And basically that was it. They said, "Look, we'll be in touch in a few weeks, maybe. We can't promise anything. We like what we've seen so far. This could work." So it just kind of moved on from there. I had another fitting, and which, again, they didn't say I'd got the job, but they invited me back, so that was a good sign. And then, but they were still building the costume. And then, so the first time I tried the entire costume on was, we have these days called show and tell days, where the creature workshop has been working for months and months, building all these amazing creatures. And then just before you start filming on them, you have a show and tell for the directors and the producers. And basically, it's like the first time that they will have seen the finished creatures. And there's cameras and lighting, so they can test out kind of what the creatures, what the skins look like under different lighting, etc. And on those days, some of the creatures will either get signed off, and the director will agree, yes, they can be in the movie, or they might kind of go, "Oh, it needs a bit more work," or "We're not quite sure about this." And so you never know. So that was the first time that I'd been in the full Bistan rig, was for this show and tell. And And again, I didn't really know kind of much about the character other than what I'd kind of gleaned from concept art drawings and stuff like that. And so it was a long day. We kind of got there about 7 in the morning, and there's lots of easy ups in a massive sound stage at Pinewood. And I had my easy up where my character was being dressed. And as I was getting dressed, I could just see some of the other aliens walking past my easy up from all these, and it's like, and I'd never seen any of these in the workshop. So all of a sudden, you're just having this parade of alien after alien from Rogue One, and some of them, you know, you barely ever saw in the film or didn't get to be in the film, but on that day we got to see everything. And again, kind of my face is covered because my face was just like that. Oh my goodness, that's amazing, that's beautiful. And then eventually it was my turn, and they took me on, and I met Gareth Edwards for the first time, and he kind of set up scenarios for us. So I did a little scene with the calamari officers, and then they gave me a laser gun, and I had to run around going pew pew pew, kind of pretending to shoot things. And then kind of Gareth Edwards came in with the camera himself and was kind of doing real close-ups on my face and giving me direction, kind of whispering stuff, kind of you know, look up, you know, as if there's a chopper overhead and I'm trying to kind of find cover or whatever. And then a stunt team came in, and they kind of like gave me a wooden sword, and they were kind of going, okay, well, you got 4 stunt guys around you. Don't actually hit them, but pretend that you are fighting them, and so, you know, or kind of like jump over this box and hide and take cover whilst you shoot it, etc. Then they took me to another hangar where the U-wing was being built, and they put me in the gunner's position at the U-wing, and then we did a test where I was in a space battle basically, and this was just all over one day, and that took it took all day, kind of just going from scenario to scenario, room to room, and I didn't know what was coming next. Literally, they were just leading me, chucking me into a situation dressed as Bistan, and kind of going, okay, this is what you want to do, and they were doing camera tests on me all day. And at the end of that day, we were outside because they'd been filming how the skin looked outside under natural light. I was just exhausted because it was just like the world's longest job interview. And at the end, kind of Neil just kind of came up to me again. And again, I was still in Bistan, so all you can see is my eyes. And actually, my eyes are covered in orange contact lenses. So, but it's my eyes is the only thing that is kind of visible with the surface. And I remember Neil kind of just leaned in and he said, congratulations, Nick. Today, you carved yourself a role on this movie. And it's like, again, that's what my face was doing inside. But yeah, so I just said, thank you, Neil. And I was just over the moon. And again, you didn't know kind of how you were then going to be used.
Right.
But that coming from Neil, my boss, just felt like such a huge compliment and such a huge achievement. And then it just went on from there.
What's amazing, and I don't think people quite understand, is you went through basically and shot a short film in that one day, and no one's ever going to see that footage, but it sounds amazing. It sounds like it could be its own short film. Yeah. But then, the amount of footage that we shoot anyway that never gets to see the light of day, you would not believe. Because storylines change, the production likes to try different things, and that just happens on every big production. The amount of stuff, you just wouldn't believe it. I mean, we definitely see that from actually Rogue One in particular, where the trailers changed so much from the movie and the ending, and it was such a phenomenal film all around that I think they made the right choices, and what they sort of moved around and everything was done for the right reasons. And you never know what's going to be used, which is, it has to be very interesting going into that and being like, I did this great scene. And then you watch the film and you're like, where did my great scene go?
That happens every single cast and crew showing, because you know the days or weeks that you spent on set filming, and you don't know until you see the film for the first time whether any of that has made it in. So it's quite a nerve-wracking experience going to the cast and crew showings, which are normally a couple of days maybe before they're on general release. And sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes it's heartbreaking. Well, heartbreaking, but still amazing, because the film, you still really enjoy the film, but you just kind of go, if only, they'd have shown this scene or that scene.
So I went back recently and rewatched the prequels. Excuse me. I went back recently and watched the prequels for, let me say that again, sorry. I went back recently to rewatch the prequels, and sometimes the CG doesn't hold up. And I feel like with The Force Awakens, there was this renaissance of practical effects and puppetry that sort of flourished back to the forefront within films, and utilizing CG and practical effects and puppetry to tell the story better than just relying on green screen. Do you feel that Star Wars has sort of reintroduced the public to puppetry and the magic of puppets?
Very much so. Very, very much so. I mean, I kind of know what you mean about the prequels, but I think when I look back at them, I think it's totally understandable, because that was the new kid on the block, CG. And of course, they were wanting to push it and explore it, and kind of use it as much as they could. And I think around that time as well, a lot of us in the physical kind of practical creature world was kind of going, oh, blimey, is that it? Are we done? And I think obviously kind of in the last 10, 15 years, CG has just come on so much. It's incredible what they can do now. But the most exciting thing is that you get the VFX CG departments and the practical creature departments working hand in hand with each other now. And I think kind of we've come to a stage where producers and directors know that what's the best tool for the job. And actually, it's not one or the other. It's actually kind of using a bit of this, a bit of that, and combining it and being clever with it. And you can get much better results, because there's certain things that CG and VFX can do that us practical performers can't do. Yet there's equally there's certain heart or human things, or even random weird kind of accidents that happen when you use practical creatures that you just wouldn't get through CG, because everything's thought about through CG. So to use the combination of the two, I think was exactly the right thing. Force Awakens proved that, and in a way, kind of, I think proved to the whole of the movie industry, no, you just need to use a bit of everything well. And I think some people have been quoted saying that, due to the success of The Force Awakens and the new Star Wars, and it being practical kind of creatures, was part of the reason why the new Dark Crystal was like, oh no, well, it has to be practical anyway, because that's what Dark Crystal is. But look at what they can do now. Look at what they can do, combining kind of bits of CG with practical stuff. You kind of why wouldn't you do that?
And and that's where I want to segue into Dark Crystal, because you were also Skekmal, which is an amazing Skeksis, because we never really got to see them really move like the Hunter, or like a Hunter. And I kept watching, when I was watching the series, I kept looking at it and going, what's CG, what's puppetry, and what's the hybrid? Because everything is touched with CG, at least a little bit here and there, whether it's color correction or adding an eyebrow or removing something, everything is touched. But there were times when the Hunter was moving that I'm like, is that Nick? or is that like they combined it so well? What can you let us know about your movement in that suit, and what was limiting and what had to be filled in?
CG wise, so when he's jumping through the trees and like an Olympic gymnast, kind of going around the branches. Okay, that is CG.
But you mean that wasn't you?
we did a test and it didn't go well, so yeah, we'll sort this in post. So yeah, that's all CG. When Skekmal roars at the camera at one point, and there's a lovely shot where his tongue is doing that. The inside of his mouth and the tongue is CG, but the rest of it's all practical. Obviously, when he comes through the ceiling, that's CG, but most of it was done practically with me in the suit.
And you got to literally throw Geffling across the room. Can you tell us? That was like one of the most amazing scenes.
Hop.
With Hop, yeah. Well, sorry, not the guy, but Hop. Hop goes flying across the room. And I'm so invested in these characters in Dark Crystal. Full disclosure, never saw the original movie, went right into the Netflix series, and was so invested in Hop and all of the Gefflings. They really made you feel for them, because they almost was a tangible feeling in watching it, that I could reach out and interact with these characters if I wanted to. And then you throw this dude across the room. Oh my God. Take me through that scene a little bit, if you remember. Like, what was it like when they're like, all right, chuck this puppet across the room?
Oh, it was just good fun. It was just good fun. Actually, I have to admit, that shot is composed of two parts, and it's myself that throws Hup. And then halfway through the shot, it cuts to him kind of landing on the balcony and going through the curtain. And actually, kind of that bit was Victor Yerid, who puppeteers Hup. And I think basically because they needed him to land in a very specific position, and so kind of I filmed the start of the scene, and then kind of Victor. Because he likes throwing puppets, basically, and it's his puppet, it's his character. So in all rights, why shouldn't? So they've got this big dummy Hup, and they're throwing him across the room, trying to get him in this exact spot. And at one of the throws, Hup's little hat came off and landed on top of almost like a spear in the middle of the room. And so as he went through the curtain, his little hat kind of was just spinning around on the top of this spear, and it was beautiful. I mean, you couldn't have planned it. It was just one of those fluke things. And so the whole kind of the whole crew kind of cheered because it was so random. But I guess they couldn't use that one because it distracted slightly from Hup's landing. You were just looking at his little hat. So basically, they got a really nice landing with Victor, and I was sat next to him, kind of with my Skekmal head off, kind of getting a bit of fresh air, basically, whilst they were filming that. And then they wanted me to throw it. And they said, oh, look, we're not expecting you to get him up on the balcony, because obviously I can't see anything. I'm looking through two little holes in Skekmal's neck down there, but all I can see is my feet. When Skekmal's head is level, actually my eye line is looking down, my physical eye line. So they said, oh, we're not expecting you to get him up on the balcony. All we need is a good launch. And so, all right, I took that as a challenge, basically. And so they gave me 3 or 4 goes. And the first go, so I'm looking down at the ground, and I've got to kind of throw him basically overarm. So I'm feeling the weight of this big dummy Hup. And they say, okay, throw him. So I throw him, and he goes in totally the wrong place. I mean, he's supposed to be off on the balcony, and he kind of shoots off that way. And so I kind of look up and kind of go, where did he land? Where did he land? Oh, he's over there. And so I reconfigured my my calibration, as it were. I thought, okay, well, if I let go at a certain position, he'll spin off in the right direction. And so they gave me another couple of goes, and I nailed it on both shots. I was going, in your face, Victor. Yeah. but I still think that they used Victor's landing because it was just that much more violent and that much more in the right place. I managed to get up onto the balcony, but I think he just managed to get up there rather than kind of like kind of thing.
And it's when I watched Dark Crystal, I was shocked with how big of a role the hunter played in the overall story.
Oh, so was I.
I mean, because normally when they bring in the hunter character in any movie, they come in, they do their job, and then they sort of go out. And you had this huge plot turn where there was like, there was the Skeksis side, and then you had the light side, the light and the dark, battling back and forth, and it really was amazing. Did you have to sort of, when you saw your counterpart, did you guys interact with one another in order to build the character, or did you not really pay attention to the light side or the separate side of the character?
No, I didn't get to meet the Archer until we filmed that scene. Up until then, I think they were still building. It was still building the Mystics. So obviously, I'd read the scripts, and so I knew that we were part of this duo, and that our destinies were intertwined, as it were. And I think I had a few chats with Ollie Taylor, who plays the Archer. But in terms of us workshopping and actually kind of going deeper into that relationship in terms of we never really got the chance. Kind of, you got your dailies for that day of what you're going to be shooting, and you just concentrated on that. And if there was anything that needed to be kind of drawn out, then Louis Leterrier, the director, would have it in his head anyway, and he'd tell you kind of, oh, you need to do this kind of. So no, we never really kind of delved into that. Basically, Louis just always wanted me to be more violent, or more evil, more aggressive, and he was just always pushing kind of for me to just be as dynamic and aggressive as possible. And I guess he knew in his head how it would all fit together.
And when you're in the suit, looked like a really big suit to wear. My sort of brain started wondering, well, what is being controlled by you, and is there another puppeteer remotely controlling maybe facial expressions or something?
Yeah. Okay. So the Skekmal costume was the only Skeksis that was built without a hand puppet. There was just my suit, basically. Whereas all the other guys kind of had like hand puppet versions, and then they would also have a walkabout version where you'd have a creature performer inside, and then an RC head on the top that could do basic movements that the puppeteers would operate from off camera using monitors. But because they wanted the hunter to run and jump and hunt and be aggressive and fight in ways that you'd never seen Skeksis filmed before, that's why they said from the very start, oh no, this is a guy in a suit type costume, and the head is basically attached to my head, so I controlled all the gross motor movements. And then Kevin Clash, who was Elmo, basically is operating the mouth from offset. So he's operating the mouth like that using a remote control rig. And then next to Kevin, there'll be another puppeteer operating Skekmal's eyes, and I think a little bit of eyebrow. But that was basically it. The mouth doing that, eyes, a little bit of eyebrow, and then the rest of it was my body movements that created kind of Skekmal's movement. So it was a little bit different to the other guys. Whereas the other puppets, quite often, when you see the close-ups, it's the hand puppet version, and that's carrying the majority of the drama, as it were. And then they'll cut to a wide where you can see the head moving around on top of the creature performer. But they're not really telling the majority of the story with that. You know, they're coming in for the focused, detailed, beautiful performances from the hand puppeteers to tell most of the storytelling. So in a way, this is an interesting thing, I guess. It was filmed in a slightly strange way, that you would film all of the close-ups first, because obviously the hand puppeteers would be inside their costumes, and they would get the drama of what they wanted using the hand puppets. And then once they knew that, because there's massive holes in the floor everywhere, so the puppeteers can walk around, so it all has to be kind of quite well planned out. And then once they've got the scene, then another day you'd come back and you'd film the wides. So instead of doing it the way that normally you get a master shot, and then you kind of go, oh, well, we're going to punch in for this, punch in for that. It was done the opposite way around, because they didn't know kind of. I guess if you filmed all the wides first and had the characters walking around, they didn't know whether they could physically film that with the puppeteers once the trenches are in, and all that kind of thing. So yeah, it was almost like working backwards, which I found interesting to observe and kind of be part of. So, because some of the times I'd be in on the close-up shots with like massive holes in the floor everywhere, and then on other days it was like just a full set, and I'd be running around in the middle of the battle with explosions kind of everywhere. So it's good fun. Yeah.
I love the idea of just sort of melding together problem solving in order to make things happen. I feel like a lot of times we go like, what's the easiest route to get something done? And then when we introduce it, like, all right, we're going to do it this way. How do we make this work? Is when you really start being creative and doing things like filming shooting a series backwards and not shooting your master shot first, which to some filmmakers may actually blow their mind, because how could you throw away what you've been taught?
Well, again, it was all in Louis' head, and it shows kind of what a crazy genius he kind of is. On top of the fact, I don't know if this has kind of been documented, but basically Louis kind of handheld shot on his shoulder rig or Steadicam rig the entire series. So he's literally running around with a camera rig all day, kind of being physical, coming up with the shots in his head, making it work, and then editing most of the night, the shots from that day, and then back in the next day, kind of filming again. And this was for like kind of 10 months or so. He was, and then there were times like in the battles where there's explosions kind of happening, and he's in the trenches with us. And at the end of the day, we're all covered in soil, looking like we've kind of done 10 hours working down a mine shaft. And Louis is in exactly the same position, and he worked just as hard as the puppeteers. And I think at one point, kind of, I think Dave Chapman, who plays Auden, one of the puppet captains, was kind of saying, "Oh, these costumes are the skeksis are really heavy, etc., etc." And so I think kind of Louis kind of basically weighed his Steadicam rig, and I think it was basically the same as these puppets. I went, "There, see, there you go. I'm carrying weight too. Kind of, I'm doing this all day, just to shut the puppeteers up." But he was incredibly physical as a director. So when we're running through the battle at the end, it's Louis that's running just ahead of me. He's running backwards with a Steadicam, shot after shot, kind of through all these pot explosions and everything. And then he's running just as fast as what kind of I am. Kind of but again, he was such good fun to work with. He had such good humor and such good heart. It was a lovely experience working with him.
So I just want to ask a couple of quick rapid fire questions. Get you on your toes just a little bit. What would you say is your favorite? What would be your favorite character that you've seen in a film or TV show not puppeted by you?
Ooh, Ludo. Ludo is one of my favorite creatures of all time from Labyrinth. He's just beautiful. He's just beautiful, and his character build kind of stands up today. Kind of watching that on film on TV, it's kind of so beautiful. Yeah.
And reverse question: favorite character that you've puppeted, that you've had the most fun puppeting?
Ooh, oh wow. See, that's tricky. That's like, that's like choosing between your children. I can't do that. I can't. I mean, Big Stan will always be kind of up there because he was my introduction to the Star Wars world. But Claude is beautiful, and Claude got me onto the Falcon. Skekmal kind of I was asked to do so much. I was asked to do so much evil stuff. That was wonderful. It's but then all my kids' TV stuff, God, you know what? I can be out in public or whatever, and I see a little child kind of carrying around a Teletubby Dipsy doll or an Iggle Piggle doll, and they don't know it's me, and I never say anything, but it just makes me feel happy. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of, ooh, they've all given me so much, so I can't choose between them. I really can't. It's like.
What would you say was your most awe-inspiring moment when you realized, I'm a creature performer, this is what I want to do, this is me?
I guess that would have been going back to In the Night Garden with Iggle Piggle, and kind of because all my experience before that had been on the stage, and I'd had some amazing experiences on the stage. Because you get that live feedback from the audience, so that's just wonderful. But then kind of realizing that I could do that for TV and film, but it's in some ways it's way more difficult because the costumes are so much more heavier, and the visibility in them is kind of awful. and I remember kind of I remember when we first started shooting In the Night Garden. For the first week or so, I was waking up at night having slight panic attacks because it's so claustrophobic, and you're out of breath, but you're kind of contained within this you're locked into this suit. I mean, you physically can't get it off, and it's in your face, and there's noise everywhere, and you can't breathe, and so it's quite an extreme kind of sensation. And then once I got through that week and I started enjoying it, and it's like, oh no, I can do this. This is possible. I wasn't in awe of myself, but it was such a relief. And then I started enjoying myself, and that was it. So oh yeah, I just want to keep doing this now. I just want to keep doing this. So,
any advice for people looking to become creature performers?
Keep fit. Yeah, keep fit. Do relaxation techniques. Not just because when you're out of breath and you're starting to hyperventilate, you're trying to prevent yourself from going into a panic attack. But equally, you might be sat on a set for hours, kind of locked in this costume, and so you find ways of kind of like zoning out or meditating. Sometimes because it's so hot in there, sometimes I just close my eyes and I just imagine I'm lying on a beach. And actually this whole process is relaxing kind of thing, and sometimes I then fall asleep in these costumes, and until they need me, they give me a nudge and kind of go, is he sleeping there? Then general advice I'd just say for anyone in the movie industry is just turn up on time, be pleasant to work with, appreciate the people that you're working with, because it doesn't happen in a vacuum. These are such big productions that there's a whole creature team behind what I do that make me look amazing, and then my part of the bargain is I've got to make their work look amazing. But it's not all about me, and it's not all about them. Literally, these things don't happen in a vacuum. You appreciate everyone around you for their skill, and for their humanity and their loveliness, because you're going to be spending a lot of time with these people. If you're lucky, you will be spending more time at work than with your family and the people that you love. Do you know what I mean? So you better make it a good, healthy place to exist in. Because if you're lucky and things work out well, you're going to be spending a lot of time on set.
Well, Nick, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for giving me an hour of your time. I know it's a weird situation. It's a weird time we're in right now, but just to sit down and talk with you, and if you need anything, please reach out. I'm sure you have more friends in New York, but you definitely have one more here. So,
take it
great.
easy. And
take care.
Bye, Ruben.
Bye. Take care.
Hola, soy Ana de Base El Dorado. Gracias a todos los que están mirando y donando. Mantente a salvo y que la fuerza te acompañe.
Hello, I am Ernesto Perez from El Dorado Base. Thank you for watching and donating. Stay safe and may the force be with you.
Hi, I'm Ale from El Dorado Base. Thanks to everyone who's watching and donating. Stay safe and may the force be with you.
Welcome back to Rebelthon 2020. That was our final interview, and just want to say we're going to be rolling our thank you credits, but I want to say we ended up doing $8,875. Oh, that just been $8,925. It looks like we might as well we say 9,000 after I get done hitting a $25 button for the end of the night. Because I'm just tired, and that's what I'm going to say. All jokes aside, this has been a wonderful project, and thank everyone for being involved. I mean, we're going to run a credit here and a thank you, but I just want to say on behalf of the Rebel Legion, our PR team, entire support of all the bases out there, and all the groups, and that's only true. We've had support from garrisons, temples, clans out there, and all of the groups. Thank you so much for your time and watching. Hope you guys had a wonderful day, and hope you have a wonderful May 4th. I think we're all going to be exploring May 4th here in the next few hours. So thanks so much, and take care, and may the 4th be with you. Welcome back, and this is the final cut. And I just want to say again, thank you for everything that the community has done for help raising. We're at $9,000, and thank you for a tremendous amount of generosity. And I've lost track of how many hours we put into this at this point, but this has been a wonderful achievement, not only for the Rebel Legion, the Star Wars community, but obviously for UNICEF and what we've done. We're going to keep this open for the next until basically midnight on the 5th. So it's on the donation page, so you guys can come in and make donations until the end of the day of the 4th, which is today. So if you didn't get an opportunity to take part, we'd love a few dollars goes a long way. And thank you so much for making this very successful campaign. I want to really thank Ruben and the crew from the PR team. You guys did an amazing job. Chris, Joe, Amy, who's been working behind the scenes. You guys have done a tremendous job. May the 4th be with you. And always, until next time.
All right, so that's it. All done. Donate. It's still open till midnight. Have fun.